Still talking about nature conservation, Kunle Olashupo gives more insights on the significance of forests in our ecosystem. Angle returns in just a moment. Stay with us. Plastic waste remains a global concern, even though there are numerous strategies being adopted to contain its harmful effects on the environment. Here in Lagos, Nigeria, the situation isn't different, and with an ever-increasing population in a relatively small area, the task may be challenging.
There's a significant reduction in the volume of our waste that gets to the lagoon and the front now, and that credit goes to our government of Aviation for a lot of work that's been done on our drainages, and at the same time for tenements, for ensuring that they are patronizing PSP rather than catfisher. So the volume that we used to take from our marine team on a daily basis really gone significantly down, way below half now. So it shows that people inland are doing a lot of right things, but there's still a lot more to do.
However, some local startups, organizations and individuals have taken it upon themselves to promote a sustainable environment through converting plastic waste into valuables.
Hi, good evening.
Nice to meet you.
One of such is a school teacher, Mrs. Ekpeyang Nduenso, who is fighting plastic pollution through upcycling and recycling. Here at her home, she has converted used plastic containers into planters to grow some vegetables.
My interest in using plastic as a recyclable started in July, 3rd of July 2021, when FEP International came to my school. And they introduced Eco School Nigerian project. And in Eco School Nigerian project, they look at 5 aspects of it. They talk about upcycling, they talk about recycling, they talk about composting, they talk about organic farming and tree planting. And then when we started, they told us that that whatever we found in our environment that we feel that is a waste is not a waste until it's completely wasted. I would say it is a waste. So I was like, how? They now say the PET bottles that you have around you, you can use it for something. So that was when they now brought the idea of turning to a planter, PET bottle planter and tires planter.
And at her school, where she is a science teacher, she enlightens her students about the dangers of plastic waste and trains.
Am I on it? Yes. Am I on it? Yes. Settle? Yes. Settle? Yes. Cool it down? Perfect. All right. Put it in, one of you should put it, remove the stool. Sit on it and relax properly.
Are you president? Let me sit on it.
Sit on it, Rocky Bar. Yeah.
With the help of recycling now, I'm able to gain more. What we did today like this now, I can be able to do it and to generate income also. And I'll be able to impact skills on my fellow students and others too.
Aside from these used plastics being converted into Ottoman seats, they're also given out to recycling companies in exchange for cash.
The last time we collected money from our wallet, we used the money to buy things for the students. We bought them glass cup, and we also bought them water container. That's container for them to get water. The reason why we are doing is that we want to just reduce the use of sachet water in the school.
And that's about it on this week's edition of Green Angle. Until I come your way next time, remember, together we can build a sustainable world. I am Esther Makwariola. Bye for now.
And 8.1 million at the junior secondary level. Alarmingly, Nigeria's out-of-school population accounts for 15% of the global total. Initiatives like this transit school demonstrates the impact one person can have when refusing to give up. However, addressing this crisis should not rely on individual efforts alone. It necessitates a comprehensive system that works for everyone. Education is a basic right of every child. Yet, Nigeria has over 10 million children out of school. These are their rights being denied them. The stakes couldn't be higher, especially at this time. So it is therefore time for government, organizations, individuals, and corporate bodies to come together, ensure that basic education is truly free and accessible for every child in every corner of the country. Moyo Thomas, TVC News, Tungan Kusau.
Happy New Year, everyone!
May this new year bring you joy.
Here's to a fresh start, everyone.
May this year bring you love, laughter, and happiness.
Happy New Year!
Wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year.
A new year, a new start, way to go. Just as sports is exciting to fans, may the new year excite you all.
Wishing you a memorable and joyful New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year!
Yes, wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year.
Here's wishing you a profitable New Year.
Cheers to an oven fresh year 2025.
Happy New Year once again. I wish you well.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
This is TVC News at 1 at Top Stories. Joint security team searches markets in FCT over suspicion of receiving stolen public facilities. Federal government replies Emir of Kano says is help not needed to validate President Bola Tinubu's reforms. Outside Nigeria, U.S. President Joe Biden warns of oligarchy gaining power as he delivers farewell address, ending decades-long career in politics. Thanks for staying with us. We begin in the Federal Capital Territory, where its joint security team is on a shop-to-shop search at the international pancake markets in the Day area. Today's search stems from suspicions that traders in the market received stolen public facilities, such as street lights and sewer manholes. The market has been locked for about 3 days to allow for this search and further investigation. The theft of public infrastructure, especially manholes, has taken a worrying dimension in the FCT, with the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, promising to address the issue head-on. And for more on this, senior reporter Sifon SM joins me live on the news this hour. Sifon, we understand that this kind of theft now, taking a worrying dimension in the FCT. What more can you tell us about this and then the search of the market? Sifon, I was asking you to tell us more about this particular search and the worrying dimension of this kind of theft in the FCT.
I'll get it from you. I didn't quite get that question, but if you're asking about the dimension to which this has assumed, it's has assumed a worrying dimension in the FCT, vandalism and theft of public infrastructure, including manhole cover in the FCT. In fact, on some major roads, manhole covers have been taken out, and this war is against those who are into the business of stealing or vandalizing public infrastructure, especially manhole cover, and it has been declared by the FCT minister in collaboration with the joint security forces. We are presently at the day Panteka International Market. It's been closed for about 3 days, and investigation is on. They are going from shop to search for exhibits. This includes manhole covers and greater sheets and many other public infrastructure. A number of them have been found, they have been taken in exhibits and will be presented as in evidence in court.
And has any recovery been made? I understand that the market has been on the lock for 3 days now.
Yeah, a number of items have been recovered, and they've been labeled as exhibits and will be presented as evidence in court. That we can confirm, but the operation is still on. It's a very big market with several lines of shops, and they are going from shop to shop, talking about the joint security forces, and they are searching. And so far their search have yielded some results, which, as I said earlier, would be used in evidence as exhibits when they arrive in court.
And Sifon, when you say arrive in court, does that mean that arrests were also made?
No arrest has yet been made. It's just that they are searching, and they will be picking exhibits. And when they are satisfied that they've gotten sufficient exhibits as evidence, and then they will be following through the law to get the necessary warrants for arrests. You know, these are businesses, so we understand that they have to follow due process, and when that is done, then the suspects will now be charged to court.
Is this the only market that the police is looking to search, or there are other locations that they are also going to search?
Well, for now, we understand that this market is prime target wherein the search is being conducted. But we also know that they also have identified certain other locations where operations will be conducted, but that they have not shared with us so that the operation would not be compromised.
And just generally, Sifon, because we're staying on the matters of security in the FCT, what is the state of security in the FCT now? I mean, before now, we knew what it was like. Just give us more updates in that regard.
Well, it's cool and calm in the FCT in terms of the ambience, but we also understand that security forces are scaling up operations. Just weeks back, there was an explosion, an IED explosion in one of the villages, you know, far from here, but in the FCT. So that has put security forces on their toes to ensure they dot their I's and cross their T's to ensure that this doesn't reoccur in the nation's capital.
All right, Sifon, we expect some more updates on this particular set being conducted in Panteka Market. Senior reporter Sifon is live for us in the nation's capital. I was staying on security matters. Residents of Dangebe in Zurumi local government area of Zamfara State are still mourning the tragic death of 11 vigilantes who lost their lives during recent airstrikes targeting bandits. While the Nigerian Air Force intended to take out bandits in the villages, the strike claimed civilian lives. Sifon SN reports on the aftermath of the efforts to uncover what went wrong.
It's a cruel tragedy that has engulfed the small village of Dangebe in Zurumi local government area of Zamfara State. Residents are mourning the loss of 11 local vigilantes who were mistakenly targeted during an air raid targeted at bandits by the Nigerian Air Force. These vigilantes have been instrumental in supporting security forces to combat banditry in the region. But during the recent operation, the aircraft reportedly mistook the vigilantes for fleeing bandits.
The bandits attack us every now and then. They sometimes surround the village, steal our livestock, and kidnap our people. We try to defend ourselves, the vigilantes and all, but our efforts are often in vain. We need security in this area. It's unfortunate what has happened.
A fact-finding mission led by Air Vice Marshal Edward Gapquet is visiting Dange Bay to investigate the circumstances surrounding the strikes. The village head guides the delegation to the scenes of the air strikes, revealing the impact. The delegation condoles with members of the community and assures that it will unravel the circumstances surrounding the incident.
There were points of impact where obviously whatever type of ammunition that was used impacted the ground. This shows the seriousness with which the chief wants to find a closure to this situation, to show empathy.
It's been confirmed that 11 people lost their lives while 11 others are currently receiving treatment for injuries sustained during the strikes. Governor of Zamfara State, Daud Alawal, says he'll cover the medical expenses of all survivors and provide further support to the affected community.
I've sent my deputy governor to go there and also do an assessment of what happened and also see what we can do as responsible government to take care of those that are in hospitals. If we're able to take care of them, believe me, 70 to 80% of banditry activities in Nigeria will be history. And I'm confident, like I always said, you have the capacity to do this.
The Nigerian Air Force has promised to draw lessons from this incident and adopt stricter measures to prevent civilian casualties in future operations. Sifon ACN TVC News, Guzau.
We turn our attention to Taraba State now, where Governor Agbukefo says his administration would adopt the various peace-building structures put in place by the European Union to mitigate conflicts between farmers and herders in the state. Senior reporter Wolabi Adenusi filed in this report.
The EU funded contributing to the mitigation of conflict over natural resources between farmers and herders community in Adamawa and Taraba State has come to stay. The Comitas project was implemented by the Search for Common Ground and other development partners in Zing and Lao local government area of Taraba State. Speaking after the closeout session of the 24-month project in the state, Governor Agbukefo said he would sustain the project.
His Excellency has constituted the Bureau for Peace and Conflict Management, Taraba State, and also the Council for Interreligious Affairs, Taraba State. His Excellency gives his assurances that these institutions under his watch will collaborate with all NGOs for peace at both local, national, and international levels, to build the peace and effectively manage conflicts in the state with no reservation.
On his part, the country director of the Search for Common Ground, Fatima Abubakar, explained that the impact of the project has been profound in the course of the implementation phase. She acknowledged the support of the state government and expressed hope that the various established peace structures that have mitigated conflicts between farmers and herders in the state will be maintained after the exit of the EU.
Today's event is particularly significant for two reasons. It provides an opportunity to showcase the notable achievements of the Comitas project, which has profoundly impacted the lives of many across implementing locations of Zing and Lao, and by extension the entire Taraba State. Additionally, it marks the ceremonial handover of the peace structures.
Speakers at the event had this to say.
I want to assure you that we learned a lot of things and we have gotten most of ideas concerning resolving conflicts and to restore back the peace, coexistence in our various local governments.
I have well equipped now. I can stand anywhere to make dialogue.
I will start by thanking His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Taraba State, for having his people at heart and ensuring that peace is returned to Taraba State.
The Comitas 2 project has laid a strong foundation for sustainable peace in Taraba State with the establishment of the Bureau of Peace and Conflict Management. The EU funded contributing to the mitigation of conflict over natural resources between farmers and herders community in Adamawa and Taraba State has come to stay. The Comita's project was implemented by the Search for Common Ground and other development partners in Zing and Lao local government area of Taraba State. Speaking after the closeout session of the 24-month project in the state, Governor Abu Kefa said he would sustain the project.
His Excellency has constituted the Bureau for Peace and Conflict Management, Taraba State, and also the Council for Inter.
Away from security stories now, the federal government has replied the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, saying his help is not needed to validate the reforms of President Bola Tinubu. The Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, in a statement expressed disappointment that the monarch, who once commended the removal of subsidy on petrol and the unification of forex rates, is now subtly condemning the policies because of what he termed a shift in loyalty. Emir Sanusi, who is a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, had on Wednesday at the memorial lecture of Gani Fawemi in Lagos, said the President Tinubu administration would not get his help on the economic challenges confronting the country. In a swift response to the Emir, the information minister said it was amusing that a traditional ruler of his status, quote, would publicly admit to shuffling off, saying the truth because of personal interest hinged on imaginary antagonism, end quote. Now, coming up on TVC News at 1, Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Aviation towards facility at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport seeks collaboration to address challenges in the aviation sector.
Everyone, no pull your ears, make we talk. Shout my team fresh now, but you know, I beg no be slow. Ever heard of Colgate, the #1 oral care brand in the world? For zero cavities and long-lasting fresh breath. Mom, it's your turn to brush. Mama and Papa buy up, use up and shine your smile. No more cover mouth. Because with Colgate, that will do ya down with your smile.
Experience information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slapped, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Thanks for staying with us on the news at 1. A reminder of our top stories. Joint security team searches market in FCT over suspicion of receiving stolen public facilities. Federal government replies Emir of Kano says his help not needed to validate President Bola Tinubu's reforms. Now, outside Nigeria, outgoing U.S. President Joe Biden warns of oligarchy gaining power as he delivers farewell address, ending decades-long career in politics. We're back to security, but this time in the southeast region. The people of Olu, Osu, and Oru East Federal Constituency say development can only thrive in a conducive environment as they suit for peace in the area. The call is coming few days after the killing of some persons in Osu local government area by yet to be identified gunmen. Senior reporter Prince Uba has more.
It's a display of the rich culture of Olu people as they gather at Amanato to preach for peace and appreciate the developmental efforts of their representative. Some parts of the constituency over the years have been affected by insecurity, crippling socio-economic activities in the area. The lawmaker representing Olu, Osu and Oru East Federal Constituency, Kenny Small Machuku, urged those responsible for the unholy act to give peace a chance as he extends olive branch to the masterminds of insecurity in the area.
Let us continue doing things that will bind us together, things that will unite us together. Please, I know and we know that in the past, like 2 years ago, last year, we used to have insecurity here. I am begging, I am pleading, I am begging, let there be peace here. Please, let us stop killing. Let us stop spilling blood here.
While acknowledging the developmental strides of the government in the area, the people of Amanato also called for calm, as development can only thrive in a peaceful environment.
The advice is to maintain peace. It's not going to be of any benefit. When you see now a lot of things, they have so many things now. Business has shut down a lot of things. People are here, are suffering it. In our federal constituency, he's trying his best. Even our governor is trying his best to come. Even last time he came to lay a foundation stone in Amanato, Oburu, Olu local government. I think he leaned down to beg our brothers and our sisters that inject themselves in such acts. He leaned down and pleaded to them to stop, so that because the financial, our local government is down financially.
Now that the government is employing non-kinetic strategy to address the security challenges, it's hoped that those involved openly accept the government offer to ensure a lasting peace in these areas. Prince Oba, TVC News, Olu, Imo State.
Now to the aviation sector, where the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Aviation, Ibrahim Abubakar Kana, is seeking collaboration and partnership in addressing the challenges facing the sector. He said this during a familiarization visit to the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria's headquarters in Lagos, as he toured some of the facilities at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport. We have details in this report.
The new Permanent Secretary who resumed 2 weeks ago was formerly PAMSEC of the Ministry of Defense, and he has set the ball rolling by visiting agencies, MDAs, and parastatals under his ministry. His visit to MMI is to interface and see firsthand the facilities on ground. The MD fan, while welcoming the PAMSEC in her opening remarks, says she's ready to work with him to achieve the goals and agenda of the President and the Minister of Aviation.
I want to start by letting you know that at the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, you have our full commitment and support to achieving the agenda of Mr. President, and of course that of the 5-point agenda of the Honorable Minister, and thereby making you proud.
She highlighted some of the challenges facing the agency, which includes non-availability of a befitting complex office in Abuja and Lagos, shortage of staff across various directorates, financial constraints, among others. The Permanent Secretary lauds the Managing Director of FAN for our open-door policy and transparency in handling the airport and tackling challenges head-on, and reiterate the support of the Ministry to the agency to achieve its objectives.
She took me to the good, the bad, and beautiful places of the airport, and I've seen myself. Those places that are bad is where some of us will come in to work with the minister to improve, to work with you to improve the system. Our job is to make our airports better than it is today. We want our airports to compete with any airport around the world. Yes, we have challenges, but we're very much on course. We're focused. We know where we're heading to. But she needs everybody. She needs the permanent secretary. She needs the honorable minister. She needs His Excellency, Mr. President, as the father of the nation. And I say, Madam, you have my support.
Thank you. Both the Ministry of Aviation and the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria promise to collaborate to ensure a seamless and effective airport. Ayomide Ajayigbe, TVC News, Lagos.
And now to the telecommunications sector, where Nigerians are waiting with bated breath for the proposed increment in tariff. The federal government, however, is assuring citizens it would not allow telecom companies to increase tariffs by 100%. The Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, gave this assurance a few days ago on TVC News. Now, for some years, the telecom companies have been asking for an increase in tariff, citing rising operational cost, inflation and naira devaluation, among others. But the minister is of the view that should be a percentage threshold for the impending tariff increase, which should not be more than anywhere between 30 to 60%. He said though the companies are insisting that a 100% increase is what is needed to stabilize the sector, the government is well aware that such a level of increase will negatively impact the people. Now, for more on this development, Managing Director, Adio Strategy and Communications, Ayodele Adio, joins me on the news. He joins me in the studio. Good to have you join us.
Thank you for having me.
So we understand that this, well, I'll use the word lobbying, has been on for a while now to increase the tariff, and it's been on for like 10, 11 years. Some say that, look, it's necessary now but for sustainability of the sector. But how do you find the balance between sustaining the sector and ensuring that, or mitigating the impact that this will have on small and medium enterprises?
I mean, it's going to be quite tricky to mitigate that impact, because in reality, like you have rightfully said, that it's been 10 years in the making. And if you looked at the price hike, especially with energy costs, forex losses that have been incurred by many of these telcos, and of course, the level of inflation in the country has necessitated a review of these tariffs. It's just hard to argue against those reviews. Even though you talk about the impact it's going to have on the economy, it's just hard to make the argument against that. However, we know that it's going to have a significant impact, particularly on consumers across the country. We're suffering from what the famous economist Isabella Weber describes as shockflation, because households are under pressure. They're paying 50 to 80% more on electricity. We're paying 3 times more on petrol. And all of that. And then now you're going to be paying at least 40 to 60% more on data and perhaps, phone calls. This is going to have a significant impact on the purchasing power of many Nigerians. And you think of the fact that a lot of small businesses tend to rely on telco services, whether it's data,
Absolutely.
whether it's calls, a lot of creatives, who put their content on YouTube.
Online, especially for those who don't sell their things online.
It's, and this will push up their costs by, a whole lot. I saw a study that said that it's going to cut down profitability by at least 7% for most small businesses. So these are the things that, it's going to be a tricky one for the minister to juggle, because you're in between a rock and a hard place. Because on the one hand, the service sector is the one driving the economy. If you looked at last year, they were the most impressive in terms of growth, and the telcos play a significant role in driving that growth. And so you cannot afford for that particular sector to be stifled with all of the challenges that the economy is currently grappling with. And so you want to do something. You want to allow
and the
them
telcos also
to grow.
need the increase in tariff to be able to make the necessary investment
Obviously.
in the industry.
Obviously.
But again, what is the guarantee that once the tariff is increased, that the corresponding investment that is needed will be made, which would then lead to improved network and relevant services for Nigerians?
So that guarantee will be determined by the regulator. That's where they have to do their jobs, because the regulators who are going to allow for this tariff review upwards will need to ensure
that they are setting benchmarks that must be met, that they are setting service quality that must be achieved by these service providers. Because it would be, the ball would be squarely in their court to defend the interest of Nigerians. Because if we have to pay 40 to 60% more, there has to be a corresponding level of quality improvement on the side of the operators to defend or to sort of, guarantee that increase, as it were. And so the regulators will need to do a better job in ensuring service quality improves across board, and not the situations where you have drop calls or poor network quality in certain areas, within metropolitan cities. So I think that's the job of the regulators to do. We need to put pressure on them to ensure that they extract as much value as they can from these operators and not just allow them.
And I ask that because, in the power sector, there is an increase in the tariff, but for Nigerians, we've not seen any sort of power stability. But I also wanted to go back to, what you were saying earlier about the impact that this would have on, you said 70% profitability of the SMEs. Is there a sense that government can defer this increase just because, these businesses, this particular government has said they are very keen on the growth of SMEs or MSMEs. And so is there a sense it can defer for a while just, to reduce just the challenges that these SMEs are grappling with?
To be honest, I just don't see how they can defer it without strangulating the sector. Because if you looked at the numbers last year, I think MTN did a forex loss of about 900 billion naira. Airtel did a loss of about $260 million, right? Even though they made a profit of 75 million, there was a forex loss of about $260 million. So the sector is in trouble, right? And if you allow it to linger much longer, what is going to happen is that you're going to force job losses in that sector. Service quality will drop significantly, and then the impressive growth that the service sector is driving will also shrink. So that's why I say it's a catch-22 situation. You're between a rock and a hard place, right? So in the short term, I just don't see what options the federal government has, because at the end of the day, the costs are real. These companies can't run away from it. They're buying diesel at the market rate. They have to review salaries of their staff upwards. Minimum wage had to be implemented and things like that. So operation costs have gone up significantly, and it's just hard for you to defer this rate, going forward. It's just that we have to deal. We just have to deal with the reality of what the fallout will be. I do not envy the Minister of Innovation and Digital Economy now. There is no win-win for this. Of course, there's absolutely no win-win. No win. Thank you so much for your time. The Managing Director at Adio Strategy and Communications, Ayodele Adio. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Well, let's now shift focus to Delta State, where Governor Sheriff Oborevwori is warning that his administration will sanction contractors and site engineers responsible for substandard projects. Governor Oborevwori issued this warning at an inspection tour of some projects in Asaba. And Iken Amechi reports, and then we'll return with business updates. Stay with us.
In continuation of his project inspection, the governor visited the 6.5 kilometers Achala Ibuzo Road, and while scrutinizing the job, he noticed the poor quality of work of the drainage.
So you don't use cement to this.
For him, this is not acceptable.
So the work is not in a good. The drain is bad, and this will serve as warning to other contractors. There's no job, no contract work that will not go and inspect. There's no one who will not accept them, because if you go and do work, you do bad work, we will not pay you. And even though we pay you, the issue certificate, the site engineer is going to be in trouble. So whereby the contractors will connive with site engineer, not in this government, it will not be, it's not acceptable at all. So they know me. If you like, if you want to please me, want to be my friend, do good job. If you want to be my friend as a contractor, do good job. If you don't do good work, you can't be my friend. And some of these contractors will be blacklisted.
Next stop was a recently completed 2 kilometers road leading to the 63 Brigade Barracks of the Nigerian Army in Abo Ogwashi. He commends the pace and the speed of the contractor.
As government, whether it is federal or state, we are one. These projects ought to be for federal government, because this is the 63 Brigade Barracks. They can assess it So when the brigade commander approached me, I said, what is it? About 2 kilometer road, we'll do it. So that's why we decided, okay, we awarded this contract about 3 months ago, and by today now, they finished the contract. So kudos to the contractor for doing a very good job. And I believe that once they did the marking now, we'll do on this road.
Other projects inspected by the governor included the gully erosion site along Okpanami-Buzo bypass, the perimeter fence and road around Asaba International Airport, as well as Kwekabo layout opposite Summit Junction, Asaba. Ikenna Amechi, TVC News, Asaba.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Well, in business news, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment and the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare have collaborated to tackle irregularities in food export systems. This collaboration is expected to encourage efforts to unlock the healthcare value chain for effective transformation. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, made this known in Abuja while receiving the Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Mohammed Pate, Director General of the National Food Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, who were on a courtesy visit to our office. The management of the two ministries met to address some issues on irregularities in food exportation, healthcare, and other important issues. Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Mohammed Pate, said one of the reasons for the courtesy visit is to address issues lingering between the two ministries. On our part, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, while responding, says both ministries will start working on areas of healthcare, of unlocking the healthcare value chain. Meanwhile, Afri-Exim Bank says it will support Africa's airlines with 25 aircraft via a leasing subsidiary to promote competitiveness. Director Projects and Assets-Based Finance of Afri-Exim, Mrs. Helen Brume, disclosed this at the close of the airline's Economic Growth Frontiers Global in Dublin, Ireland. The four-day conference brought together aviation professionals and from around the world and focused on current developments and hot topics on the airline industry. According to the director, the airline or aircraft to be delivered soon will address the need for robust aviation infrastructure and enhance competitiveness among African airlines. On his part, Nigeria's Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Mr. Festus Keyamo, underscored the critical need for partnership that would enhance access to aircraft financing for Nigerian operators, facilitate growth, and improve service delivery. The Nigerian Customs Service has restated its commitments to fostering collaboration with stakeholders for successful implementation of the Authorized Economic Operator Program. The initiative aims to boost trade facilitation and secure supply chains across the country. TVC News senior business correspondent Ifunaya Eze reports.
As Nigeria gears up for the official launch of the Authorized Economic Operator Program, the Nigerian Customs Service is emphasizing the critical role of stakeholder collaboration. The program seeks to establish an efficient and transparent customs process designed to simplify procedures and enhance the overall trade ecosystem. During a stakeholder engagement, customs officials highlighted the importance of continuous dialogue and feedback in achieving the program's objectives.
If you look at it, authorized economic operators and operators scheme and the definition is dependent on two key tools or tariff facilitation tool. That's PCA and advanced rolling. And it is all about compliance. When you're a compliant trader, you enjoy the benefit.
At the meeting, several business leaders shared their thoughts on the Authorized Economic Operator Program, highlighting both its potential and the challenges that still remain.
There's now efficient pre-arrival assessment. This is issued promptly and typically within 20 minutes of application. Swift release and exit upon confirmation of duty payment. Consignments are released immediately, eliminating the need to present proof of payment. No cargo inspection delays. Cargo inspection examination is waived, allowing for uninterrupted container access and minimizing delays, and then reduced human intervention.
We're able now to restructure our company administrations, improves our record documentations like production, sales, marketing, and audits, apart from computerizing communications of all our services.
The major area that we are still having is that of network. They will need to work on their network because we are having intermittent network failures at the terminals. And aside from the network, the road network as well at the terminal is not friendly at the moment.
Customs officials are hopeful that the full launch of the program will further streamline operations and promote trade while ensuring the security and predictability that businesses need. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
Asian shares tracked Wall Street higher today, and the dollar was soft as easing core U.S. inflation kept rates quotes by the Federal Reserve's on the table, while the yuan rose to a one-month high on high bets on Wall Street. All three major indexes registered their biggest daily percentage gain since November 6th, the day after the U.S. presidential election, buoyed by strong earnings from J.P. Morgan, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan rose 1.4%. Chinese blue chips stocks rose 0.67%, while Hong Kong Hang Seng Index surged 1.5%. Tech-heavy Taiwan stocks rose 2% as investors await earnings from AI chip makers, Taiwan Semiconductors, and Manufacturing Co., Asia's most valuable company. South Korea's central bank unexpectedly left its policy interest rates unchanged at 3%. It signaled the need to wait for the domestic political turmoil weighing on the currency to stabilize before it can make further cuts. Bank of Korea's governor, Ri Chan-young, says the rate decision reflected a need to support the won, which is in part has been weakened due to political reasons, as it hit a 15-year low versus the dollar in recent weeks. The crash of the Jeju Air Flight 7C2216, which killed 179 people in the country's deadliest air disaster, has also weighed on the economy. The won slide is a major concern for policymakers. In the last quarter of 2024, the currency weakened 10.6% against the dollar, the biggest drop since 2008. Moving on now, Australia's advocacy group, NUB, has filed a piracy complaint claiming TikTok's Shen Shanmin and 3 other Chinese companies were unlawfully sending European Union user data to China. Vienna-based NUB, in the first complaint against Chinese firms, filed 6 complaints in 4 European countries and for suspension of data transfer to China, and is seeking fines of about 4% of the firm's global revenue. NUB said Alibaba's e-commerce site, AliExpress, retailer Shein, TikTok, and phone maker Xiaomi admits to sending Europeans' personal data to China, while retailers Temu and Tencent's messengers app WeChat transfer data to undisclosed third countries under European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. Privacy regime data transfers outside the EU are only allowed if the destination countries doesn't undermine the protection of data. Now, data from Canalys research firm reveals that Apple was dethroned as China's biggest smartphone seller in 2024, and with local rivals Vivo and Huawei overtaking its iPhone market after its annual shipments declined 17%. Apple's largest ever annual sales decline in China and involved contraction in all 4 quarters, including a 25% drop in the last quarter. Now, this makes Apple's worst annual performance in China. Smartphone maker Vivo captured a 17% market share in China, followed by premium rival Huawei with 16% and Apple with 15%, demonstrating the growing sales pressure it faces from domestic manufacturers. Eating into Apple's competitiveness is the absence of artificial intelligence capabilities in the latest iPhone sold in China, where ChatGPT is not available. Well, crude oil prices gained for a second session today, supported by worries over supply amidst U.S. sanctions on Russia, a larger than forecast fall in the United States crude oil stocks, and an improving global demand outlook. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to $80.24 per barrel, with an upward review of 0.25%. Brent also experienced an uptick of 0.20% to sell for $82.19 per barrel. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62, with a decline of 2.84%. And for the OPEC basket, crude oil dealers are offering $81.72 per barrel, with an upsurge of 4.85%. Well, that's business news. I'll see you at the top of the hour for Business Nigeria. Next is sports news. Good afternoon.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this. Their voices examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
You're still watching the news at 1. It's time to take a look at happenings in the world of sports. I will start with the first Grand Slam tournament in the calendar year 2025, where 4th seed Taylor Fritz says he's going to donate his first-round prize money from the Australian Open to support victims from the Los Angeles wildfires. The fires, which began a record place in the 10th round. From tennis to the slam and dunk game, where the Los Angeles Clippers trashed the Brooklyn Nets 127-67 to set a new. Now let's move to football and take a look at some transfer matters. In London, Chelsea have recorded Trevor Chalobah from his season-long loan at Crystal Palace. The move comes after Wesley Fofana and Beniot Badashile suffered injuries, limiting Enzo Maresca's options at centre-back. Chalobah was set to feature in Crystal Palace's 1-0 win over Stockport in the 3rd round of the FA Cup, but was withdrawn from the squad. Mohamed Salah has not agreed a move to the Saudi Pro League. Reports say negotiations over a new Liverpool contract have been more challenging than expected, but the Egyptian's preference is to stay at Anfield. Paris Saint-Germain are ready to offer Salah a 3-year deal should an agreement with Liverpool become impossible, while clubs in Saudi Arabia have also made offers. Still talking transfers, West Ham United are ready to sell Luis Gulemi to an unnamed Saudi Arabian club. The Hamas signed the 18-year-old last summer for a fee in the region of £25.5 million, but could cash in on the Brazilian to raise funds to bolster their midfield and attacking options. Arsenal are also one of several clubs monitoring Dusan Vlahovic's situation next year, and there is no indication that he will sign a new contract with the Bianconeri. At Old Trafford, Marcus Rashford's representatives have held talks with AC Milan over a proposed transfer to the San Siro. They hope to get the Manchester United forward's approval in the coming days. Rashford has been out of favour at Old Trafford and has indicated his interest to leave the Red Devils. In Italy, now let's take a look at action on the pitch, talking Premier League football, where Arsenal reignite.
Economic of nature, Nigeria, then we can say we have inflation. And we also need to learn and know that it means that the purchasing powers of a given currency will continue to decrease over time to the extent of the figure that you just reel out to us. This purchasing power is what concerns my mom and my dad and people on the street. How are they able to cope within this? So the figure you just gave us now is still the most ridiculous one within the last 30 years, as you have said. And I don't understand our nature in Nigeria to the extent that when things go up, it's difficult for it to come down again. You will recall when President Tinubu presented his appropriation last December, he also emphatically stated that inflation will go down to a kind of 15%. But if you look at what we just have now, you will see that about how many percentage do we have on what we have in that of November. That's about 12% higher. And this will definitely affect the development, and development can only come when we have sustained growth. Basically, we really do not need to tell people in the corridor of power what causes inflation. Of course, if you look at 5 points that I may want to quickly put out, you will see that one of it is really driving what is going on now. The aspect of demand pull inflation, which may generally occur when the aggregate demand is outperform the available goods and services. That may not be the problem we have now. But follow me with this. The other one is cost push inflation, where the cost of production of businesses increases, and then it will increase the prices of that particular product. When we say this is the problem we have in Nigeria, but when you look at the other variable, just like we can call it money supply growth, that is when you have excessive increase in the money supply. We also know that it can cause inflation, but is that the problem we have in Nigeria, money supply? You were trying to buttress it by saying because of December festive period and the fact that people actually went out to buy much. But can you for certain say that even Nigerians were able to buy things during this December that we just passed, except for those that are in the high income earning bracket? So another point that we can also talk about is supply shock. That is when you have a kind of unexpected event like natural disaster, war, which is not our case. Though we can also relate the increase in inflationary rates over time to COVID. We are getting out of it and is there. But the last point I also want to quickly explain is expectation. When people have expectation that prices of goods and services will increase, they now want to quickly get it. But far from it. So we can now go back to in other indices in the economy. When the cost of material input into a particular product, especially goods, foods and the likes, is increasing, definitely the people will not be able to cope with that within that period of time, and inflation is inevitable. But this period, what will happen is that citizens will have what we call reduced purchasing power. They will not be able to be able to afford all this. And it's a problem that government needs to be serious about. You also mentioned the other time that we don't know what will happen when the CBN will hold its NPR meeting. The issue is that they've been using the same tools, the same strategy over time, and it has not shown any positive way. Must we continue in that particular direction that they've been using? Because the erosion of savings is there, and inflation will continue to devalue the savings that people can make. And if there's no good saving, investment will be impaired. If the investment is not there, the issue of increase in interest rates that CBN normally use as a tool to combine inflation will continue to increase borrowing costs for businesses. And at the end of the day, when the borrowing cost is increased, they will definitely appropriate it on the cost of goods and services that they want to produce. And at the end of the day, the price will still go on. So I think they should be able to look into this, because economic uncertainty will continue to be there, and the high inflation can also create this uncertainty, and it will continue to discourage investment, and economic growth will not continue. Tolu, I'd like to close this part of my discussion with social unrest. When people are no longer able to enjoy social amenity, infrastructure is not there, the little money they have will no longer be able to afford them to get basic need. It is, God forbid, calling for social unrest. Thank you.
Well, why we won't be calling for that, because we know government will definitely be looking at ways to address this. Let's talk about food inflation now, Prof. You're in Ibadan or your state, and you know what farmers have been talking about. And many say that, I've spoken to a series of analysts, and they've agreed with me that, yes, a lot is being done. At least it's better than what it used to be, and all of that. What more do you think now, practically, that government can do to help reduce food inflation? You understand that saying that once hunger is taken out of any man's challenge, then the rest could be sorted. So if everyone gets food to eat, so practically, what do you think can be done to arrest food security?
Good. Like I told you some 2-3 years ago, that government know what to do. It's just that it's difficult for them at the corridor of power to do certain things because of the information at their disposal that we don't have privilege to. I want to believe that if another set of people get there, they may definitely want to still fall into this trap. However, you cannot have food in its sufficiency if insecurity continue in Nigeria. And we don't produce all the goods. We don't get them wherever we want to consume them. It's not all the regions in the country that are endowed the same manner in terms of agricultural produce. So if, for example, beans is coming from Makwa, and before you get to Ilorin to Oyo to Ibadan, a lot of things happen on the road. What do you think will happen? That will not be available. And when a lot of people are expecting or need certain particular food item, and it is short in supply, then definitely whoever has that particular food item will dictate the price, and the price will be high. And apart from that, what happened to infrastructural development? Can you conveniently say, if you put your trailer on the road from Kaduna, Kano, and it's coming to Ibadan, coming to Lagos, that trailer will be able to get to Lagos on time? Some of them will sleep on that road for days, and activities of bandits, insecurity will also impair. So the infrastructure is not there. And for perishable goods, we don't even have luxury of time to keep it on the road. Again, certain goods and services are aided by imports and exports. If exchange rate volatility continues, of course, even when it is not directly proportional to it, people will definitely tell you it's because of, on the street, dollar has cost. That's the English. And again, you will ask, how will Mama that is selling tomato in our local market will be attributing the cost of tomato to dollar price? So that's how bad it is in the country. So you must have dedication, you must be intentional to ensure that as you are trying to solve some problem, you don't create other problems. And that's what we call Cobra effect. And I talk about the disruption in supply chain. Not only that, we have certain food items that we don't actually even get in Nigeria that we supply from other countries. You recall what is going on in Ukraine and Russia. Certain wheat and the likes may not get to us as we want it, and this may further exacerbate inflationary pressure. Again, and on the last note on this point that you asked me, I'll fall back to the issue of monetary policy. We all know that we have the CBN, who their work is to manage the implement some reform in order to ensure that we curb inflation. Such increased interest rate that they normally push out, we also continue to add to the problem. They will continue to tell you that when we increase interest rate, it will normalize. But what about other effects that it has in the economy? Governments must be intentional. If you permit me, I can also now give some points on solution that we may need to put forward in Nigeria in order to address this. I don't know whether I should wait for your prompts.
You are going to do that. You are going to do that right now. As I'm going to also ask you that the tax reforms is something that many have talked about, and I've also talked about it with a series of analysts to get their views around it, which many say would also help to address some of these issues raised about equality, you know, talking about balancing everyone so that the poor, the rich, everyone is appropriately taxed. I like your view around this and profiling some solutions to this challenge that we face as a country. And Nigeria is not in this alone. Other countries are also challenged when it has to do with economic issues and when they go through major reforms like this one.
Why I want to accept that the purpose of this discussion is naturally not on the tax reform, but because we have discussed it before, I will gladly also let you know. Look at my fingers if you can see them. The 4 fingers I'm showing you are not the same.
Yes.
If I'm a government and I want to ensure every of my finger behave well, it then means that the tallest one need one more to improve its life. The second to it need one to meet up with the tallest. Then you don't forget that the tallest already have 1. So it means I need 2 for this one to meet up. I will need 3 for this one. Then I will need 4 for this one. Unless we are able to do that, we are going nowhere in Nigeria. And I've told you in my previous episode that the issue of tax is beyond this torrency and discussion. It is more of political. And I want to tell you, if my father has 5 children and the children are working for my father, if my father say, okay, these are the sources of our income, Godwin, you are the first child of the family, go and collect that income. Why will the last one of my father want to fight me for me collecting if there's sincerity of purpose? Note that and let us ruminate on that. Again, inheritance of my father are 5. Let's say building. If inheritance of my fathers are 5, and now my father is old, I'm the only one paying to sustain his hospital bill, to feed him. When he wants to share his inheritance, how will he share it? Is it going to be fair for me to take 1 because we are 5? Then who is spending money? I also want you to keep this because this is not what we should be discussing. It should be unity. Now, the first analogy I gave you is that we must develop Nigeria equally.
Good.
Now, if certain places refuse to do what they need to do, then can we also allow those that produces more to also benefit more instead of us fighting and say we don't want to belong to this father again? Which one is better? Now, let me come back to analogy of tax reform. I've read the bill, and every day it's beginning to become new to me, and certain provisions are coming out. Okay? So because of this, certain claims were saying it will not help low-income earner. I want to say no. It will help low-income earner. Certain claims want to say it will not promote small business. The answer is no. It will promote small business because the likes of our traders on the streets will no longer have any issue with issue of payment of taxes. However, go to personal income tax aspects. What Labour is saying is that, good, you say you are reducing the rate, but how many of these workers are in level 1 and 2 and 3 that will enjoy this lower rate? All of them have moved beyond that. So my advice for Labour is to go back to the drawing board and tinker with the rates of personal income tax that is being suggested. As for corporate income taxes, I think it's fair enough. Before, it was 25 million, zero tax. Now, it's being pushed to 50 million. I think certain percentage will still enter into that particular net. But where we have 25%, maybe it can be tinkered with. Don't forget that the mind of National Tax Policy 2017 is to move us from direct taxes to indirect taxes. And this was experimented where the rate of VAT was jacked up from 5% to 7.5.
Yes.
Okay? So now, if you now look at it, now we now say this issue of 25% for a second level of personal company income tax could be reduced, but it has to be negotiated. I don't believe in horse carrying placard and destroy property just because you don't want this tax bill to pay. Now, let me warn us. For as many days that we spend without passing this bill, that will be equal to the number of days, months, year that will continue to pay and use the old tax rate that we have, which is not also still better. So that is my angle on that.
Beautiful. But, your suggestions now for government.
Okay, so my suggestion for government on this issue of inflation is that let us improve food security. I don't know how that English will sing, but when you enhance agricultural productivity, you have better story to tell. What about monetary policy? We should be sincere. I like a situation whereby my colleagues, my senior ones at the helms of these affairs of monetary policy, will tell us how the voting pattern look like. How many people voted for increase? How many people voted for to maintain the same or to reduce? And let us see their name so that we know who is doing what. Because I don't want to believe in all this universal, it was voted that we should increase. What about fiscal discipline? You said I should manage my own resources the way it is. But the resources that we entrusted in government, they are not managing it sufficiently, efficiently. They go about even showing us that we don't know what to do. They go about showing us that we are not intelligent. That's why we are poor. And they go into everywhere with fanfare and needs agbada and co. They need to watch it. The issue of exchange rate stability, Tolu, is very, very important. And I think the measure to stabilize the exchange rate should be there. I don't have solution for them on this. They have tested all, but they should let us be sincere about it, because there will always be some loopholes where this is leaking and we are not getting results for what we want to get results on. And the other time I talk about the issue of supply chain bottlenecks, they should let us free this. And finally, Tolu, because I know you are pressing for time, let us promote diversification. And by diversification, I mean we should diversify economic away from over-reliance on oil and promote other sector. And because you are diversifying from oil, you should not overburden the issue of taxes. You should not tax poor, because when you tax poor, you are taxing them to poverty, you are taxing them to debt. Thank you, Tolu.
Professor Godwin Oyedeku, I must thank you so much, Professor of Accounting, Financial Development Lead, University Ibadan, or your state. It's always nice having this chat with you. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, viewer, for listening to me.
All right, then. Still to come on the program today, we will discuss development and expectations, projections for the global and domestic economy in 2025. An investment and financial advisor, Mr. Gbenga Ogunrinola, will join me after this break to continue this conversation. This is Business Nigeria with Tolulope Ogunjobi. Don't go away.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon.
I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amaka Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV Station of the Year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Good morning, Marina Station and all the passengers. Efficient, it's comfortable.
This development will go a long way in reducing congestion and emission.
The trains are a long-term solution to Lagos traffic challenges.
This is where we take the final, decisions on policies, programs of government. I will have to ensure that, the narration of Lagos as a PLC is taken very, very seriously.
This is a major pedestrian bridge linking Oyibo here to Apapa Road over there.
With this overpass, we are providing what we call permanent solutions.
This place is one of the most dangerous areas at the biosecurity environment.
This can go into the news and every terms of your neighborhood.
Our goal is to remain as Africa's model megacity, to move our GDP from the 5-6 position to the 3rd position, and we believe is achievable with all the commitments we have.
Explore the city of Lagos, where dreams are made and possibilities are endless. I'm Adedoja Salamadini. I live in Lagos, inside Lagos.
Meet Benga Oreshegun, a fearless voice and an advocate for the truth. He's bringing fresh energy and bold insights to Journalists Hangout.
Get ready for deeper analysis and dynamic perspectives. Join me and Babajide Kolade Otitoju with other veteran journalists on Journalists Hangout. Weekdays from 5 p.m. and on Sundays, 1:30 p.m.
We're glad to have you back. You're still watching Business Nigeria. Global economic growth is projected to remain at 2.8% in 2025, unchanged from 2024. That's according to the United Nations flagship report, World Economic Situation and Prospects 2025. While the global economy has demonstrated resilience, withstanding a series of mutually reinforcing shocks, growth remains below the pre-pandemic average of 3.2%, constrained by weak investment, sluggish productive growth, and high debt levels. The report notes that the lower inflation and ongoing monetary easing in many economies could provide a modest boost to global economic activities in 2025. Let's cross to the United Kingdom and talk to Mr. Gbenga Ogurinola. He is an investment and financial advisor. Mr. Ogurinola, Happy New Year to you, and it's good to see you 2025.
Thank you, Tolu. It's good to be here again. Happy New Year to you also.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen, I've highlighted some of these major challenges in my introduction. High debt levels, cautious optimism and all of that, looking at 2025. What is your overview of this moving forward?
Yeah, so there's really no year that doesn't have its own challenge, and 2025 has its own challenge too. And I believe that those challenges are not new, and there are things that the market will be able to resolve on its own. And moving forward, we should see a lot of activities in the year 2025, a lot of exciting things happening in the year 2025. You've talked about inflation. Inflation has been a major bane of development and growth over the years. And we see that reduce in the year 2024 significantly, even though the last reports that the US brought out showed that their inflation is a bit dodgy, and it's like a flip-flop. But generally, we've seen inflation come down, globally. We've seen the world come strong after the pandemic, and gradually returning to that gradual growth level globally, without probably leaving any major economy behind. So when we look at the economy generally, post-COVID, I believe that it's done well relatively, because of the shock that the COVID had on the global economy. So going forward in 2025, like I said, there's no year that doesn't have its own challenge, and 2025 will have its own, particularly with the United States having a new man at the helm of affairs. It's going to actually ticker the global economy. In a way, there will be some reactions and counter reactions, which would also bring about a lot of alignments and realignments, and the world would just get ready for a very exciting 2025. Exciting in the sense that, it could go any way, but really looking at it, I believe that the shocks that we've had over the years are probably over, and what we should be expecting is to see some level of growth and development all around.
Indeed, I agree with you. Every year comes with its own spectacular issues, development, and all of that. But let's look at markets and how they are reacting to all of this. President-elect Donald Trump is getting into office very soon, I think in a few days. And we're looking at all of how this will shape in trade across the global markets now. What are you seeing around that space? And of course, what is also impacting on the economy in the United Kingdom?
Right. So in the year 2024, maybe we'll start looking at how the year ended. Generally, it ended on a very good note in 2024. We had the major economies in the world, their stock markets, having a very good year-to-date ASI, with the NASDAQ leading the pack of about 28% return on investments, followed by the S&P with about 23.3%, and we have the Nikkei about 19%, the DAX also about 18%, the FTSE was also a bit good, cumulatively about 10%, even though in terms of ASI it was just about maybe 6%. So we see that generally the global economy and stock markets did well in the year 2024. Now, moving to 2025, we've seen a lot of sharp reactions already in the year 2025. We've seen markets respond very quickly and being very volatile to news that that comes up, and we're going to see more of that in the year 2025, where there will be so much volatility and reactions to news and information that comes into the markets, probably than what we've been having in the past before now. But generally, I think investors and the market generally should look at a year where they would want to see the consolidations that have taken place in the last 2-3 years post-COVID, and try to see where the direction is going to be this time around. Already with Trump coming in, there's been a lot of realignment, and there's been a lot of expectations, especially in the area of digital currency, in the area of artificial intelligence and all that. And we are likely to see more of those things impact the global economy and the capital markets also significantly this year. So I think that investors generally should look at a situation where they would want to have a cautious attitude towards the global markets this year, and also see that maybe they are actually investing for the medium long term and not really for the short term. But generally, the market is looking exciting, and I believe that there's going to be more talk about artificial intelligence technology stocks in the coming years and in the coming months, because that seems to be the direction that the global economy is going, and nobody should be left out in this drive.
Brilliant stuff as usual. Rising trade tension is something that we must look at. Mr. Ogurinola, you would agree with me what's been happening, Russia and Ukraine, that war is still on, and the other war too on the other side. And everyone is talking about the impact of this on trade relations and all of that moving forward. And even this affects the oil market one way or the other too. So what do you also make of this, and how do you think this would impact investors' decision moving forward?
Yes, we cannot but look at the various crises going on globally. The Russia-Ukraine war, at times it's very hot, and you see as if it's going to turn sour, and at times everybody is shedding their sword again. Yeah. So there's been that flip-flop, and we are going to see probably a better direction with the Trump administration coming into place, because I believe that Trump would want to see that this thing is ended, and whichever way it's going to go, I believe that it should be a plus for the global economy. I want to believe that the two sides, that's the Ukraine and the Russian side, into their worry. I mean, this war has cost so much, and I believe that they are both looking for leeways to kind of just shed their sword and ensure that the economy is back on stream. The two sides have been hit badly, and I believe that the economy are not in good position currently. So if Trump comes in and is able to weigh on the two parties, we should see that escalation diffuse, and we'll see growth. Now, that is going to invariably help the European economy in particular, and the global economy generally. Stability in the Middle East too is something that is expected with Trump coming into the helms of affairs, and with all his talk about wanting to de-escalate the war. We believe that that would also help in bringing about peace and stability in that region. Now, with the stability in the Middle East, stability in Europe, I believe that we should see a more robust economy generally, and probably the price of oil too being stable, though maybe low in some cases, because I mean, where there is no escalation, we don't really see so much volatility in the price of oil. But we generally, I mean, when there's peace globally, I believe that the economy will thrive better in all areas.
As we wrap up this conversation, for the big boys who have the hot money, the cash, and they're moving it everywhere, and they want to make some profit, that's talking about the guys with the FPIs now, portfolio investors. What do you think they should be looking at in 2025? You know, we in Nigeria will want more of FDIs, but we know those guys will come with this hot money. But you're an investment person. Where do you think the direction will shift to in 2025?
Yeah, so I had made mention of the fact that the artificial intelligence and technology sector is really gaining ground, and the talk in this part of the world is really in that direction. And I believe that Nigerian economy and the Nigerian government should not be left out in this. Governments are heavily investing in these areas, and they are spending billions of dollars, investing in those sectors. And I think we should not be left out. If you look at India, for example, some years ago, they invested heavily in the technology area. It's paying off for them currently. And India is becoming a force to be reckoned with in the area of technology and artificial intelligence. And they are selling some of these things even to the developed world. And I think we should be able to do something like that in our own way too in Nigeria. Invest heavily in that sector, and we'll see the reward very soon. So investors should focus in that area, the artificial intelligence, the technology sector. They should focus on areas where we see support even for these sectors, not directly in the sector itself, but even those areas where they provide infrastructures and support for these sectors. Talking about things like electricity and all that. I mean, they are all related. So they should look at that sector. But the crypto sector, the digital currencies is also another area that might likely see a lot of boost this year because the current president coming in, or rather the incoming president of the United States, is likely to toe that line of really giving so much push to it. And so we might see that also coming up. So digital currency too is one area that investors should be looking at very closely this year. And I believe that investors should also have this medium-term mindsets this time around, just to see how things go, and not a short-term mindset, because there could be bonds. The way the market is this year is going to be very volatile in the sense that you could wake up and you could sleep and wake up and you see something else, So it's just good you have that mindset of a medium term. Already we are seeing that within the last day or two, we've seen so much change in the global stock markets just because of a news that came into the market yesterday. I mean, there's been so much sharp reaction, and that's what we are going to see all through this year, very sharp reactions, and people should just have that medium-term mindset so that they would not in any way get bonds in the course of investing.
Well, I must say it's an interesting conversation as always. Mr. Gbenga Ogurinola is an investment and financial advisor. He joined us live from the United Kingdom, London. Thank you so much. Do enjoy the rest of your day, and hope to talk to you again.
Thank you, Tolu. It's always a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at markets. This is Business Nigeria. Don't go away.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Well, it's time to review trading activities at the Nigerian Exchange Limited, and joining me via Zoom is an economy and capital market analyst, Mr. Rotimi Fakayejo. Mr. Fakayejo, Happy New Year to you. It's good to have you on the program.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year from here.
Thank you so much. Well, the market is not doing too well. It's up today, 0.07% after the last check. Will you take us through the performance of the market? I can even say in the few weeks, the start of 2025.
Well, up till Monday, the market was still very well. At least we started on a very good note. Until day before yesterday and yesterday, when the market took a very bad hit from Dangote Cement, losing 10% the first day, 10% the next day. And we know that this is a very much heavyweight in the market, and wherever direction it swings, the market goes along with it. So is not what we're seeing is not market spread. It's just peculiar to Dangote Cement that brought on the market yesterday, and also Transcorp Power. So we see a revival in Dangote Cement today, and the market inch up a little, and we expect that the stability has come, and definitely now we'll see a turnaround for the entire market. But I believe that is the lowest we see Dangote Cement go, and the only direction now that is possible, because that also where it got to yesterday was its 52-week high. 52-week low. So that is a turnaround point for it, and I will believe that going forward. But for today, the market breadth was very positive, and we expect that it's going to close the same way tomorrow as the week ends for the trading.
Before I let you go, let's look at this aspect of local or domestic players in the market, other than foreign players taking charge of Nigeria's capital market. That was a trend. We've seen that trend last year, I think year before. Do you think that will continue, considering all of these challenges that we won't have with some particular companies at this time?
Between you and I think dominance of local investors has really been very, very healthy for the market in the last 5 years, say just before COVID. And I think the market has had it very well, sustainable growth over the years.
So you think that will be sustained, right? All right, then. I think connection with Mr. Fakayejo there, we lost that. Well, let's move on and take you outside our shores. Asian shares tracked Wall Street higher today, and the dollar was soft as easing core U.S. inflation kept rates caught Federal Reserves on the table, while the yuan rose to a one-month high on high bets. On Wall Street, all the major three indexes registered their biggest daily percentage gains since November 6, the day after the U.S. presidential election, buoyed by strong earnings from J.P. Morgan, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan rose 1.4%. Chinese blue chip stocks rose 0.67%, while Hong Kong Hang Seng Index soared 1.5%. Tech-heavy Taiwanese stocks rose 2% as investors await earnings from AI chip makers. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Co., Asian most valuable company. South Korea's central bank unexpectedly left its policy interest rates unchanged at 3%. Now it signaled the need to wait for the domestic political turmoil weighing on the currency to stabilize before it can make further cuts. Bank of Korea's Governor Ri Chang-yong says the rate decision reflected a need to support the won, which has been weakening due to political reasons, as it hits a 15-year low versus the dollar in recent weeks. The crash of Jeju Air Flight 7C-2216, which killed 179 people in the country's deadliest air disaster, has also weighed on the economy. The won slide is a major concern for policymakers. In the last quarter of 2024, the currency weakened 10.6% against the dollar, the biggest drop since 2008. Now, wrapping up now, crude oil prices gained for a second session today, supported by worries over supply amidst U.S. sanctions on Russia, a larger than forecast for U.S. crude oil stocks, and an improved global demand outlook. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude rose to $80.24 with an upward review of 0.25%. Brent also experienced an uptick of 0.20% to sell for $82.19 per barrel. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62 with a decline of 2.84%. And for the OPEC basket, dealers offer $81.72 per barrel with an upsurge of 4.85%. Well, that's our package today. Thank you so much for being a part of it. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, and we talk more business. Stay safe, get busy, and let's make the cash. Take care.
Happy New Year, everyone!
May this new year bring you joy.
Here's to a fresh start, everyone.
May this year bring you love, laughter, and happiness.
Happy New Year!
Wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year!
A new year, a new start, way to go. Just as sports is exciting to fans, may the new year excite you all.
Wishing you a memorable and joyful New Year.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Here's wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Here's wishing you a profitable New Year.
Cheers to an oven fresh year 2025.
Happy New Year once again. I wish you.
The Inspector General of Police has met with senior officers to review the state of security.
We are continuing our coverage of the arrest of Godwin Emefiele.
The Senate has summoned the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria to properly brief the Senate regarding the state of the economy.
What I will never take is strength.
Let's now bring you more development from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where an explosion has taken place. Tell us about this incident.
TVC News. First with breaking news. Welcome to the transformative journey of Gombe State. Like a beautiful bride in the savannah, Gombe State is steadily growing to become a commercial and investment hub with accelerated development of world-class infrastructure, quality education, and healthcare. The jewel in the savannah, under the visionary leadership of Governor Inuwa Yahaya, is taking giant strides in the quest to making Gombe State a paradise in Nigeria's northeast region. Join us on this adventure every Thursday by 3:30 p.m. as we explore Gombe's transformative journey to greatness.
Akwa is my fatherland. God bless Akwa.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to know, I am the future.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Hello, thanks for joining us. This is the What Now. Israel and Hamas have agreed on a ceasefire deal, which will take effect on Sunday, the 19th of January,
And that's just a day before the U.S. President-elect Donald Trump takes office. Latest information.
Airstrikes in Gaza amid negotiations on a mutually acceptable ceasefire deal. The killed reportedly include more than 19 children and 24 women. The Israeli military has not yet commented. An Israeli cabinet meeting to approve the ceasefire agreement is being delayed by an allegation made by the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who says Hamas is seeking last-minute concessions. A Hamas spokesperson has rejected Mr. Netanyahu's suggestion, claiming the group remains committed to the deal. Full details of the deal have not been released, but it includes a ceasefire in Gaza, the phased withdrawal of Israeli forces, and the release of hostages held in Gaza.
Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, and during phase one, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get phase two, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war.
Israel chiefly wants hostages held by Hamas released, while Hamas also wants persons held hostage on its side released, especially two former Hamas military commanders in the West Bank who are in Israeli prison. But the release are to be in phases. Israel is also to pull out its troops from the Philadelphia corridor within 42 days of the ceasefire deal. If all terms of the deal are approved by the Israeli parliament, the execution will begin.
And the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has welcomed the announcement of a deal to secure a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza. Is asking relevant parties to uphold their commitments and ensure that the deal is fully implemented. Mr. Guterres maintains priority must be to ease the tremendous suffering caused by the conflict, and the United Nations stands ready to support the implementation of the deal and scale up the delivery of sustained humanitarian relief material.
I welcome the announcement of a deal to secure a ceasefire and hostage release in Gaza. I commend the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States of America, for their dedicated efforts in brokering this deal. Their unwavering commitment to finding a diplomatic solution has been critical in achieving this breakthrough. I call on all relevant parties to uphold their commitments and ensure that this deal is fully implemented. From the outset of the violence, I've called for an immediate ceasefire and the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages.
And for more on this ceasefire of high international interest, I am now being joined by an international law expert, Livingstone Weche, who joins me from Nigeria's Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Good to have you join us.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We understand that this ceasefire will begin on Sunday, or is set to begin on Sunday. But I wanted to ask, because we know that fighting is still ongoing, could anything go wrong just before Sunday?
Yeah, well, you know, you're dealing with a very, what you can best describe as a hydra-headed situation that has generated so much controversy, and there is a very deep-seated trust issue. There is a deep-seated trust deficit between the warring parties, and this, by implication, may hamper the ceasefire process, because as long as that trust factor has not been properly developed, it becomes worrisome whether the planned ceasefire will achieve ultimate success, because this war already has a history. Remember that the last ceasefire was sometimes in November of 2023, where Hamas released about 105 hostages, and Israel released about 240-something number of hostages, and that lasted for about a week. And ever since negotiation has continued, mediators have done all their bits. But in this particular case, we are hoping, in the interest of humanitarianism, that this particular development should be successful, because lives have been lost in too many numbers, incalculable losses. There is no reason under the heavens why human beings should not sit back and think as human beings, because properties are being destroyed, humans have been lost in a manner that has become incalculable. So the point here is that the international community or development partners and interested stakeholders around the world should put out their trust on the table and ensure that they are not midwifing this process with a sense of bias, but they must do so given Israel and Hamas the complete assurance that whatever interest there be, that those interests will be properly addressed. There must be no room for doubts, because if there is doubt, remember, Israel is the only Jewish state on earth, and they will do everything, in their powers to protect that territory. There are government officials who have vowed to resign. Before this time, some have resigned when Netanyahu planned to consider a ceasefire. And much as this ceasefire plan is on the table, we are hoping that the Israeli cabinet will vote affirmatively to pave way for this ceasefire. And that
hold on, Livingston, if you can let me just come in here. You mentioned Israeli cabinet. We know that they are yet to even vote on that agreement. That's another issue, another sticking point in this conversation. But I wanted to stay on something you raised earlier, which I found very interesting, when you mentioned that this war has been on for a really long time, and we're not even talking about this particular war. The conflict between Israel and Hamas has been on for a really long time, and that this is just a ceasefire agreement, not a peace plan. And I just wanted to get your thought on that, why the focus is so much on getting a ceasefire, but not necessarily a peace plan.
Well, a ceasefire, because the issue of humanitarian aid is of the essence here. There was a plan, a peace plan that proposed a two-state solution to the issue. But it now beggars whether Israel is even of that view any longer, because after the ceasefire and possible evacuation of Israeli troops and Hamas troops shifting back from the Gaza Strip, who governs the territory? Because the war has a historical foundation, as well as being one of the world's most celebrated infamous conflicts. I use the word infamous because lives are being lost in countless magnitude. So on that note, it may be difficult to ascertain sustainable peace as long as Israel's view is that Hamas must be entirely decimated from Gaza and that Gaza must be completely governed by Israel, which view I doubt whether Palestinians may accept, which view Saudi Arabia and Qatar and other Arab neighbors have said that for there to be an involvement of the Arab states in sustainable peace in Gaza, that particular territory, particularly Palestine, must be given its full state status, which opinion Israel holds to the contrary. So these are issues that must be nipped, and proper negotiations must be put up to avoid this development just tilting the apple cart. Because if you fail to see the devil in all of these details, you may have a surprise relaunch of this same conflict while you're counting your 6 weeks plan for a ceasefire. It becomes a work in futility. So these matters should be deeply and critically considered while the ceasefire is being implemented, if at all it will be sustained, because there is still doubt. The Israeli territory, the Israeli government has its own stance, which is absolute decimation of Hamas. So if these issues are not addressed, then it may end up becoming a work in futility, because Israel's position has remained that Hamas must be out of the way, completely decimated. Palestinian believes that they should remain and that the territory belongs to them, as well as consideration of their states' recognition of full states status, as it were. So it's a very difficult,
a very tricky one as well.
Very tricky one, and the international community is currently working on eggshells on this issue.
There are far-right members of the Israeli cabinet who are, sort of not into this agreement. Hamas wants some prisoners to be released. That's the new detail we're getting. Just a lot, going on. But we'll see how this plays out. Always a pleasure to have you on. International Affairs Analyst Livingston Weche. Let's take a break now. When the World Now returns, we'll have more stories. Stay with us.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty, erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Staying with us now to the U.S., where President Biden has given a farewell speech, bringing his decades-long career in politics to an end. In a farewell address, the outgoing president of the United States, Joe Biden, has warned of a dangerous oligarchy taking shape in America. He says it is an oligarchy which is of extreme wealth, power, and influence that really threatens the country's democracy, its basic rights and freedom. He was speaking during his farewell address in Washington, D.C. We have more in this package.
The outgoing president of the United States, Joe Biden, is rounding up his single four-year term in office with self-commendation of his administrative feats, as well as warnings signaling the need for caution in several areas of national life. Making his televised farewell speech at his Oval Office in Washington, D.C., he presented his administration's achievement to include job creation, infrastructure development, healthcare, as well as leading the country out of the COVID-19 pandemic and making the U.S. a safer country. With optimism, President Biden said it will take time to feel the full impact of all done by his government, but the seeds are planted and they will grow and will bloom for decades to come.
Today, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America, and we've seen it before, more than a century ago. But the American people stood up to the robber barons back then and busted the trusts. They didn't punish the wealthy. They just made the wealthy play by the rules everybody else had to. Workers want rights to earn their fair share. They were dealt into the deal, and it helped put us on a path to building the largest middle class, the most prosperous century any nation in the world has ever seen. And we've got to do that again. In the last 4 years, that is exactly what we've done. People should be able to make as much as they can, but play by the same rules, pay their fair share of taxes. So much is at stake.
President Biden also issued warnings about climate change, saying, quote, "Powerful forces want to wield their unchecked influence to eliminate the steps we've taken to tackle the climate crisis to serve their own interests for power and profits," end quote. On information technology, Mr. Biden warned that Americans are being buried under an avalanche of misinformation and disinformation, enabling the abuse of power.
So much is at stake. Right now, the existential threat of climate change has never been clearer. Just look across the country, from California to North Carolina. That's why I signed the most significant climate and clean energy law ever in the history of the world. And the rest of the world is trying to model it now. It's working, creating jobs and industries of the future.
Closing his speech, President Biden called on Americans to stand and guard their country as they keep the flame of progress burning. His farewell address came on the same day he announced the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
And for more on President Biden's farewell speech, global affairs analyst Boya Kyoko joins us from Texas in the United States. Good to have you join us.
Hello, good afternoon, Lagos.
Good afternoon. I wanted to start with, just asking you what you make of the speech, with the understanding that this is not just his final speech as the president of the U.S., but also ending his decades-long career.
Yes, I think President Biden had to come out to lay out all he has achieved in the last 4 years and kind of like drawing a curtain on his more than 50 years of public service. So it was something to just show that, okay, I promised I was going to do this and I was able to go this far. And I think that was a good speech coming from him.
He mentioned the rise of an oligarchy in the U.S. and he talked about those in the tech industry. Is that the concern that Americans share when you see how the level of funding that has gone into Donald Trump's inauguration by those in the tech industry? The kind of influence that Elon Musk also has in his administration is also of concern to a lot of people. He's interfering in the politics of Canada, of the UK. Are Americans also worried about the rise of an oligarchy in the US?
Yes, because it's a worry for Americans and it's a worry for the whole world because it's a new frontier in technology that you can sit down in one corner of your home or a cubicle somewhere and you put out information. That information goes out instantly all over the world. It's new. It used to take days, months, sometimes to get news from one corner of the world to the other. But now it's done at an instant. So the influence on the election, we also so it's a new frontier and the whole world is concerned because we see the tech billionaires tweeting us, writing something about Canada, UK. I'm talking about Elon Musk at this point. And it's having rippling effect. We're seeing the effect on the people. So yes, it's a big concern by everybody at the moment.
And he's now very close to power. And I'm sticking with Elon Musk. Are there systems in place to check that kind of influence? Because he's now also the head of a new government relations department, which never existed anyway.
Yes, it's a new thing, and yes, it's going to wield a lot of influence. But I believe there are checks and balances. We'll see how the Senate, the House responds to the Department of Government Efficiency and how things play out in that regard. It's going to be an interesting couple of months because you can see some people are kicking back against Elon Musk already, and those are the strong supporters of President Trump. So we're going to see how that plays out. It's a new frontier, like I said.
And it's not just Elon Musk. We've also seen Facebook take some decisions that people felt were influenced by their relationship with Donald Trump, which is the issue of taking up the fact-checking, the fact-checking angle away from Facebook. And people felt that that was influenced by Donald Trump. But I also wanted to talk about Biden, who is now leaving office. What sort of legacy do you think he leaves behind when you consider his last days in office during the election when he was being forced not to run for elections?
I mean, in that regard, it's obvious how the fact checking played out, and we can see that Facebook, for example, is trying to dance to the tunes of the current government. President Biden pushed in a lot of fact checking to be involved at the inception of his government. But the new phase we're going into, President Trump does not believe in that. Elon Musk says, "Oh, free speech has to rule." So we are seeing a different thing coming in, and we are seeing a different approach to how things will be done. And we saw the owner of Meta, Facebook, come out last week to say no more fact checking. So it's like I said earlier, it's going to be an interesting couple of years, and we see how this goes Is it that the tech billionaires will be dancing to the tunes of every government that comes in? This hasn't been it might have been a subtle way of doing things before, but this is a new way that we are now seeing things being done openly and publicly. Yeah, so we'll see how all of that plays out also now.
Thank you so much for your time, Boya Kuku. A pleasure to have you on. January the 20th is just around the corner. We'll see how things play out, like you said.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, let's turn to the Russia-Ukraine war. Amid the lingering war between Ukraine and Russia, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, is visiting Ukraine to sign a landmark 100-year pact. The deal is seen as a show of support for Ukraine just days before Donald Trump re-enters the White House. Downing Street calls it a landmark partnership with Ukraine. The pact would formalize economic and military support already pledged to the country and offers more. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is keen to discuss firm security guarantees from key allies due to the possibility that a new U.S. administration could push Ukraine to make peace with Russia. This Prime Minister Starmer's first visit to Ukraine since taking office last summer. He's pledging the UK's long-term support against what he calls Russia's illegal and barbaric invasion. He says his visit is about an investment in both countries for the next century. We're staying in the UK. Official figures show the economy grew by 0.1% in November. UK economy grows for first time in 3 months. This has led to a fall in borrowing costs. Investors are now betting on an interest rate cut next month from the Bank of England to 4.5%. The rate at which prices are rising is still higher than the Bank of England's 2% inflation target. The marginal dip in UK inflation is unusually important and offers some respite to the Chancellor. And now to Australia, where an influencer has been charged with poisoning her baby girl to get donations and to boost online followers. The woman of Queensland origin claimed she was chronicling her child's battle with a terminal illness on social media, but detectives alleged she was steadily drugging the one-year-old and then filming her in immense distress and raising thousands of dollars in the process. Doctors had raised the alarm in October when the baby was admitted to hospital, suffering a serious medical situation. After months of investigation, a 34-year-old woman was charged with torture, administering poison, making child exploitation material, and fraud. Let's give the arena of advanced technology some attention now. India's space agency, ISRO, has for the first time successfully conducted a space docking test by joining together 2 small craft in space. The technology is essential for the country's future ambition to build a space station to put a person on the moon. The mission, called Spadesk, blasted off from a launch pad in southern India on the 30th of December. It was initially scheduled for the 7th of January, but was rescheduled a number of times on Thursday. On Thursday morning, the space agency announced that it had created history by becoming the 4th country in the world with such technology after the United States, Russia, and China. That's the word now. For more updates on the stories we're monitoring, you can visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on our social media handles. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at TVC News NG. On YouTube, we're live at TVC News Nigeria. Thanks for watching.
Every second, every minute, every hour, and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It's a countdown to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m., where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
Welcome to the transformative journey of Gombe State. Like a beautiful bride in the savannah, Gombe State is steadily growing to become a commercial and investment hub with accelerated development of world-class infrastructure, quality education, and healthcare. The jewel in the savannah, under the visionary leadership of Governor Inuwa Yahaya, is taking giant strides in the quest to making Gombe State a paradise in Nigeria's northeast region. Join us on this adventure every Thursday by 3:30 p.m. as we explore Gombe's transformative journey to greatness.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
School, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices re-echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all their demands. A familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Committee Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Winston Churchill once said, "Happy are the painters, for they shall not be lonely. Light and colors, peace and hope will keep them company till the end of day." Welcome to another edition of the Arts Express.
In innovation advocacy, the NTN aims to revolutionize how Nigerian cultural dances are experienced globally. This transformative project will harness technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality to create immersive experiences for audiences worldwide. Viewers will be able to enjoy the beauty and diversity of Nigerian cultural dances from the comfort of their homes or designated venues.
My name is Moriam Ajaga. I'm Special Advisor to the President on Arts and Culture, Office of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. The launching of the program today is an exemplary example of cultural preservation. We're so excited about this partnership between OIA and the National Troupe of Nigeria for the innovation of this cultural preservation. This will not only preserve our cultural dances, our cultural music, our languages, as well as our drama. We're excited for the access that it will bring to Nigerians within Nigeria, as well as the global citizenry across the globe.
Shola Adekoye, CEO, founder, Open Innovation Access. It's significant because it is a turning point in the history of Nigeria. We saw that 1970 has been the time when Nigeria was most celebrated from First Act 77, and since then there's been some sort of decline in the appreciation for our culture. So what we've done here is to try to bring culture alive and bring it to be more accessible to people worldwide. Our younger generation as well have been so disconnected from our culture. This here reconnects them or connects them all together, and people in diaspora as well. So that is why it's such a significant turning point in the history of Nigeria, and a significant project for us as well.
Welcome back. Today on Gallery, the Nike Art Gallery, founded by Chief Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye, a textile designer and a prominent figure in promoting Nigerian arts and culture globally, awarded artists with the Nike Excellence Award. Let's take a look.
This is a very laudable initiative, because when you see people who appreciate your effort by wanting to celebrate you, that gives you a lot of encouragement and will want you to do more. And for Nike, wanting to celebrate the artist, recognizing the effort of the artist over the years, I think it is a welcome idea, and at the same time, how will I call it now? A situation whereby they say that it takes a great mind to appreciate greatness. So Mama Nike, in her own world, she is a great personality.
She's first a mother. She's a fantastic person. She's an art promoter. She's a supporter of the arts, and she's a pillar in Nigerian art.
I'm so excited to be here. Mommy has been our pillar. She has been a force taking Nigerian arts to the world. She has promoted both male and female. She has been our pillar and the greatest support.
For me, painting or color is what water is to fish. And I don't just paint to sell. I paint to make a statement. I paint to weigh into what is going on around me. And for me, I paint the Nigeria I want to see. A better Nigeria that is possible, a better Nigeria that is richer than what it is. So if you look at my work, you see a high level of texture, tactile quality, impasto. It's intentional, because I know that we have all it takes to be what we want to be. We are not just there yet. So my works are futuristic. It's the Nigeria that will happen, and I will keep doing what I'm doing to add value.
award starred NIFA, which means Nike Visual Art Award. This is initiative by Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Okundaye, and is to celebrate the frontiers in the art industry. And at the same time is to motivate and serve as a form of encouragement and lay the initiative down for the generations to come. For me personally, I see something great to emulate for the upcoming one, the generation coming behind, to emulate from the frontiers like Chief Nike, Bruce Onobrepea, what they are doing. These are an example of what we need to emulate from them and hard to hit. So this is a great initiative to celebrate, to appreciate, and to let them do more for the humanity.
Well, the artist has worked all year round, and they go to different countries to represent Nigeria culture, art and culture. And the only way is for us to appreciate them, to show them love, that they are wanted in their own country too. That is why we have to award them for the hard work. And we thank you people also for making it possible to come and feature them. Without you people letting people know what they are doing, nobody knows what they are doing. So we have to appreciate you in our own country.
My name is Mireille Boale, and my design name is, my artist name is Mirabo. I'm from DRC Congo, Kinshasa, and I'm here to work with Mama Nike. She's a mother for me, and she's a Mama Africa. She can embrace all women in Africa. I'm speaking French, but Mama Nike can understand me very, very well. What I want to ask for this year on 2025, I want God to bless Mama Nike, to give her more strength again for us, because if we are close to Mama Nike, we too, we can bring our children, our girls, our sisters to be powerful and the most call us Mama Africa, and to make Africa proud.
Very, very nice. I love all the art. It's very impressive, especially outside. There's also the art made with spoons and sewing machine and stuff like that, so it's very pretty. I haven't seen the other floors yet, but I've yet to discover it.
Welcome back. Also on the show, Iwalewa Gallery presents the ultimate African cultural experience. It was indeed an unforgettable night of diluted African culture showcase, mesmerizing African drum performances, vibrant award ceremonies, and a celebration of African art performance and promoters. Let's enjoy this.
Yes. Oh, it was amazing. It was really good. I think that from the costumes to the act to the song, the voice, everything was perfect. The lighting, I love theater, so this was amazing. I love it.
Hey, sis. Now you must be my future sister-in-law. My name is Tamuro, but my friends call me Tam Tam. Yeah? I'll see you later, baby.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And one for my sister.
My name is Abiola Lekbe.
So my role, I'm the best friend of the female lead, the protagonist. We are supporting her, but also like, girl, get serious. These men, you're still running back to them. You're letting them run back to you. So we're giving her the truth and love and comfort at the same time.
What's reliable sources? Oh, not know the sources. Let me call Daddy. So he can gather the sources for you. Wait. Let me call him. It's not true. Chicken eats sources. It's not true.
Well, Otumba is the traditional Yoruba father who's very anxious about how his daughters seem to be growing old and they're not getting married as quickly as he would have wanted. And he's just ready to do whatever it takes, even if he upsets them. Just go and get married and give us grandchildren, finish. Very, very traditional, cultural man.
It is my own responsibility to educate and empower my children, which is what I am doing. I'm not doing it so that they can become an option for one nonsense man. Let's go to...
This play is beautiful. I love it so much, and I think it's just very relatable, especially if you know the Lagos story. I think it's one that just clearly defines Lagos, and I love it. And I love the casting was superb, the production, everything was perfect, and I trust Mrs. Bolanle. Every time amazing, and this was nothing short of amazing.
You are not formidable, Kike. Seriously.
You know my name. How?
Yes, I overheard your...
I need to go. Bathroom. Yeah.
So the truth is, you can't really take them in, but you really can't avoid them. But love with your head, not with your heart. Like, you have to just be very calculative. Once you see the sign, Jackpa, run.
I've added a few new dishes to our set menu, and I want you to try every single one of them and give me your honest opinion. Guinea pig. King's Kid. My favorite sis. Wait for me, I am. Yeah, sure. King's Kid.
My role, well, I'm Kike's support system. You know, you have to have that inner circle that would always be with you through thick and thin. So I'm one of her inner circles, yeah. You should know your friends, the ones that are for you. When you recognize them, keep them. Do anything within your power not to lose them, because regardless of what happens, regardless of the love relationship that comes your way, friends would always stick with you.
Why are you a full-grown man waiting around for your father to find you a wife?
What? Wait. Let's just clear that up. Nobody is picking a wife for me.
I portray a 35-year-old girl who has been through the rubbles with men. She's never been lucky with men and dating. It's always been guys who take advantage of her, either financially, sexually, or academically, and just reenacting her story, and hopefully and hoping that people would learn a lesson or 10 from the entire play, because there are many aspects to it. So yeah.
Baby! What's up, baby? How you doing?
What are you doing here? How did you get into my apartment?
Hey, come on. I still have a spare key now. No mercy. I let myself.
Keep it. I'm changing my locks. Terminal, get out.
Baby, don't get
I'm not doing this with you.
Babe, okay,
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry. I swear, it's not the devil.
I'm not this.
Well, you know, what we were looking at with BAP, apart from entertaining, it's also for people to learn this. We all sort of always find a meeting point and get relationship to work.
It's a big laughter,
Don't keep us in the dark. happy so that we can start ordering their shwebi.
It was a beautiful show. I totally enjoyed myself. I came here with my daughter. Dear Cafe, summary Lagos life of a young lady. Beautiful seeing the different variations of a relationship. And it was good to see the ending. The ending was superb. I think what I enjoyed most was the engagement from the audience. You know, at each point in time, you could see them participating in her story, participating in her experience, and also contributing. And I think we've left here knowing that these things happen and it's relatable. So beautiful acting, beautiful cast, beautiful storyline, but most enjoyable for me today.
The role I played is Tamuno. He's a gym instructor. He is out for the cash, basically, hunting Lagos girls. And, you know, he's not interested in marriage. Marriage is kind of like what's a lot of... The narrative these days, what we are seeing right now, is more like marriage is one of the ways that you kind of like get the Lagos girls interested in a relationship. And then when it comes down to that, like the marriage thing, the business, the guys are not ready to commit, and that's what Terminal basically is. It's about the cash, it's about what he can get. He's not ready to commit, and that's the role.
At last, I'm so happy. It's effective. And Tulani, ma, please come now.
As a mother, you know, a mother is always agitating when it comes to the children, especially the female child, being delayed in getting married, and she will always want to know why, despite the fact that she'll be advising her not to give herself out cheaply, and she will still be the one like hurrying her up. You know, that is a mother. But at the same time, we'll be guiding her, you know. So I played that role of a caring mother, a mother who is always agitating, as in really wants her daughter to settle down.
I'll give you that. Tamara, get out. I need your help. Please, I cannot do this without you.
Tamara, get out.
Take care now. Why did you get off your shoes? Please, get out. Jesus.
Dear Cafe is a story that I've been thinking about for a long time. You know, talk about the issues young ladies or women face in Nigeria in relation to dating, right? And yeah, I decided to talk about it through a play. It was written about 3-4 years ago by Shola Dada and myself, and this is what you see today. We're following the life of 3 ladies and their experiences in the dating space in Lagos.
TVC News this hour was staying in the nation's capital, where a joint security team had discovered grating sheets and manhole cover at a shop during a search operation at the International Panteka Market in the Day area. The operatives earlier today embarked on a search of the market following suspicions that traders there received stolen public facilities such as street lights and sewer manholes. The market has been under lock for about 3 days to allow for this search and further investigation. The theft of public infrastructure, especially manholes, has taken a worrying dimension in the FCT, with the Minister Nyesom Wike promising to address the issue head-on. Now, in addressing the issue head-on, the Federal Capital Territory Administration has banned the activities of scavengers for 2 weeks. Also, the ban on markets where scrap metals are sold took effect on the 14th of January. The FCT Minister Nyesom Wike at a security meeting says scavenging is banned within the Abuja city center and its environs. He insists whoever is arrested for vandalizing public infrastructure will be charged to court for economic sabotage and attempted murder.
Be recycling these criminals. The activities of the vandals are enough to kill residents of the Federal Capital Territory because they remove all these manholes, and while driving at night you may not know that it has been removed and is capable of causing death. So they will be charged for economic sabotage and even at times, if possible, attempted murder or murder. At the same time, it has been decided that activities of all partakers have been banned for 2 weeks. They have been banned for 2 weeks for us to profile them, to be able to be sure that only the legitimate operators will be working in Panteka.
Turning attention now to politics ahead of Saturday's local government election in Ondo State. The People's Democratic Party in Ondo State has withdrawn from participating. The party pulled out of the elections after consultations with party lobby on Sunday to participate in the Sustainability Week, a forum for exchanging ideas to support sustainable development worldwide and encourage collective action to address global challenges such as climate change, water and energy crisis. He delivered Nigeria's position on climate and other challenges earlier on Wednesday and congratulated the UAE leader for the successful event. And during the discussions, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan thanked the Nigerian leader for accepting his invitation and expressed the UAE's determination to strengthen economic cooperation between Nigeria and his country. The two leaders also explored attracting investment into Nigeria. President Tinubu said his government's economic reforms are yielding fruits and called on the UAE to partner with Nigeria to develop the economy.
It all started here. Like millions of Nigerian boys, my dream was to play for the Super Eagles. New Bisco Costa biscuit fills me up, gives me strength and energy to do well. It is hard work and you need extra energy and strength to succeed. Scoring goals that will last for a lifetime. Creamy, crunchy, New Bisco Costa.
This big bull bag of rice not get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull holographic seal tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull rice, tasty rice nourished you.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
Real TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Happy New Year, everyone!
May this new year bring you joy.
Here's to a fresh start, everyone. May this year bring you love, laughter, and happiness.
Happy New Year!
Wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year!
A new year, a new start, way to go. Just as sports is exciting to fans, may the new year excite you all.
Wishing you a memorable and joyful New Year.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Yes, wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Here's wishing you a profitable New Year.
Cheers to an open fresh year 2025.
Happy New Year once again. I wish you well.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Ogun State, the gateway to Nigeria. Setting the pace with groundbreaking infrastructure projects and innovative social programs for economic development. Join us every week for Gateway Diary, where we spotlight the incredible initiatives and achievements of Ogun State government under the leadership of Governor Dapo Abiodun. Discover how Prince Dapo Abiodun and his team are empowering communities, fostering economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life for the good people of Ogun State. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and real-time stories from the people, Gateway Diary offers authentic and inspiring insight into the progress and prosperity of Ogun State. Gateway Diary, showing.
Akwa Ibom is my fatherland. God bless Akwa.
We will invite all Akwa Ibomites to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to know, yeah. I am the future, yeah.
Interesting days ahead as far as the English Premier League is concerned, and the results we witnessed in the league yesterday, really suggests that it will be a fight to finish amongst the teams vying for the Premier League title this season. Hello and welcome on the Thursday show. This is TVC Sport Desk, and I am Promise Efoge. Coming up on the program today, Arsenal keep Premier League title hopes alive. Taylor Freeze promises to donate Australian Open earnings to victims in NBA regular season.
TVC Sport Desk.
And Arsenal reignited their Premier League title challenge with a staring fight back to beat Nottingham Hotspur 2-1 in the North London derby on Wednesday night. Mikel Arteta's side were rocked by Son Heung-min's early opener at the Emirates, but they bounced back thanks to Dominic Solanke's own goal and Leandro Trossard's strike just before halftime. This is the Ghana's first win in 4 matches in all competitions, which lifted them to within 4 points of leaders Liverpool. Another 1-0. That's a confirmation of the results on your screen. Let's see highlights of these matches, and we'll come back and have more for you on the show.
On this area, Isak through to Isak. It's 2. Finds himself behind into the penalty area. Santi Buena.
TVC Sport Desk.
interesting highlights there. Matches played in England. Well, Tunde Adelakun is a football coach and scout and also the president of the African Football Journalists Association. He joins me live on the program from his base in London. Glad to have you on the program right now, Tunde. The for Arsenal, wasn't it?
Oh, it was absolutely wonderful, considering what happened 24 hours before when Liverpool could not get past Nottingham Forest, dropping 2 points, 2 valuable points. It was very, very important for Arsenal to get the win. It was never in doubt. You know, we always knew that Tottenham was going to struggle in that game. We know that Arsenal is depleted, but at the end of it all, Arsenal prevailed. Deservedly so, and it's a good turnaround for their season. They can kick on from here, and who knows what's going to happen.
All right, an Arsenal player said after the game that the Gunners were unlucky not to have scored 10 goals last night against Tottenham, and he sounded like he was actually overrating the Gunners because Dominic Solanke's own goal was the turning point, Tunde.
It was indeed, and I don't think the players should get too far ahead of themselves by, you know, claiming that they should have won by 10-0 because they could easily have lost. It was 4 minutes, 4 or 5 minutes, those 4 minutes when they turned it around. So let them not get too far ahead of themselves. They did well. They won the game. That's just about enough. Let's not get too far ahead.
Mikel Arteta says he would sign a striker to bolster Arsenal's chances this season. Is that the only department on the pitch where Arsenal need reinforcement? All right, David Moyes returned to Everton. He was warmly welcomed back at Goodison Park. But life at Goodison Park hasn't started good for David Moyes. Everton had a decent game against Aston Villa, but they were very unlucky to have lost 1-0 today.
Again, it depends on what you mean by luck in football. You know, you play, you win, or you lose. You know, there's a saying where they say never go back. You've been there, he was there 13 years or so, and he went back. And the fact that he went back means, it's 50-50. Anything can happen. It didn't start off quite well. They are deeper in trouble than they were before, and I'm not so sure that they will get very far with David Moyes in charge. But, you know, it was a rude awakening for him. He's there now. He's got no choice. He's got to do the job and struggle and fight to keep them up, which is a shame, I have to say, because when you look at their goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford, he is the best goalkeeper in the Premier League at the moment. He's doing absolutely wonderful. But he's in a team that is going to struggle and fight for survival in the Premier League.
Leicester City play like they have no business with the Premier League. And losing at home to Crystal Palace further underlined they are not ready for life in the elite division today.
6 losses on the bounce for Ruud van Nistelrooy. It's a rude awakening for Ruud. It's not going great. I don't know whether they've got the ability, the clearance to actually reinforce that squad. They've bought 1 or 2 players. They've bought Euro from Lens for 1.9 million. I'm not sure that they have got the balance in the team that can actually make them survive. I think at this point, we should be preparing for them to go back to the Championship and then fight their way back up.
All right, Manchester United hosts Southampton later tonight. Talking about Premier League fixtures coming up on Thursday evening. Manager Ruben Amorim says this game is even more important for him than the forthcoming clashes against Arsenal and Liverpool.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is a confidence booster for him. This is the one that he today shows him you can do it. You play what's in front of you, you've won it, and you can win the big games as well.
All right, before I let you go, Tunde, talking about Manchester United, they seem to be quite imbalanced at the moment, and a few players are on the verge of leaving. Marcus Rashford, his agents are talking to AC Milan. Garnacho may also be on his way out, and a couple of other players. Players leaving Old Trafford in January. How much players, or what kind of players can United really get in January to bolster their chances
on the pitch, or the capabilities of new players coming in? They will go into the market, but I don't know what they can get. because not many players want to go to Manchester United. At this moment in time, they're still a disjointed, dysfunctional team that don't know whether they're coming or going. And I like it that way, I have to say.
Tunde Adelaku, football coach and scout, thank you so much for your time on the program today. Thank you.
Many thanks. Cheers.
All right, we'll take a quick break, pay some bills, we'll come back, and we'll have more on the program for you.
TVC Sports Desk. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil, for pure love.
Terra Cube is available in beef, chicken, jollof, and shrimp flavors at attractive prices of 100, 200, 500 naira, along with saver and super saver packs.
Terra Cube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
It all started here. Like millions of Nigerian boys, my dream was to play for the Super Eagles. New Bisco Costa biscuit fills me up, gives me strength and energy to do well. It is hard work and you need extra energy and strength to succeed. Scoring goals that will last for a lifetime. Creamy, crunchy, new Bisco Costa.
Sports Desk.
All right, from England, let's go to Germany, where Bayern Munich were no match for the visiting Hoffenheim last night when both sides clashed at the Allianz Arena. Leroy Sané scored a brace. Harry Kane contributed one goal from the penalty spot. Serge Gnabry and Guerrero also scored in the Bavarian 5-0 demolition of their opponents. Elsewhere, it was a festival of goals as Werder Bremen and Heidenheim shared the points with an interesting but enthralling 3-3 draw. In other games, Stuttgart came from a goal down to beat RB Leipzig 2-1. Augsburg defeated Union Berlin 2-0 away from home. And Bochum pipped St. Pauli 1-0. Let's show you highlights. Highlights of matches played in the German Bundesliga on Wednesday night. Max Ludgenzo is a German football writer and pundit. He was at the Allianz Arena last night and saw the game between Bayern and Hoffenheim live. He's also live on the show today. Glad to have you on the program, Max. I thought Hoffenheim would come to Munich with a fight. We've seen them win and put up some good showings this season, though they are in the bottom 3 of the Bundesliga table at the moment. But against Bayern, they were torn apart, and they should, have their goalkeeper to thank, else the scoreline would have been worse.
Yes. I thought the same before. I thought maybe Hoffenheim is fighting, is defending, or everything what you need to take at least 1 point maybe out of Munich, but it was the completely opposite. Bayern Munich's squad is incredibly strong, and Bayern actually only have players on the bench who would play from the start at any other club, except Leverkusen maybe. And now the form of the two German internationals, Leroy Sané and Serge Gnabry, is suddenly... Okay. You hardly noticed that top star Musiala only came on at the end, yeah, because they were so strong that no one was missing Musiala. But when you can put a player like Musiala on the bench, you have an incredible, great squad. And Bayern Munich was dominant.
Having a player like Jamal Musiala on the bench just speaks about the depth and strength of the squad. Well, Bayern are now 4 points clear at the top, and with a very superior goal difference when compared to that of Bayer Leverkusen. Does this suggest Bayern are back to their old dominance of the Bundesliga?
Exactly. Bayern is in a good form for the upcoming Champions League matches and Bundesliga matches. And yeah, Coach Vincent Kompany is creating a great atmosphere. You could see it. Everyone of the players is enjoying the team. There are no rumors anymore. They are 100% there now for the important matches. And yeah, they will fight for the Champions League title, I would say, and of course for the Bundesliga. And in this form, it's not easy to beat them.
I can't imagine, I mean, what the mood was like at the Allianz Arena. You were there last night, and I want to think or believe that the Bayern fans are beginning to believe again in the club, Bayern Munich, after they experienced a slump in form in the last few seasons.
Yeah, they believe in it. They believe in it for sure. I mean, yesterday it was incredibly cold. We had under 0 degrees. That was not good for the atmosphere. But yeah, the fans were celebrating it. A clear favorite for the title, and the fans in Munich, they believe in it.
All right, Stuttgart managed to come from a goal down to win against RB Leipzig. The win takes them into the Europa sport. And for Stuttgart, they've been hot and cold this season.
Yes, yeah, but now they are again a bit more hot, I would say. I think 2 or 3 victories in a row. Early enough before the Champions League matches, and maybe you could see yesterday Dennis Undav, he is back. He is a forward from the national team of Germany, and he's back to the Champions League. And yeah, we will see great football from them this year. They have an enormous good squad, and they have a good coach as well.
All right, Max Ludgenso live on the program from Munich in Germany. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Bye-bye.
All right, away from that now, in what was the home-based Super Eagles in Ikeneremo, Ogun State. NFF President Ibrahim Gusau had clarified that Shale will only be the Super Eagles B in a supervisory role, while the trio of Daniel Ogumodede, Fidelis Ilichiku, and Olatunji Barua, who qualified the team for the African Nations Championship, will remain essentially in charge of the team's preparation and participation at the tournament. On Shale's arrival, the players were introduced to the new Gaffer by coach Daniel Ogumodede and Fidelis Ilichiku. Shale was with the team before camp was called off on Wednesday due to CAF's decision to postpone the tournament until August. The home-based Eagles played a friendly game against Nigeria Premier League club side, Sunshine Stars, and won the match 3-2. All right, players of the home-based Super Eagles have returned to their clubs after the close of Lomunaju Yogu visited the camp in Ikene on Thursday, where he met only the coach, Daniel Ogumodede.
The Super Eagles players who had been training under the guidance of coach Daniel Ogumodede and Fidelis Ilichiku left the Remo Star Stadium camp of the team on Thursday.
So we just need to go reset and maybe start again.
Announcing the postponement, the Confederation of African Football (CAF) rescheduled the championship for August later this year.
We feel so motivated qualifying for the CHAN after a very long time. We feel so motivated, both the players, the coaches, backroom staffs, and even the federation. We feel so motivated, and we're going with same energy, same positive energy to know that we're bound to make Nigerians happy in the CHAN.
Definitely, everybody has been waiting for this, and everybody has been, all countries have been preparing for it and all that, and postponing it, and at the dire minutes, I think it's not too good. But definitely there must be a cogent reason why it was postponed.
New head coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chelle, had visited the players after the Nigeria Football Federation unveiled him on Monday.
He was here for 2 days. He was here 2 days ago, yesterday. A communicable person, very, very lively, open. We had a series of discussion about these kids, which is exactly what we were trying to see. He was able to relate with these players, make them see confidence and hope in their career that, okay, it's possible for me to arrive in the Super Eagle. And for me, which is a good concept.
With a little more time afforded the teams to prepare, Chelle would have settled in to take charge of the squad's preparation when the time for the tournament arrives. Nigeria is drawn in Group D of the Nations Championship against defending champions Senegal, Republic of Congo, and Sudan.
First, we're not going to underrate anyone. In another way, we are not going to be afraid of anyone. Nigeria, we are Nigeria. Maybe we got a lot of respect from them. As much as you think we should be scared of them, they are so scared of us too. So, but in my own opinion, we're not going to be afraid of anyone, and we're not going to underrate anyone.
I mean, if the Chan Eagles are, qualified after many years of not participating, and this year we could see the kind of and the quality that the players possess in the team. I believe they have chances like every other team.
The Super Eagles players who had converged here to train have now all dispersed to their various clubs across the country. They will regroup later in the year for the new date of the competition, which now holds in August. Solomon Ajiziogu, TVC News.
All right, Fisayo Dairo is a football writer with ACLSports.com, and he covers the Nigeria Premier League very religiously. He's live on the program now. Fisayo, the Nigerian team were already having a good preparation for the CHAN tournament. What impact would CAF's postponement have on the team's positive drive?
Well, good evening. It's going to be the same for all the teams that are to participate in the competition. Quite all right. Like you could hear Ogumodede say, they've prepared a lot, they've sacrificed a lot, they've not met their families. A lot of their teammates went on 1-2 weeks mid-season break. They did not go just to prepare for this tournament. So it's going to be a blow physically to them, emotionally to them. But the good thing is that some of them have been linked with moves abroad, even in this January. It gives them ample time to go back to their clubs, continue these performances up until the summer, so that it's a different ballgame, and especially for some other good players that were not invited in the league. They have 5-6 more months to play in the league, and by the time they regroup, perhaps in July, they have better stats, they have better performances to show to all the coaches, and that brings them back to the team. So as much as they can be disappointed that everyone has focused for the February date, I expect them to see the blessing aspect of this particular one.
Like they always will say, every disappointment is a blessing in disguise. All right, on the surface, CAF hinged the postponement of the CHAN tournament on the readiness of facilities in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. But there are indications that the inadequate number of teams for the final competition may have been the main cause for the postponement.
Well, I still think it is the infrastructure, really, because it doesn't really take much to get the number of participating countries complete. But, this tournament hosting rights came as an afterthought because they were going to use this as a dress rehearsal for the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations, which is to be co-hosted by these same 3 countries. A lot of new facilities are being built, and since the African tournament is for 2027, we expect that a lot of the countries will be hoping to complete the building by 2026. So when they got this hosting rights about a year ago, they started rushing and then to complete it. So I think it makes sense that they have not completed a lot of this infrastructure. So yes, the qualification system is also not complete, but I think if it were to be because of the number of participating teams, this could have been easily sorted by the end of 2024.
Okay, before I let you go, Fisayo, the draw was held yesterday, and Nigeria has a tough group with defending champions Senegal, Sudan, and Congo. What are your thoughts about Nigeria's chances in Group D?
Well, I think it's a fair group, really. It's tough a little bit, but we have 4 teams, which is a blessing for us. Remember, we are the only group that have just 4 teams, and 2 teams will advance from each group. Even the groups that have 5 countries, only 2 teams will advance. So we are in the same group with Congo Republic. We are in the same group with Senegal. So, of course, they are strong. Nigeria are also strong. So I don't think it's a group that we cannot navigate. I think the fact that we are just 4 in that group gives us even a better chance to hope and aspire that this current set of home-based Super Eagles will continue from where the last home-based Super Eagles side that went to Chad in 2018, where they got to the final, where they actually stopped.
All right, Priscilla Dairo, let me say a very big thank you to you for spending time with us on the program today. Thank you.
Thank you for,
All right, action continues down under as far as the Australian Open tennis is concerned, and one man is really attracting a lot of attention. His name is Taylor Fries, because he told all lookers to listen that his earnings in the first round of the Australian Open will be donated to the victims of the wildfire in Los Angeles. Games are ongoing. Games have been concluded. Let's serve you highlights of some of the matches played early Thursday morning. All right, games just ended at the Australian Open. Gail Monfils progressed at the expense of Daniel Altmaier in 3 sets. Karen Kashinov, Lorenzo Musetti, Ben Shilton, Alex Domino are the other players who have made progress as far as the men's singles is concerned. Let's switch to the NBA quickly, where the New York Knicks got the better of the Philadelphia 76ers. The Toronto Raptors defeated the Boston Celtics at home. The Atlanta Hawks defeated the Chicago Bulls away from home. And the New Orleans Pelicans were 190 to 116 points victors over the Dallas Mavericks, while the San Antonio Spurs lost at home against the Memphis Grizzlies 115 to 129 points. That was more than 15 points blowout there by the Memphis Grizzlies. We'll leave you with highlights of matches played in the American NBA regular season, as we call it a day on the program today. Many thanks for watching. It's been Sports Desk. I am Promise Foge. Bye-bye now.
TVC Sports Desk.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. It's ShopX Bonanza time. ShopX TV is thrilled to offer an exclusive giveaway of up to 30% on the amazing CookX Air Fryer Oven from now till January 31st, 2025. Our incredible CookX 10-in-1 air fryer oven that makes all the amazing fried food you love with 80% less fat normally retails for 299,950 naira. But call the number on your screen now and get it for just 199,950 naira, which is a whopping 100,000 naira off. Amazing! The incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Stay tuned and learn about the amazing free bonus items included with the CookX Air Fryer Oven. Say goodbye to unhealthy, greasy food and hello to nutritious, delicious meals. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air fry chicken, corn, and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil. Here is exciting news. You can air fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crisper on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. The Cookex air fryer oven replaces a deep fryer, a rotisserie oven, a dehydrator, an oven, a toaster oven, and a microwave. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The Cookex air fryer oven is easy to wipe.
I am happy. My husband is happy. And of course, I have a happy home. From my grilling on check, to my frying on check, to my baking on check.
You could be paying 299,950 naira for the Cookex air fryer oven. But call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get it on the ShopEx Mega Bonanza deal for 199,950 naira. The Cookex air fryer oven comes with a drip tray and a grill tray. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get not one, not two, but 3 bonus items valued at 50,000 naira for free. Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket. Amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork. It's perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle. Get the Cookex air fryer oven in 2 easy payments of 99,975 naira. Pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. This offer is for a limited time only. We will also deliver the Cookex air fryer oven to your door for free. The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopEx TV.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to bring it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much? More abundant. I prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
Hello and thank you for joining us on the Thursday edition of Journalist Hangouts, reaching you from our new studios here at Eko Atlantic City, Victoria Island, Lagos. I'm Benga Oreshegun. Today on the program, UAE President to visit Nigeria as bilateral ties get stronger. Federal government replies Emir Sanusi says his support for President Tinubu's policies not needed. And later on the show, as Nigeria marks Armed Forces Remembrance Day, widows of fallen heroes say they are struggling to survive. I'll be hanging out with Dr. Oladipo and Kaidi Ladendi. Journalist Hangout starts right now. Now let's begin the conversation. Shared perspective of business models is hinged on smooth bilateral relationships between two countries. In this regard, President Bola Tinubu's resolve to market Nigeria to attract foreign investment is paying off. The President of the United Arab Emirates UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, is scheduled to visit Nigeria, marking a significant milestone in the strengthening of bilateral relations between the two countries. Collaborative initiatives in sectors such as technology, finance, and agriculture are expected to drive conversations between both countries with the aim of diversifying their economies and reducing reliance on oil revenues. All right, let's, Kadi, bilateral relations, with UAE getting stronger, the UAE president also coming to Nigeria. What do we as a country benefit from this visit and also the relationship with UAE?
Yeah, I think for, a lot of Nigerians will say, or some people will say Dubai, forgetting that Dubai is just part of the UAE. So, and that's very significant. Significant in the sense that when people are quick to criticize how slow, how snailish our economy has been, we're quick to mention United Arab Emirates because this was a country that cannot be at par with Nigeria some 4 or 5 decades ago. So for them to come and become the attraction for many people in both in the Middle East and different parts of the world, we cannot look away any longer. There is so much to learn from them. This is a country that prioritizes, tourism. When you go to Dubai and when you go to Abu Dhabi, more like an oil area. And that's to let you know that as a country, we have different things that can be a revenue point for us. So for me, I think there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to pick from them. That, excuse me, if United Arab Emirates had focused on Abu Dhabi, the Dubais of this world will not be making the kind of money they're making in tourism. And Nigeria has a lot. Is it the tourism you want to talk about in different parts of this country? In fact, there is no particular geopolitical zone that you can't make so much from tourism.
Even saw what happened Dirty December.
Exactly. And shockingly, before the two steps in, when you look at some of the things we pay money for, I remember my first trip to UK, which was on vacation, and I was looking at it that they said, okay, this was the Queen's place, this was where this. And these are things that we passed by on Lagos Highland several times that we never bothered to even turn to a tourist center. They'll tell you this particular street where this shop has been built used to be this, and we are paying money to hear the stories. And we have richer stories, we have richer issues that we can actually milk here in Nigeria. So for me, it will not just be a talk, it will not just be a promise. Let's see the implementation of these exchange of ideas, exchange of real bilateral ties that will really be a revenue spinner for us.
All right, Doctor, is it safe to say that the president's reforms, is yielding fruits in the area of attracting foreign investment? Is it safe to say that?
Very much so. Because if it's not, if you don't have anything to bring to the table, nobody is going to welcome you. It's because you have something you are bringing to the table. That's why they are paying attention to you. So that's why beyond mere talk, you also need to put things in place to show people that you are serious. You mean business. As I said, when you look at what makes up UAE, in fact, Dubai has no tourism, low tourism potential or capacity compared to Abu Dhabi. When you go to Abu Dhabi and you decide to spend a week, the attractions there will occupy you. There are 4 major things that you can see. in Abu Dhabi. I want to say that we don't promote them. Let them come and advertise here.
Come to Nigeria.
But the first time I went there were only 2. The next time we went, they added a 3rd. And the last time I went, it was already 4. No, the last 2 times. Those places, if you are not careful, or if they allow you to stay, you'll spend 72 hours there without knowing, in any of those 4 attractions. Because it's like, they also, just like the studio here, you know, if you don't step out, you won't know it's dark. That's the way they build those places. And like I said, we have those things that we can use instead of oil. And what we just need to do is to show people that we are serious, that we mean business.
What are those things we need to put on ground to say that, oh, we actually mean business?
Those things we need to put on ground. Security.
Okay.
Easy access to the country, which the Minister of Tourism is doing. I mean, Minister of
Aviation?
Interior.
Okay, Interior, okay.
Is doing.
Including our visa too.
Okay, yes, yes.
It's part of it,
It's part of it.
And then you have aviation too. Airports are getting better. Because I don't want to come to your airport and I'm sweating. I spend 10 hours there. When we go to these countries, we see how it happens. In UAE, it's 24/7. Anytime you arrive, they check you in. And
even there are some airports where you have internet facilities, free Wi-Fi, all of those things.
Yeah,
exactly.
So we need to keep improving on these things, so that the political will that we are putting into it doesn't go into nothing, unless we get it right from the point of the fact that we are focused seriously on developing what we have. We will not be able to get the UAEs of this world to do business with us. We won't. So we need to get it right. This is the political will to do this. The last time I was there, we spoke about the issue of the passport. Who knew that today anybody can get ISO international passport in 1 month without knowing anybody? It's happening now.
And also, if you also look at some of our tourist attractions, tourist sites, are we even taking care of them? The last time I visited Olumon Rock, there used to be an elevator there, but it's no longer working. There are so many things. The Sikiratu Shungbo, all of those things. I think we need to take tourism really, really important. I think with this relationship.
I think what the two has done is to even give us the bigger picture. But right now, what's our level of packaging? Because what I was trying to say
packaging,
is
okay.
The difference in what they were showing us about the English history and what we have in Freedom Park was packaging. Do you understand?
That's the way it is.
And you just package it, and I'm like, oh, is this what I paid money for? I'm talking of serious money, and you are seeing the VAT being removed. You are seeing your money going just like that. Your hotels are busy.
All right, then.
Every now and then.
All right, gentlemen, we have a breaking news right now that we heard that the Nigerian Governors Forum has endorsed a revised value-added tax sharing formula in the proposed tax reform bills to ensure equitable distribution of resources across the country. Now, according to the decision was taken at the end of the subnational consultations and engagement of the Presidential Tax Reform Committee, they recommended that the sharing formula of the VAT should be 50% based on equity, 30% based on derivation, and 20% based on consumption. But you get to hear more of this in our subsequent bulletins. But that's the breaking news. We told you that the Nigerian Governors Forum has endorsed a revised value-added tax sharing formula in the proposed tax reform bills to ensure equitable distribution of resources across the country. So that's the breaking news. You just want to quickly chew on that?
It's a good one.
It's a good one.
Where we've always wanted to go. When you walk, you eat.
True.
Just to quickly add that this may not definitely impede what the National Assembly is doing.
Okay.
It's just to let them know that this is a revised copy.
The revised, exactly.
And if we have the governors backing, trust me, the lawmakers, not because they are rubber stamp, but because some of them have a relationship. Their governors have communicated them
but the
to
fact
resist
that
it.
but
now that they've accepted, trust me, it's as good as a done deal.
It's as
but
good
then
as
let Nigerians know that the National Assembly will still do their job.
Still do their job. All right, then let's move straight to our next conversation. The Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi, is never afraid of making public comments. But his latest comment on the economic policies of President Bola Tinubu has attracted admonition from the federal government. It was bold and clear. He said, and I quote, "We don't need your stamp of approval on the policies of the government." Now, the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, was told to rise above personal interest and partisan undertones and prioritize the greater good of Nigerians. Reacting to Sanusi's decline to offer any advice to the administration, the federal government, in a statement, affirmed that the reforms are already yielding measurable progress, especially in the unification of the exchange rates, which has bolstered investors' confidence. All right, Kaide Laide, what do you make, first of all, before we look at what the Emir actually said, but what do you make of the federal government's response to the comments by the Emir of Kano about the president's economic policies? What do you make of it?
The only surprise would have been that if government did not respond.
Oh, you would have been surprised there was no response.
So it's a normal thing. You know, anyone will definitely want to put up that defense. Anyone will want to, because in the first place they will say that, did we even seek your advice? Okay. But then everybody and anybody is free to make his own opinion or advice known. I decided to look at the video in context. I decided to read every word that is said. I decided to listen well, because, you know, that's the essence of journalist hangout.
Sure.
We don't just jump on headlines. You understand?
We dig deep for the stories,
so
exactly.
Basically, what I found out is, initially I thought it was journalists asking him to advise, but I realized that it was while he was speaking as a guest speaker, and was meant to speak on economy, was meant to speak on many issues. And when he got to that place, he did say that he doesn't want to speak because people who are not trying to be his friend, though they are his friends, he would also want to be their friend. So this was more like a conversation, and trust me, if you're dealing with federal government, you're dealing with government, just know that words cannot just be swept under the carpet. So having said that, I think for me, I know the federal government will not take the words of former CBN governor lightly. And the import of that statement was that many journalists jump on the story and it was trending. So whatever he says, it means that he carries some level of weight. And that's why you can get the response of the Minister of Information, who is like ranking minister. Having said that, it's just to say that whatever he has said is to say that government, you are the one to explain to Nigerians. I would not do your job for you. But what the federal government, in full context, what the minister said is to let us know that, hey, you may not have the patience, you may not have the strength to face the criticism that we are ready to face. Because when we want to take this decision, we never deceived Nigerians that it was going to be an easy path. We never deceived Nigerians that it's going to be a walk on the path. We knew there was going to be heavy criticism against us, and we are ready to go through that process. So I think that's the divergent views between these two people. Because if you listen to him, he said partly better for Nigerians and partly avoidable. So this was a man who could have gone into analysis of what the government is doing. But he said, let me leave it, let me not take the bullet. Let the people who are supposed to take the bullet, take the bullet. And they've come out to say that, hey, we do not need your stamp, you know, to go ahead with what we are convinced about.
All right, Dr. Let's focus on the communication aspect of the things he said in the Emir's comment. In your opinion, is the Tinubu administration doing a good job in effectively communicating the president's policies to Nigerians?
I think what I can read completely so in what the Emir said was saying to the federal government, you didn't back me to return as the 16th Emir of Kano. As such, so I'm not going to talk to you because you are supposed to, we are friends, but you are not helping my cause.
Is that your interpretation of the comment?
That's the interpretation. Go back and read those things. He expected support from the federal government because his friends are in government in Abuja.
So you're not looking at it from the things he said about the economy?
I can't see anything he said about the economy. Did you see one? I didn't see it. Because what he said basically was, it's your problem. Come and explain it to us. But what does he want the federal government to come and explain?
He talked about the policies.
What are the policies that he spoke about?
But I'm asking you.
I'm just saying, see, what he has done was purely political.
Do you share the same view?
Let me quickly read it to Dr. I'm not disagreeing with
because
you.
Because that point where he said, you're not my friend.
That's
where I'm focusing on.
According to him, in quotes, I can give a few points here about what we are going through and how it was predictable and avoidable.
Yes.
But I'm not going to do that. I have chosen not to speak on the economy, reforms, or to explain anything because if I explain it, it will help this government. But I don't want to help this government. They are my friends. But if they don't behave like friends, I won't behave like friend. Continue, he said, quote, they don't even have people with pedigree. Now, that's attacking personality.
Okay.
They don't even have the people with pedigree that can come and explain to the people what they are doing.
Exactly.
I'm not going to help. I started out by helping, but I'm not going to help. Let them come and explain to Nigerians why they are pursuing the policies they are pursuing. So,
that is where I'm bringing my question.
I understand you.
Exactly.
I'm
but
only saying,
you're just picking that part.
Yes, because that part is what is of concern to him. You are supposed to be my friend, but you are not my friend, so I will not help you in any way. He did not come to. He did not. The only thing he did in that thing that he read now was an attack to say they don't have good people who can speak. But he did not even address any particular issue to say you are not explaining this to Nigerians. Because I took time, I read it, and then he said nothing other than to say you don't even have people.
Sorry, I'm not doing your job. But let me just add this part. He said, but I will say one thing though. What we are going through today is at least, in part, a necessary consequence of decades of irresponsible management.
Yes.
People were warning that if we continue the way we are going, this is how we will end up, but they refuse to listen. I think this can be put in context.
Yes.
Subsidy removal.
I agree with you on that.
Hold on.
Okay.
I still want to go back to that point where he said they don't have the people, the right persons that will communicate the policy. Now, I'm asking you again.
Yes,
I need you to address that part.
I was going to go there.
The communication part.
For me.
Does the administration have the right persons that will communicate the policies of the administration to Nigerians?
We've not been, have we not been hearing from government? We have been hearing. In fact, I would say, in terms of detailed explanation, this is one of the few statements that did not, because if government had taken time to look at the root of that comment by the Emir, it had to do with you didn't support me. So I would have expected that statement to have pointed in that direction by saying, if you're expecting government to come and support you, you saw what the minister wrote, that is doing so from a standpoint of selfishness. So if government doesn't have people who can explain, I wonder if he can offer that explanation, because we've been on this for long.
Now, still talking about the response, the federal government said the emir should be more constructive in its criticism and not come from the partisan point of view. But what's your interpretation of this? Was he constructive in his criticism, or there was some sort of political undertone.
So since Dr. has spilled the beans.
Yeah, exactly.
So basically, I think, like you said, government should have been more frontal to let us know that, excuse me, this is a judiciary matter. This case has gone to court. And if you say this is democracy, allow the rule of law to take its course.
Exactly.
Good. Maybe because it wasn't very clear, so government decided to be also nebulous in its response by being unclear about it. So for me, for the deeper insight, for the purpose of journalist hangout, where they take issues beyond the headlines, is just to say that this is only a political spat between the government and the former CBN governor. Let him allow the court to take its course. The case has gone to Supreme Court. Let the court determine who the real emir is. So I want to toe the line of Dr. that this is more political than economic.
What do you make of the response by the federal government?
That's why I said the response adequate, but the government should also have helped Nigerians to put in context what Sanusi said. Because if you fail to put issues like that in context, people will believe that there is something that he knows which is superior to what those who are in power are doing. We've had this conversation over and over again, over this subsidy. It was not as if the governments that came before now did not want to do it, or because of one party or the other. Jonathan was in PDP. He did.
In fact, Sanusi was even was one of the people.
You know, we've had APC government. It wasn't done, but this has been done now.
But okay, let's also twist it. Let's twist it a bit, because we need to go on this quick break. Traditional rulers meddling in political matters. How salient is this if we want to achieve an effective... Was the emir wrong to have given an opinion?
In my view, it may not be popular, but in my view, I think this idea of when you become an emir, forget every other thing, I am not in support. This is something he has been for years. This is somebody who rose to become a CBN governor. This is somebody who was an MD of top banks in Nigeria. And you just say, okay, now that you're an emir, be quiet. But the other part of him that is a bit controversial is that it comes across as more of an activist. So if, as an activist, this is someone who hardly follow any government of the day. So I would not want to say that emir should keep quiet, Obas should keep quiet when there are issues in the country. Their subjects are affected by the issues, positively or negatively. But but people want to remind Sanusi that this was your albatross. This was the problem you had that made a sitting governor to get you ousted.
Exactly.
And it takes another political force to bring you back. However, it's just it's probably in the game. But I would not want to say that traditional rulers should keep quiet on national issues.
On national issues. All right, we need to go on this quick break, gentlemen. And when we return, the conversation continues. Don't go anywhere. Still Journalist Hangout.
and cable. Great quality, now with the new look.
All right, if you just joined us, it's still Journalist Hangout. I still have Dr. Oladipo and Kaidi Ladendi right here with me. So let's move straight to our next conversation. The resurgence of terrorist attacks in the Northeast is raising questions among Nigerians. Some retired generals are worried over the development and are seeking ways to curtail it. Reacting to recent attacks in Borno State, Bashir Adewume blamed the country's porous borders for the inflow of terrorists. He urged the government to tighten security at the borders, stressing that a military solution without a political solution would lead the country nowhere in the fight against insecurity. All right, Dotun, the retired generals are talking. What do you make of the comments by the retired generals on the security situation in the country?
I think it's just simply the truth about what is ongoing. And one of the good things about this, unlike the previous issue that we treated, they did not only point out what the issues are, they provided
what can be done,
the solutions to it. And that's the way patriots speak. So that all of us are feeling...
Don't just criticize.
Don't criticize.
Give us a way out.
How can we resolve this? Don't forget, wherever you stay in this country, what is happening up north is affecting everybody.
True.
Especially when we consider the fact that there are certain strategic states in the north, whether in the northwest, the northeast, north central, that supply the other parts of the country with food. So when you look at that, then you have to be a statesman in making comments on this. We've gone over this issue, and then these things keep coming back. Why? Because this is not a conventional war. It is more of a guerrilla war.
Asymmetric.
Where anything can happen. If it's a war between, if it's the war between Ukraine and Russia, now you know that someday one bullet will come, one this will. But these ones, it's like they just keep multiplying. You are taking one set out, another is coming
Another
up.
comes in.
And so what the generals have said, completely I agree with them. We need to look at how we can combine all systems, whether we are saying it's stick and carrot, is kinetic, anything we have, what we want
is just
to have peace in Nigeria.
Stability.
When I was a younger journalist, there was no part of this country that I did not go by road. No part. I know all the statistic states as they are. But I don't see myself traveling outside of the southwest now by road. I enjoy road travels, but you can't do it now because of the way it is. Governments will need to work and work harder. I must commend all the security agencies now involved in this fight. The armed forces, the police, civil defense, all of them, DSS, they are doing quite well. It is only those who don't know the nature of the conflict that we have now that we say those guys are not doing well.
All right, Kaidi, they talked about the porous borders. Even the DHQ just recently talked about the influx of foreign fighters. Now, what should the government be doing to secure the borders? Should we build a wall?
Like Donald Trump?
Exactly.
See, it's important we diagnose the problem before we can come up with this kind of solution that the retired generals are coming up with. So I think we should identify the current issues we are having in the region, the Sahelian regions. You know, when you're talking about the Niger Republic, who told us that they are fighting with us to resist these terrorists?
Exactly.
And we are seeing a combination of not just the military might, we also need the political might. We need to understand that the Joint Task Force is critical, but we must have some kind of political negotiation. Between that we disagree how your government came into being does not mean we don't have a common enemy called the terrorist. To a large extent, we've not had much about the Boko Haram stuff. For the purpose of this discussion, I would like to separate terrorism from banditry, even though we've actually called them terrorists now. But the purpose, we've been dealing with banditry, and you can see the onslaught against Bello Turji and his cohorts, and we are seeing a whole lot happening. So I feel this is a bit diversionary. This is a bit, go back to the northeast and abandon northwest. There is a heavy concentration on these bandits. In their case, we can't say they are faceless. It's different from the guerrilla one we're talking about. A good number of people know these bandits. They are criminals. They are people who have grown up in the society that they can trace their roots and their origins, unlike the faceless Boko Haram, where we don't know where they come from.
But Kaide, we've been talking about our porous borders for years.
And there's
Nigeria
a
to Cotonou, sometimes some people say you can even go through a bush path. Some states in the north.
Yes, this is part of the diagnosis.
That just demarcates Nigeria.
I agree with you. This is part of the diagnosis. So, but my take is whatever strategies that have been done, that we have a relative calm, especially in Borodu, it's not something we should dismiss. We should give the credit to our military, the governor of the state, because we also see this man, being at the front line of the whole war against these insurgents. And you can see him even, in quote, almost acting like a mini commander-in-chief, saying, track these people, let them face, the consequence of their actions. So that political will is there. It just needs to be upscaled. And we must marry it with the security efforts. And also work on that political arrangement with all those people in that region. Because we can't fight it alone. We can't fight it alone. Beyond the borders, let us ensure that however Boko Haram has been decimated in the northeast, there must not be a resurgence in any shape or form.
Now, the retired generals, they raised some issues. They talked about funding. They asked the question that, are we spending correctly on the insurgency? They also talked about, are we being proactive? And finally, they said, are we improving on our successes and how lasting it is? How do you respond to this question?
Well, I'm happy they are retired. And they know what they faced when they were in service.
And they are freer to talk.
Yes, so they can say it now.
Is it a bad idea to even bring them back, to help?
Some of them, yes, they can, but really we have to ask the question, what will they be able to do? Strategy, fine. But don't forget that it is not only in the northwest and northeast that Nigeria is doing battle. Even in the south and southeast, where we're back. So it's like we've established on this program, even the number, just number of, let's call all of them soldiers that we have, isn't enough to do this battle.
Do you think the military is overstretched?
Very much so. Very much so. And they are doing a good job considering the numbers that we have. Number. Because when you look at it, the southeast, we are still doing a lot. In the south, we are doing a battle for the soul of the economy over oil.
Oil theft.
Even in the southwest, infiltration. We have been hearing, we've been talking about this in the last 6 years. If not for the military, those guys, and those guys would have moved from Niger State, which has been established as the largest land mass in Nigeria. So when we really talk about how to police our borders, it becomes a problem. Like you asked, are we going to build walls? If you build walls, can they be scaled? So what?
Who would even pay for it?
Oh, no, do we even have the resources?
Nigeria or the neighboring countries?
Do we even have the resources to do so? And then in the midst of all of this, Burkina Faso is leaving ECOWAS, Mali is leaving, meaning that no more cooperation. And these are the places, especially Mali, where we're having this infiltration. NIS has been talking about monitoring our borders, using choppers and all the rest.
Drones, technology.
Yes, technology. At what cost? Because when we talk about all of these things, we are talking of funding, we are talking of money. Can we really afford all that we need now? And then those things that we even need, are they things you go and pick off the shelf? There are certain things we paid for 2-3 years ago that won't be ready until another 4-5 years. Because you have to pay and wait. So it's a matter of always pointing these things out, like the generals have done. And then we now start working on it. One of the things that came out from this ongoing budget defense was the fact that even the military was happy that the money that was budgeted last year was released. It's one of the luckiest sectors. And that's why I believe that we are seeing these improvements in security, whether people believe it or not. We are seeing some improvements because those guys are actually coming out forcefully now for you to be bold enough. After, I think it last happened in this manner about 4-5 years ago, and storm a military base.
That's true.
It has not been, meaning that they are also getting better equipped.
Now, still talking about the issue of insecurity. Now, without sounding like a broken record, last week, the Chief of Defense Staff actually came out and reassured Nigerians that security will improve this year. I ask again, are you convinced?
You see, because we are speaking within context, my answer is very clear. It's a yes, within context. Why do I say so? I'm a journalist, and I get stories every second. And I know how many insecurity stories I used to report. Now it has reduced. So what do we say? What about those people that were killed? They will say I'm being insensitive. But that's why within context. No, we don't deserve to die. Nobody deserves to die, no matter what the figure, whether 1 or 2. We must talk about improvement. And that's why you will not see the president saying that we will stop protecting lives. Everybody must work towards zero attack and everything that is possible. But having said that, it's just to say that a lot has been achieved, especially in the Northeast. And in the Northwest, I must give kudos, even though it may not sound right, for the Minister of Defense and the Minister of State for Defense, for whatever they are doing. I see people, going to the battlefield to say, hey, the president gives them a marching order. I don't want to hear this. Go straight to your state. Go straight to this region. Fish out all these bad elements and get them, So I think what they need from us is more support, more encouragement. I know we are going to go into the issue of the welfare of these people in terms of Armed Forces Remembrance Day. And that's what he has started. How do we motivate these people? How do we give them the backings? As we speak, as I think the last count, about 28 to 29 states are being secured by the military. That should not be their primary job.
Exactly.
You understand? The police. So if it is about protecting the integrity of the nation, trust me, this battle would have been easier. But they have to assist the police. They have to assist the civil defense. They have to do a whole lot of stuff for us to even prevent this incursion that he talked about. So it will be very, very unfair to say that these people haven't done well. So I think it's just to tell them that they can do more.
Yeah, they can do more, I believe so. All right, let's move straight to our next conversation. As Nigeria marks the 2025 Armed Forces Remembrance Day, widows of fallen heroes stated that they are struggling to survive. They lament their living conditions and appeal to the federal and state governments to empower them. They said they saw the Armed Forces Remembrance Day as a painful reminder of their husbands' sacrifices for the country. Fallen Heroes Association in Gombe, Lagos, Cross River and other states expressed disappointment over abandonment by the federal and state governments. Doctor, the price of sacrifice, the predicament of families of fallen heroes. Some might even call them the unsung heroes. That's the families of the fallen heroes, neglected by the armed forces, the government, and by the country. How depressing is this?
Well, I will also try to put this in context.
Okay.
When a man leaves service, even as, retires, we still have that kind of problem we're talking about. Why? Because the terms and conditions of the service, they are not as good as they should be. We should also not forget that whoever was earning, say, 5,000 naira 10 years ago is better than the man earning 100,000 naira today. So sometimes when they do this once in a year handout, you hear a governor say, the widows of the fallen heroes, 50 million.
Yeah, I think Rivers State Governor actually did something.
If he has done that, how much is 50 million when you... So what, for me, we should focus on is to go back, like I said the last time on this program, and work on that harmonized, the improved conditions of service. When you look at what this has brought out now, it has told us what each person can get after retirement. That same paper, we should go back to it and ensure that those who die in service, we should have them properly taken care of. If we still need to go back here and work on it, because for me, this yearly handout
doesn't work.
I don't think it's not just those who died. How about those who are now retired?
Yeah, that's what
we saw them protesting.
Exactly.
You know,
that's what I said.
I said
from the onset that even those who are living,
yes,
they are going through this. Not to talk of those, the family of those who are dead. Because if you are living, you can still go make your point. And where will these people start from? Where will they start? We need to go back and look at the conditions of service. That will encourage our people to do better. And then they know that, like the private sector, let me earn well. Let me be able to save well. And take care of my family. And also, we must talk to those servicemen themselves. The way they live, they must watch it. While you are alive, what did you plan for your family?
We're still going to talk about that. We'll still talk about that. But, Kaidi, if the fallen heroes could turn back the hands of time, looking at the way their families were neglected, you know, in poverty and treated, do you think they'll be willing to do this again?
You know, maybe just on record, my father happens to be, he didn't spend many years in the Air Force. It was just during the Civil War. And so you see our relationship, he still talks about those services. And, you know, one good thing about them is that, and when Dottie was talking about them, I was like, I wish they understand what they're saying. Many of them already have that mindset that they could be gone anytime. It's a very strange mindset, but that's the way an average, you know,
serviceman,
that's the way they think. So as far as they are concerned, I remember having very, very casual discussion with them during our service year, and they were telling us that, hey, they are the most romantic men you can marry. They were telling the core members that, excuse me, when we die, you take over. You know, and you know, they were saying that we are very caring. We don't even touch our wives. We don't even lift our hands. We can be deadly at the war front, but this is how we are. You know, that sends a lot of message to me to let me know that good. They do it effortlessly. They do it selflessly. They do it with a mind that whether you take care of me or not, it's a calling for me to defend my nation. So such people deserve more from whoever they're fighting for. People who will not look back, people who will not betray the loyalty they've confessed to the country. However, you see, just to put it in context, because every January 15th, a lot of people just think about the people that fought the Civil War. Yes, that's the significance. 1970. How many years back now? We're talking about
54, 58, I think. Yeah, 54.
Now 54, going to 55 years. So, but the big message is, what about those people that have been killed?
Yes.
In the insurgency
Boko
war?
Haram.
All of them. The number seems to even be more.
Yeah.
That might be an exaggeration, but I'm not very accurate with my figure. But just to let you know that their wives are also crying. True. If you read that report, their widows are also crying that, hey, my husband was wasted in court. My husband was killed in Boronu. My husband was killed in Adamawa. My husband was killed in some of these northeastern states.
Lots of them.
So please, if they didn't get it right, let us find the middle ground. Let us start doing it right. Let people join the army with so much pride, because a good number of people are running away now. And if some people want to join army, they don't want to be pushed to the war front. So why are you a member of the,
All right. But you talked about the way they live. Now let's talk about life insurance. Do you think the government should come up with some sort of special life insurance policy, or some sort of benefits, for members of their families, so that they can? I saw a documentary, and it was really sad.
Those things are there.
It was really sad.
Those things are there. If you follow the news, you see that virtually every month the police present checks to families of. But the big question is, how much is it? That's the point I was making. Because if you say this insurance, you are distributing, say, 100 million to about 50 families. And that comes
to 2 million
once in a year. How significant is that? One of the things as a civilian that I made up my mind about when I was going to get married was that my wife must be working. And she must learn how to make money. Till now, we still have our differences over that. Because it's not only the people in service who carry guns that know that they can die any minute. I also know. Because I keep saying to my family, when you go out in the morning and you come back, especially in our climb, it is a bonus of one day. So if I die today and my wife can't make money, what happens to the family? So that's why I said these things must begin from proper investments in your family. So that when something happens, there's somebody who is taking over. Because no matter what the government is going to do, you are only, they are very important, but only also a fraction of the population. And they can't get all that they need. So as we are clamoring for this insurance, we should also be telling ourselves that investment is important for these people too.
To make sure, like entrepreneurship and all of it,
all of that.
Trade, just...
There was a time they used to also say we journalists are reckless people in terms of living. When a journalist dies, the wife is, in those days, probably not working, and then there is a problem. So we who are coming up now are now saying, see, things must be done differently. A journalist doesn't want to be a tenant forever now, because he knows that one day something can happen and nobody is going to look back.
Okay. Now, to wrap it up, yesterday was Armed Forces Remembrance Day, and we'll always celebrate them. I saw somewhere that even in America, the UK, once they see a serviceman An average American would say, thank you for your service. But in Nigeria, when you see a serviceman, okay, a soldier, do we as Nigerians even say thank you? Now, yesterday we celebrated them, but I just want to ask you, maybe just in 30 seconds, do you think our armed forces, do you think they are celebrated enough?
Yeah, it's a combination of two things, and unfortunately, we just have to say it the way it is. The American history is different from our history. Sure. We came out of them in 1999, and the experience generally wasn't palatable. You know, we see them as people who were brutal. We see them as people who do not have respect for human dignity. But the civilians have been able to change it. They are changing the narrative. Sure. Let me know that they have changed. They're changing the narratives, and the military is also proving to us that they are subservient to the civilian government.
The Constitution.
So until we see that clearly stated out, because we still see them misbehave. We must say it the way it is. We see some of them,
especially those on the road.
Exactly. We see some of them and say, how dare you make call when ask your car to stop. Yes, it might be the normal thing, but do it with respect. So that American that is doing like this to a military man, that American knows that the military man will respect him. That American man knows the military man respects democracy above every other thing. So it's a two-way
So I guess the military should do a lot of reorientation, rule of engagement.
The military civil department.
Yeah, exactly.
Establishes schools.
Exactly.
I do something. I don't need to say thank you to you when I see you in uniform. When we're on the queue, I allow you to take your turn first.
Yeah, exactly.
It's something I don't shy away from. That shows you that
and we should be able to pick them on the road when they're on the road too.
I respect you. Unfortunately, picking them on the road is now dangerous. Because you don't even know who's an armed robber wearing a uniform.
It's a Nigeria problem.
Yeah, it's a problem. But the other things that we see, you are the airport, you are the eatery, you see them. Sometimes
pay the abuse.
Pay the abuse.
I say that some transporters they don't even take money from them.
My dad died as a commissioner of police some years back. Active service.
Yes.
And I knew how much we got.
All right, gentlemen. it's a fine place for us to leave it. Dr. Oladipo, thank you so much for joining us on the show. To have this beautiful conversation. Kaide Ladidi, appreciate you.
Always a pleasure.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much for having this conversation with us. We also want to say thank you to the gentlemen and women in the back room, pressing the buttons, as always, for us to have a beautiful show. And that's it on Journalists Hangout today. Join us tomorrow for another episode of the program. You can watch the repeat broadcast of this episode tonight at 11. Join us on Sunday from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. for Journalists Hangout on Sunday. We are on YouTube at youtube.com/TVC News Nigeria. I am Benga Oreshegun. Bye for now, and God bless Nigeria.
We were warned about this marriage. Because we did not listen, a young maiden is dead.
Nana, come here. Hi. Why do you speak so freely with a stranger from Ajani?
We were just talking about offering Ojigijag a seat on the council.
The gods be praised. He has 2 wives. So why are you making it look like it is a big deal?
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. At ShopX TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 Naira for the CookX 4-in-1 blender. But call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 Naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 Naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. ShopX TV is proud to introduce the ShopX Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. The versatile machine features adjustable resistance levels, an ergonomic design, and a built-in digital tracking system that displays speed, time, distance, and calories burned. From sculpting your abs to toning your legs, upper body, and strengthening your core, you would normally pay up to 449,950 Naira for the ShopX Ultimate Crunch. But for a limited time only, call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the ShopX Ultimate Crunch at 404,955 Naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 Naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
Ogun State, the gateway to Nigeria, is setting the pace with groundbreaking infrastructure projects and innovative social programs for economic development. Join us every week for Gateway Diary, where we spotlight the incredible initiatives and achievements of Ogun State government under the leadership of Governor Dapo Abiodun. Discover how Prince Dapo Abiodun and his team are empowering communities, fostering economic growth, and enhancing the quality of life for the good people of Ogun State. With exclusive interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and real-time stories from the people, Gateway Diary offers authentic and inspiring insight into the progress and prosperity of Ogun State. Gateway Diary, showing.
Wherever you see destruction, it's because God is absent. There is no destruction in God. So who started killing from Genesis? Satan. Jesus exposed him. The thief cometh not, but for to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But I am come that you may have life and have it how much more abundant. I prophesy prophesy as your amen is coming like thunder. Whatever is yours, receive it now.
Is my fatherland. God bless Akwa.
We will invite all appointments to arise to the faith of greatness with our Rise agenda.
The sun is rising, the land is peaceful. It's so amazing that I can see. I want you to cry, yeah. I am the future, yeah.
Live from our Lagos studio, this is Beyond 100 Days with Nifemi Oguntoye. On the program today, our attention is turned to the politics of opposition parties in Nigeria. But let's begin with breaking news. And there's a latest on from the Nigeria Governors Forum that has now endorsed the tax reform bills, recommending that there should be no increase in the VAT rate and offering significant alterations. The forum recommended a revised value-added tax sharing formula to ensure equitable distribution of resources. So they want 50% based on equity, 30% based on derivation, and 20% based on consumption. This decision was taken at the end of the subnational consultations and engagement of the Presidential Tax Reform Committee. The forum also advocated for the continued exemption of essential goods and agricultural produce from VAT to safeguard the welfare of citizens and promote agricultural productivity. The governors also recommended that there should be no terminal clause for TETFund, NASENI, and NITDA in the sharing of development levies in the bills. Another significant outcome of that meeting between the NGF and the Presidential Tax Reform Committee is the support for the continuation of the legislative process at the National Assembly that will culminate in the eventual passage of the tax reform bills. Let's also tell you that the federal government has now replied to the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, saying his help is not needed to validate the reforms of President Bola Tinubu. The Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, in a statement expressed disappointment that the monarch who once recommended, or rather commended, the removal of full subsidy and the unification of forex rates is now subtly condemning the policies because of what he termed a shift in loyalty. Emir Sanusi, who is a former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, had on Wednesday at the memorial lecture of Gani Fawemi in Lagos, said the President Tinubu administration would not get his help on the economic challenges confronting the country. And in a swift response to the Emir, the information minister said it was amusing that a traditional ruler of a status, quote, would publicly admit to shuffling off saying the truth because of personal interest hinged on imaginary antagonism, end quote. The United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed has accepted President Tinubu's invitation to visit Nigeria this year. The president extended his invitation during bilateral talks on the sidelines of the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week earlier on. He delivered Nigeria's position on climate and other challenges and congratulated the UAE leader for the successful event. During the discussion, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed thanked President Tinubu for accepting his invitation and expressed the UAE's determination to strengthen economic cooperation between Nigeria and his country. The two leaders also explored attracting investment into Nigeria. And to our main conversation today, after the 2023 elections with the emergence of Bola Tinubu as president, the two main opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party and the Labour Party, are still struggling to get their stance in Nigeria's political sphere. The Labour Party has been battling with leadership crises and series of defections from party loyalists. The PDP, on the other hand, is not left out in this matter, with leadership crisis, defection, and quite a number of court cases. The question is, how formidable is the politics of opposition in Nigeria? There have been allegations of the APC sponsoring the crisis, bedeviling the opposition parties. How true is this? Big question on the show. Can Nigerians trust the opposition parties with their votes in the off-cycle election as well as the 2027 general election? I'm joined on the show by Labour Party chieftain Callisto Sokafo, who joins me live from our studio in Abuja. Thank you so much for joining us on the program this hour.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's begin with the breaking news from the Nigeria Governors Forum. I'm sure you're following this as well. They have now endorsed the tax reform bills with some major recommendations. What do you make of this development?
Honestly speaking, it's a welcome development because this is, I'm talking as a person, I'm not talking on behalf of Labour Party. I'm talking as Callistus Uju Okafo. So what I want to say here is that it's a welcome development. It's good that governors have started seeing things the way it's supposed to be seen. Actually, not because someone is in opposition or because you are not in the ruling party, and that is why you will not support the good thing when you see one. The tax reform is a welcome development. It's something that Mr. President has, is Mr. President's initiative. And that is a very good initiative. It will it will make everybody to feel impact of this government. Let me talk about myself. Apart from being a politician, I am a businessman. When I look at the reform, the tax reform, I welcome it, and every businessman welcome it because it's on our favor. Take for instance, when you're a businessman and your income or your profit is not up to 50 million, you will not be paying taxes, you know. And this one is not that when monkey they walk, baboon they shop. So this thing is call it pay as you go. So for me, it's a welcome development. The governors has done pretty very well. So I commend them.
Well, it comes with some major amendment, though. They're recommending some alteration to the value-added tax, 50% based on equity, 30% based on derivation, and 20% based on consumption. You don't think this alters anything, do you?
You see, when we are talking about this reform, I want us to be realistic. I want us to see it the way it is. I know that some part of Nigerians, the way they're seeing it is not the way it is. Maybe they have not really sat down to look at this reform very well or read it very well and understand it. And I also employ them to, if you don't understand this, please tell your brother, call your friend who understands this to explain to you. All this amendment is just is for interests. People want their own region to get something meaningful. But the bone of the contention of this tax reform is the outcome of the tax reform. So for me, I believe that all these amendments the governors are making and these ones are making is to suit them. But if you ask me, I would say that we better stand, we better stick to that which the federal government submitted to National Assembly. That is fair. That is fair, very, very fair. But I believe that Mr. President or the government, the federal government will do everything to come in a good relationship, in a good understanding with the governors to see it fly. But my take here is that tax reform is a welcome development.
While the federal government is getting some form of support from the Nigeria's Government Forum in the area of tax reform, there is a back and forth and exchange of words between the federal government, the presidency really, and the Emirate of Kano. You heard the Emir of Kano saying that it is no longer going to help this administration. How are you reacting to this?
Anyway, like I said, this is my own personal opinion. Let me talk about most of us who travel out there, who also listen. You see, America has just concluded their election. Immediately after election, the elected president is no longer a political party president. He becomes the country president. It means that at this point, everybody, if you know the one you can do, you can join hand to make it happen. Remember, you are not doing this for Mr. President. You're not doing this to APC. You are doing it for the nation. You are doing it for your country, for the masses. Honestly speaking, it breaks my heart for a man I respect so much, His Royal Majesty, Sanusi Mohammed, to say that he can't support Mr. President. For what? He's not supporting. I want to let us know that we're not supporting Mr. President. We want to support Nigeria. We want to see our country, the only country we call our own. We want to see it work. We want to see the policies, all the policies Mr. President bring. We want to see it work for the betterment of Nigerian masses, not for individuals. So for a man like him to make that statement, honestly, for me, it's not a welcome development. It's really, for me, I've seen it in a position of personal interest. But I'm seeing it as a man who has shifted his loyalty to somewhere else. It's all about loyalty. It's all about.
It sounds a lot like. It sounds a lot like if you don't support me, I won't support you. The Minister of Information calls it perceived antagonism, but perhaps it has to do with whether or not it's getting government support in holding on to the stool of power in Kano, in light of the legal tussle that is faced with.
But that is what it seems. If I were to be him, I won't make this public declaration. I won't say this publicly. I will put it in my heart. Me as a person, I see it as that is exactly what it is. Because if federal government has supported him, you see he would have come out that day on Wednesday to sing the praises of federal government. But because maybe the federal government has not supported him, and that is why he is saying this. But why we should all condemn his statement is because this is an elder statesman. This is a first-class citizen of this country, a man who has held a position of central bank governor. Shouldn't have come out to say this. You see, and one thing with this government I see is that they try to bring in professionals. It doesn't matter, irrespective of your party affiliation or what you believe in. But because we are all Nigerians, because we are all fighting for a common goal, Sanusi Mohammed should be that one who's supposed to volunteer himself for what he knows and he would do better to help the federal government, to help the economy of this nation. But he decided to say this. So for me, I condemn that. It's not for me as a Kalisu Sokaf, it's not a welcome development. It's a very selfish and very selfish statement, honestly.
Mr. Okafor, you're sounding very different this evening. The last time I checked, you were a member of the Labour Party. We're also following the gale of defection hitting your party. The last count, about 5 out of 35 members of the House of Representatives have now joined the All Progressives Congress. As at March 2023, Julius Abure could swear that that wasn't going to happen. It also sounds a lot like you are now in support of this administration. Is the Labour Party now the new APC?
You see what I'm talking about, because whenever someone is saying things the way they are or expressing his own opinion, if you're not APC, APC is sponsoring you. Before, everything and everywhere I was fighting for my position as a deputy national chairman who's supposed to take over from the late chairman. What I heard everywhere is that APC was sponsoring me. You know, it's really disheartening to hear this kind of thing from people. This is our government, like I said before. The moment after election, the next thing to do is the president-elect is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not the president of APC. It's not the president of any other. So whatever we can do or we can say to support the government, you say it and do it.
I hear you, Mr. Okafor, and I understand your position. It sounds accurate as well. But some would say you went to the Supreme Court, you know, to claim the chairmanship seat. You know, what your detractors are saying is perhaps because you did not get that position, that is why you have turned around to support the incumbent government. How do you react to that?
That is funny. And who says that I am done in Supreme Court? Who says so? Who says I'm done in Supreme Court? You see, I am a man who respects the rule of law. If a competent court says that Abure is a national chairman of Labour Party, as a good citizen, I have to respect the rule of law and wait until another court says otherwise. So this is not all about because I have lost out. I have not lost out in Supreme Court because I'm in Supreme Court. So I don't want to talk about that. All I'm trying to say here is the affairs of the nation, not affairs of political party. And again, when you talk about people defecting from Labour Party to another, I read in newspapers, I read in social medias where Abure is going up and down. They said, according to them, that's what I read in social media. I don't know how true it is, that they have gone to the floor of the House to serve those people who are defected. You see, if Nigerians, if a PDP man deferred to APC or APC man deferred to PDP or vice versa, how they have been doing it, it's like it become a normal. It become everyday thing. Labour Party own won't be different. Don't forget that the reason they defeated because of this quarrels, because of this fight, because of the leadership crisis, because of legislative tussle.
But what the Labour Party is saying under Abure, Mr. Okafor, is that as we speak, there is no significant division within the party. You just mentioned yourself that the court is in favor of the Abure leadership, and they are contesting that provision of Section 68 and I think Section 109 of the Constitution that gives room for defection of members of the House.
Okay, what you will ask yourself now, if all of us were in court, Abure was given, court had declared Abure and the chairman of Labour Party, and the other people has gone to higher court, and this guy says, listen, we are tired of what is happening in Labour Party. Remember, when you say court, the court did not say. This Abure regime has faced so many things. Is it all the allegations of fraud, all the allegations of perjury and the fraud? So any thinking man, every good man, any thinking man, a man with honor and integrity will say, listen, I won't associate myself to this kind of a man. Listen, I'm not making excuses for them. But all I'm trying to say here is that these guys that defected from Labour Party to APC or to any other political party, they are not different from others.
All right.
They are not.
Mr. Okafor, we're hearing that a faction of the obedient movement are now about to exit the Labour Party in favor of another party. What implication does that have on your party going forward?
I want to put it clear that I am not a member of Obedient. I'm a Labour Party chieftain. And when you ask the Obedient, they will tell you they are not members of Labour Party. They are just a movement that felt they would support His Excellency Peter Obi. And they came with him. So if fraction of them say they want to leave, like I said, it's a normal in this country where people are in this party today, tomorrow they're in that party, tomorrow in that party. So I don't have any problem with that at all.
But I thought that
they have common public.
I thought it was the obedient movement that gave life to Labour Party. Some would say, what is Labour Party without the obedient group in terms of the popularity it garnered during the 2023 elections?
Yes and no. Yes and no. Labour Party became number 2 now. Okay, number 3. When you talk about APC 1, PDP 2, Labour Party 3, because of obedience. But remember, there was a time in this country where Labour Party was number 4. When Mimiko was our governor, if you recall, we have how many senators? We have many House of Reps in the seat. The former deputy senator, distinguished Senator Omagege, do you recall that he came from Labour Party, who also defected to APC? So, you see, those people that are saying this are people who doesn't know the history of Labour Party.
Mr. Okafor,
the truth of the matter is that.
Yes. We are really running out of time now, but I just want to get your thoughts on this. You know, we saw a meeting between Peter Obi and the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, and you know the rumors are rife that we probably might be seeing a merger. Are you concerned that if Peter Obi leaves your party today, Labour Party will leave that number 3 spot back to where it was before now?
You see, this merger can never be between Labour Party and PDP or this or that. His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi has the right. Everybody in this country has the right, constitutional right to emerge, to align with anybody he wants to. So I don't want to speak about people of like minds who want to do their thing. But I want to assure you, let me tell you, I am Labour Party chieftain till we speak. But all I want to let you know is that I'm a man who believes in flowing what is good, flowing the right thing. For me, for today, I would say that it's come 2027 election.
All right.
With what is happening in Labour Party, what happened in the PDP, these 2 parties with all this crisis cannot fight APC. That is the truth.
Okafor,
that is the truth.
We have completely run out of time. We'll continue this conversation. Callistus Okafor is former deputy chairman of the Labour Party. Thank you so much for talking to us on the program this evening.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And that's our show today, everyone. Thanks for being a part of it. We're back tomorrow, 6 p.m. with more. I am Nifemi Oguntoye.
Paid presentation by ShopX TV. It's ShopX Bonanza time. ShopX TV is thrilled to offer an exclusive giveaway of up to 30% on the amazing CookX Air Fryer Oven from now till January 31st, 2025. Our our incredible Cookex 10-in-1 air fryer oven that makes all the amazing fried food you love with 80% less fat. Normally retails for 299,950 naira. But call the number on your screen now and get it for just 199,950 naira, which is a whooping 100,000 naira off. Amazing! The incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Stay tuned and learn about the amazing free bonus items included with the Cookex air fryer oven. Say goodbye to unhealthy, greasy food and hello to nutritious, delicious meals. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The Cookex air fryer oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air-fried chicken, corn, and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil. Here is exciting news. You can air-fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crisper on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. The Cookex air fryer oven replaces a deep fryer, a rotisserie oven, a dehydrator, an oven, a toaster oven, and a microwave. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The Cookex air fryer oven is easy to wipe.
I'm happy. My husband is happy. And of course, I have a happy home. From my grilling on check, to my frying on check, to my baking on check.
You could be paying 299,950 naira for the Cookex air fryer oven, but call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get it on the ShopEx Mega Bonanza deal for 199,950 naira. The Cookex air fryer oven comes with a drip tray and a grill tray. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get not one, not two, but 3 bonus items valued at 50,000 naira for free. Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket, amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork. It's perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle. Get the Cookex air fryer oven in 2 easy payments of 99,975 naira. Pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. This offer is for a limited time only. We will also deliver the Cookex air fryer oven to your door for free.
The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopEx TV.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics and Sunday with Femi Akonde. Community Forum with Sarah Eko. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives, and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
The glory of God and the support of the good people of the state.
Program came up as far back as 2011. Right from that time when they came, the communities around cooperated, particularly this very royal community in Bariko, gave them esteemed cooperation. They did very well. They fell down the trees here. In fact, the falling of trees was almost a problem because they were economic trees. But because we really loved electricity, we have to let go the falling of the trees. That was done. They started erecting the poles. The problem we started getting from the electricity, which we loved, was the breaking down of the bridge. The fall of that bridge was as a result of the poles they were conveying to plant them over these areas. So as a result, the bridge now sagged. The walls, the columns that carried the bridge fell off. That was the saga we faced as at that time. Right from that time that the bridge fell, we never had a good bridge. We never had.
We has too much flood that break down the bridge and all other things that you think that maybe we can at least do it well. We cannot. Many people cannot even pass. By the time you think to pass to the market, sometimes you come and the flood is high that you cannot pass because of the breakdown of the bridge. Nothing will benefit here as government something. Though we have a school that I would say we are benefiting from the school that they send us a primary school and a health center, but the road that at least will enable us to rush out, we cannot even know.
The fear of crossing the bridge has left residents of the community isolated from Cross River State, or should I say, the people's paradise. When they need help, they are forced to rely on themselves, often leaving problems unsolved.
We called on the management that are under this NEPA construction that look at what has happened. So they left us and they promised they are coming back to work the bridge back to us. Up till then, we have not seen them. And up till then, the NEPA, the light they even gave to us, the thing is not lighting. It's more than 7 years that they constructed this NEPA light. The thing is not working. So we are suffering from the bridge and suffering from the light. We are not benefiting anything.
You only use motorcycles to convey your
goods,
your produce, right? That's rice.
Yeah.
Down to the markets.
Up to we cultivate okra, we cultivate rice, cassava, gari. This is the highest producers of gari inside here. This is the highest producers of rice inside here. In fact, if just it took imagine if you can give us up to 5 minutes that we work, you go and see marvelous rice, you go and see marvelous harvest that we do harvest. But it's machine, and in the process out of that machine, before you should convey a bag of rice from inside to the main road, we are paying a sum of 1,500
for one motorcycle.
For each bag of rice. That the motorcycle be able to carry 5, which means if you plus 1.5 by 5, will give you definitely around 7,500 to convey 5 bags of rice to the main road. We lost a lot of souls in the process of the damage of this bridge. Last 2 months, we lost our small ones because we don't have a standard primary school inside it based on inability of the road. And some of them, we did convey them to the northern school by trekking. And when this river, as you have seen it, is due fields above even what you have seen here. In the process, one day, as they were coming back from the school, one of the child got lost. That would enable us to get past. The thing collapsed. The second one, we still put the second one, the thing collapsed. The third one is here, the thing collapsed. This one is the fourth one that you see us trekking today. You can't, because this place is right inside deep. So this one is a foot. I think we have been trying.
This is how we've been managing the bridge for a period of about 15 years now when it got bad. These are people from different communities carrying timber from the forest to where the bridge is going to be at least managed for people to pass for commercial purposes. This here, why we took this photograph, in fact, we were very fast to have taken this photograph. This woman didn't make it on the attempt to cross here. In fact, she was not properly picked when she fell into the gap you're seeing. We lost that woman that very year. That was in 2015 that we lost that very lady you're seeing there. So the bridge has crossed. She fell. You see the part you're seeing here is open. So there was just only one plank that was carrying them. So she lost her step and fell into the bridge. She lost her life in 2015. Then when you watch this very photograph, you see the flood. During high tide, the place is not passable. During high tide, except you are a very, very good swimmer, nobody passes there again. Our children are being barred from going to schools. Market women are being barred from going to the market. And the commercial activities, in fact, does not go properly again as soon as we have the high tide.
And there is no alternative?
No alternative, just no alternative. We don't have canoes. We don't have canoes. The only thing is just stop going out. Hunger has been one of those things we've been suffering because we get out here to go and get some foodstuff to take in the community. So within this period of high tide, we've been suffering a lot of problems. Watch here, there was a more dangerous space that was created. If you see the crowd that is left behind there, the reason was that we have waited for a very long period of time. We didn't see our children coming back. So we didn't know that there was problem there. Our market women refused to come back to the village. So what we did now was, as the community now went down there, discovered that people were there and the bridge was so dilapidated that they cannot cross. There was a gap at the middle. So now we have to call some labor from other communities that came, and we did emergency job. That's why you see those people much there. And if you look at the crowd from behind, you see that the people that were left out there were over 500 people. So if 500 people will die in a community, you know that that community is completely...
There is a lot of things we lack of. The structure of the building, the lover is damaged. When you want to admit the patient, mosquito will not allow, no mosquito net. The cool chains that we're supposed to preserve vaccine here for use when maybe 0 dose now, we have a 0 dose. A patient will give birth, but we cannot have 0 dose to administer to them. So, because of electricity. But if you have it, they provide fresh and will begin to make use of it.
So you've not been able to address. The school is owned by the government, but just like the bridge, the school has also been abandoned by the government.
Just 2 teachers.
Chairs, no tables.
No chairs, no tables. And the 2 teachers, the head teacher doesn't teach. The head teacher doesn't teach. So that's just 1 teacher.
One teacher.
Just 1 teacher.
For
8 classrooms.
1 teacher.
1 teacher. And if you look at it, the 8 classrooms I'm talking about, some of these classes have been meshed together because of lack of accommodation. Okay, now there are 6 classrooms here. And because some of these classes are overfilled, so we need to make some other classes for them. But since the government is not coming to our aid, so we've been matching some of these classes, like ECC and the primary 1, sometimes they are being meshed. So we are supposed to have more than 10 classrooms to be able to carry the children.
How much do they pay to get into primary school?
It's free. So they just pay a token of, I think, 1,500. And that's all about the term for primary school.
For 1 term? For
1 term. That's all about it. So the problem we have in the primary school is just lack of teachers and other facilities like educational materials, books, tables, chairs, and more classrooms. We need more buildings.
The St. Vincent's Primary School signpost is about 300 meters away from the actual school block. Now, this school block has 6 classrooms, accommodating 8 classes. Now, we understand that these classes are usually packed on a normal school day. Exactly. And far back in 2012 or was it through 2015 when the Cross River State government had come up with this Suburb delivered just tables to the classrooms?
Just few tables.
Few tables to the classrooms. Did they bring chairs?
They didn't bring some chairs. I think the chairs we have are just about 10 chairs.
10 chairs?
Just about 10
for
chairs.
8 classrooms?
For 8 classrooms.
For 8
for
classes?
8 classes.
They brought 10 chairs?
For 8 classes.
For 8 classes. So just in these classrooms now, we have just tables? Good. Just tables?
Just tables.
So when pupils come to school, where do they sit?
When pupils come to school, they hang. They hang on the tables. No place to sit. And some will sit on the floor when they are tired standing. And that is why learning is not effective. That's why learning is not effective. So they've been hanging. Sometimes they sit on the floor. You see some will be sleeping because there's no conducive place for them to learn. So that's what we've been suffering in the environment. That's why we are crying for more facilities in this environment. At least you are an eyewitness. You're seeing the tables. Few tables. They are not even up to 30 tables for a school that has up to 6 classes. And the available classrooms are 6, which we need another school building.
So the pupils here are about 500?
The pupils we have here are about 500. And there could be more if these facilities are available.
So you need more classrooms?
We need more classrooms. This community can produce 1,000 pupils if facilities are okay, because it will create attraction for them to come down.
So another question I have is, so since this is supposed to serve 5 communities?
Yes, this is supposed to serve 6 communities in all.
6 communities.
Yes.
So when this is not available, where do the children go?
When this is not available, schools that are away from here are about 30 kilometers. I think the least school is about 20 kilometers away from here.
The primary school?
The primary school.
20 kilometers away.
20 kilometers away from here. So you can imagine that. And so instead of these children trekking those ways, the parents here are scared of that they will go, they wouldn't know
Because
how to cross
there's
the
no
highway. And even when there's no bridge for them to even cross to get to the highway. So they wouldn't want to lose their children on the bridge by the flood. And if they will even manage to pass, they wouldn't want to lose them by the highway there.
It is like deja vu for Mbaraku community. The community is yet to get a bridge. The school has been abandoned. Refusing to give up, the community rallied together to save their primary school when it was on the verge of shutting down. First, they tackled the teacher shortage, hiring educators themselves to ensure the 500 pupils didn't miss out on their education. But that's just winning half of the battle. Next, they now have to figure out how to pay these teachers. But even with all these interventions from the community, the school is still faced with a lot of challenges. For those who find it difficult to access good education, agriculture and transportation are the means of survival.
As an individual, I have tried to alleviate the sufferings of the people. I think government should aid us to do better for our people. I was not comfortable, really. When I came into this community, there were about 3 secondary graduates. You wouldn't imagine it in 2005.
Just 3.
3. But when I came in 2010, I was able to produce about 11 secondary graduates. But as I speak with you now, I have university graduates, polytechnics, and colleges of education that are produced by the same school. And sometimes we could cry that government should help us, the private sectors, because we are doing well. They should give us assistance to do well for communities like this.
So how much does it cost to be admitted into your school?
My admission is very small. Only admission alone, you pay 1,500. That's just your admission fee. My fee is just 4,000 naira. It's good to laugh. It's good to laugh it out.
4,000 naira?
Yes, and even some parents cannot even pay. There are some that are owing.
7-year-old Augustine races to bring his latest invention, a toy car made with scraps. At one corner, some elders sat watching Augustine show off his creation, wishing their schools were upgraded, wishing the talents and creative minds of children like Augustine won't be wasted.
Why you know they go to school every time?
If I go to school, teacher no there, and tear why they sit down no there. That's why my father can't go put for Telecom. And bridge with the part go school. You know there. That way my father can't go put for Telecom the day for us.
But you won't go to school back?
Yes.
What do you feel the government will do for you?
To bring teachers.
Make government bring teachers for now. You won't go secondary school?
Yes.
For girls, marriage is the temporary escape from poverty. It's a cycle that's hard to break.
Education here is very poor. Very, very poor because of lack of money, lack of finance. We don't have anything to further ourselves. On behalf of me, I stopped on the way because of the way the economic was with me. So I could not further up because of money. I stopped it on the way. That's why I gave birth earlier. I could not do anything again.
You gave birth at the age of what?
I gave birth at the age of 20.
So that was when you finished school?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So how do you think that affects girls around the community?
It
affects
affects us.
There are no teachers in the primary school, and it's just a private school that we have.
It affects us very well, oh. It affects us very, very well. We could not make anything. We are just village up and down. We just move up and down. We move around, giving birth.
As we live in Barakul community, the creaking of the old bridge is a stark reminder of the struggles faced by its residents. Despite their resilience and resourcefulness, the community remains isolated, without basic necessities like electricity, a reliable bridge, and adequate healthcare. The promises of politicians have come and gone, but the people of
experience
information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz from the world of music and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, only on TVC News.
Every second, every minute, every hour, and every day, time doesn't just tick away. It counts down to political decisions that shape our world.
This country must move.
Imagine the impact these decisions have on our lives. Some are consequential, others may leave us intrigued or baffled.
You will have no better friend and partner than Nigeria.
Step in and feel the frenzy like never before. Join me every weekday for an hour of fact-finding interviews where questions cut to the core.
How would you say your administration has fared in these sectors?
I will dig in to get to the heart of issues, from local politics to global insight. Join me as I unearth the power plays, jaw-dropping revelations, and the unfiltered truth. This isn't just politics, it's unraveling the stories that matter. Brace yourself for Politics Tonight every weekday at 8 p.m., where every decision echoes along the corridors of our lives. Politics Tonight, only on TVC News.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Nigeria Governors Forum endorses revised value-added tax sharing formula in the proposed tax reform bills for equitable distribution of resources across the country. Military blames resurgence of attacks in Borno State on influx of foreign agents, reinforcing terrorists operating in the northeast. Outside Nigeria, Israeli cabinet yet to vote on ceasefire deal as 8 trucks queue at Gaza border. This is TVC News at 7. The Nigeria Governors Forum has endorsed a revised value-added tax sharing formula in the proposed tax reform bills, and it's to ensure equitable distribution of resources across the country. This decision is taken at the end of the subnational consultations and engagement of the Presidential Tax Reform Committee. They recommend that the sharing formula of VAT should be 50% based on equity, 30% based on derivation, and 20% based on consumption. The meeting to deliberate on critical national issues, including the reform of Nigeria's fiscal policies and tax system, also agrees that there should be no increase in the VAT rate or reduction in corporate income tax at this time. The forum advocates continued exemption of essential goods and agricultural produce from VAT to safeguard the welfare of citizens and promote agricultural productivity. The governors also recommended that there should be no terminal clause for TED Fund, NASENI, and NITSDA in the sharing of development levies in the bills. Another significant outcome of the meeting between the NGF and the Presidential Tax Reform on this development. Mr. Mohammed, thank you for joining us. Do you consider this a good deal?
No, it's not a good deal. For me, it has become a tax political, what I call it, tax political reform, reform. Because again, the whole idea of the value-added tax was about consumption, and that consumption has watered down to 20%. And now we are using equality, we are using population, and those are what has been there before now, and that's what we're trying to correct. Because you have the population, you don't consume, you don't empower your people to consume. I don't have the population, I empower my people to consume, then we are now having equal value-added tax. That was the whole idea of the reform bill. For me, that bill was supposed to empower the people. I mean, force the government to empower its people to be able to consume. But now you are saying, oh, just 20% on consumption. Then another important issue of that tax bill was using tax to grow the economy, especially in a country like Nigeria, where SMEs are the key drivers and employer of labor. There was going to be a reduction in company income tax, and that will lead to expansion, that will lead to companies creating more jobs for more Nigerians. But now that has been shoved aside, that it should be left as it is, not giving room. That is, it should be left. Remember, it was advocated for a reduction, and that would have helped company in expansion. So for me, I think the bill is more of a political settlement. The governors seems to have their way, 50% equality, 30% derivation and 20% consumption. It's no more the tax reform bill that we've all celebrated. It's
All
now
right.
a political settlement reform bill.
All right, Mr. Mohammed, you were talking about the distribution. Let's talk some more about that recommended distribution. What do you consider to be the implication of this to revenue drive in the country?
Well, the good thing is that we have to see how that bill can see the light of the day, so that 2024 budget can be funded, because most of it was coming from that bill. But now with this current situation that they have done, we might not see that so we might be going to have more budget deficit. Because if you look at that bill now, it's all about the governors thinking about what they can get, not really what the federal government will be able to get to hold up some of these budgets. So it has watered down all its importance, especially, remember, government was looking at value-added tax as a way to get revenue also to form the budget. That is no more there. So government were also looking at ways whereby consumption will increase in some states when they are empowered. Also, that is no more there. So for me, it's the value-added tax that would have added to government revenue. It's no more there. So that means we might have challenges funding that budget.
But then, Mr. Mohammed, remember that these bills are actually still before the National Assembly. So would it be correct, as you've put it, to call it political reform bills?
Well, it's in the National Assembly. You and I know what the governors are even more powerful than the National Assembly members. Remember, this governors forum called that that bill should be withdrawn from the National Assembly, and so you see that as far as they are concerned, they are in charge. So they've taken a decision. So they have to pass it to the National Assembly. Remember, most of the members of the National Assembly were being put there by the governors of their states. So they will play they will play their scorecard, and I mean, they will dance to the tune of their governors. So there's nothing so special about it going to the National Assembly. So it's going to be a political settlement. I can assure you, the governors will be calling their National Assembly members now to be telling them this is what we have agreed and this is what you people should stand for. Remember that this bill was largely opposed by the northern region and not really by other parts of Nigeria. So, and they have the numbers in the National Assembly. So the governors will be calling them to say, look, finally we have had this deal. Make sure that this go will pass through. But I like one thing, it comes as a recommendation. So that's the thing, there's still room for negotiation. I think the president should just not allow it go like that. I think the president should involve them. Let's see how they can negotiate, and so that we can get the value of this bill. The value of this bill for me is all about empowering of the people, expansion of business, provision of employment, and also revenue for government to build more infrastructure that will create more growth in the economy. As it stands now, it's more or less like the feed bottle federalism that we've always practiced. So, you don't bring anything to the table, you get 50%. You don't consume because of your population. I mean, it's only in Nigeria you see such things.
Financial analyst Mukhtar Mohammed, thank you for your time on TVC News at 7.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Now let's talk security. Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, has attributed the resurgence of attacks in Borno State to the influx of foreign agents reinforcing the terrorists operating in the northeast. While addressing a news conference in Abuja, General Buba says the situation is further worsened by local collaborators revealing troop movements. He restates the military's commitment to combating terrorists and their collaborators to ensure a safer Nigeria.
This situation is made worse by local collaborators that form a support base for these terrorists. They serve as informants reporting on troops' movement to the terrorists. However, in spite of this situation, troops are profoundly conscious of their role and responsibility in ending insurgency and terrorism across our nation. Though we might record occasional tactical setbacks, our strategic objective remains unhindered, and it is to break the terrorists' will to fight.
Elsewhere, a joint security operation in Day Pantaka Market has yielded results. Security agents recovered public infrastructure, including manhole covers and grading sheets, following a shop-to-shop search. Sifon Isien has more.
A joint security task force begins a shop-to-shop search at the Day International Market, popularly called Pantaka. Some sellers in the market, which has been shut for about 3 days, are believed to have received stolen public infrastructural items. Sewer manhole covers, grading sheets, these are some of the items recovered.
A lot of revelations have been made. We've recovered so many manhole covers that is for government infrastructures that have been removed.
Vandalism and theft of elements of public infrastructure, particularly sewer manhole covers, have assumed a worrisome dimension in the FCT, prompting an order to crack down on perpetrators.
Today we recorded the wonderful success of recovery of over 20 manhole covers in just one shop at Day Pantaka. We want to enjoin members of the public to continue to give us wonderful information, to continue to cooperate with us. The Pantakas remain closed. It remains closed. If we see anybody who go there to operate, they will be arrested and they will be prosecuted.
The FCT administration had accused certain companies of receiving stolen public infrastructure components.
Anything you are bringing out of each shop,
While the authorities are replacing the stolen items, the crackdown on perpetrators will continue. Sifon Isien, TVC News, Abuja.
We'll be speaking with the Force Public Relations Officer for more on that and other developments, especially the border defense of the Nigeria Police Force. Also coming up, Federal Controller of Works in Lagos reassures motorists and commuters that the third mainland bridge is safe to use, contrary to reports circulating on social media. We'll bring you those stories and more after this break. Please stay with TVC News.
great quality, now with the new look.
Experience information and entertainment like never before as TVC Breakfast takes your weekends to a whole new level. Introducing TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition, your ultimate source of thrilling sports updates, insightful political analysis, and captivating entertainment news. Stay in the know with what's trending, catch up with the latest in sports, and immerse yourself in the latest buzz and movies. Your weekends are no longer just days off, but moments packed with knowledge, excitement, and enjoyment. TVC Breakfast Weekend Edition.
I'm Miriam Lunge. I'm a passionate environment advocate. You're watching TVC News at 7, and here is a reminder of our top stories. Nigeria Governors Forum endorses revised value-added tax sharing formula in the proposed tax reform bills for equitable distribution of resources across the country. Military blames resurgence of attacks in Borno State on influx of foreign agents, reinforcing terrorists operating in the northeast. Outside Nigeria, Israeli cabinet yet to vote on ceasefire deal as aid trucks queue at Gaza border. Now, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has established the police anti-money laundering units. He also appointed the financial expert, CP Hyacinth Edozie, alongside other officers of the rank of Chief Superintendents of Police, to lead the unit in all state criminal investigation departments across the country. The Force Public Relations Officer, Olumoyiwa Adejobi, says this initiative is a strategic move to strengthen the police's role in national security, specifically in combating financial crimes, adding that it is critical in countering the sophisticated methods used by terrorist organizations and other criminal entities to finance their activities. The police also recently made significant arrests in Kano and Nasarawa states. The suspects were apprehended with counterfeit currencies. On Monday, the force arrested a suspect in New Kano, Nasarawa State, with counterfeit US dollar notes, totaling $160,000. Investigations are underway to determine the full scope of the suspect's involvement and identify accomplices. The Nigeria Police Force says it remains resolute to combating financial crimes, while the IGP calls on citizens to play active roles by reporting suspicious activities related to counterfeit currency. Elsewhere, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, has emphasized the need to remove the Nigeria Police Force from the envelope budgetary regime to allow for accurate funding projections. He explains that the adjustment will enable greater flexibility and ensure the availability of funds to manage the force more effectively. The IGP was speaking at the 2025 budget defense for the Nigeria Police Force before the Joint Committees on Police Affairs and Police Institutions at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja. IGP Egbetokun, in a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumoyiwa Adejobi, highlighted the need for the approval and creation of a special operations account dedicated solely to national security emergencies, as well as an increase in allocations for overhead and capital expenditure. He further proposed allocating funds for the construction of 5 new zonal headquarters, along with supporting tactical units critical to internal security. He also called for the approval of dedicated budget lines for police training institutions to enhance capacity building. Additionally, the IGP stressed that the prompt and full release of appropriated funds in 2025 would be essential for the smooth functioning of the entire force.
I respectfully request the support of the Senate and House Committees on Police Affairs and Institutions in the following areas. Advocate for removing the Nigeria Police Force from the envelope budgetary framework, allowing the force to present accurate funding requirements for effective planning and execution. Approve the creation of a special operations account to enable the force to swiftly respond to unanticipated security emergencies and support ongoing operations. Increase appropriations for both overhead and capital expenditures to enhance the force's operational efficiency. I respectfully request the support.
Now, the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, joins me on the news at 7 for more on this. Mr. Adejobi, what is the import of this request by the IGP for the police force to be removed from the envelope budgetary regime? What is the modality for this adjustment?
Thank you. Good evening, Nigerians. You know, the major challenge Nigeria police face is actually inadequate funding. This is not a new thing, it's a known thing in the news and everywhere that everybody knows that the police has not been adequately funded. And that's the premise on which the IGP made request today before the two committees of the Senate and House of Representatives, that the Nigeria Police Force should have more fund to run its activities, its operations, that if we have, with the little we have, with inadequate funding we have, the Nigerian Police Force has made significant strides and, of course, achievements in its operations. It's a good thing because in the year 2024, we were unable to enjoy good budgetary, yet Nigeria Police Force made significant strides, arresting more than 30,000 suspects, rescued more than 1,600 kidnapped victims, and we avoid many kidnap attempts on various schools, campuses, universities that were not even in the news. So if we have been able to do more, if we have adequate funding, and that's why the IGP highlighted some of the challenges related to funding and budgetary allocation of the Nigeria Police Force, particularly envelope budget.
We will work on that connection and return to Olumuyiwa Adejobi, who is the Force Public Relations Officer, for more on the challenges of the police force and their request even at the budget defense session. But moving on now, the Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Olukorede Kesha, has come out to reassure motorists and commuters that the third mainland bridge is safe to use, contrary to reports circulating on social media. She described these reports as the work of fifth columnists and urged people to disregard them. The rumors claim that part of the bridge had opened up and was shaken, prompting warnings of a major disaster. However, the controller insists that her inspection of the 11-kilometer bridge found no evidence to support these claims. She said this is not the first time rumors have spread about the bridge's safety, adding that similar reports have been refuted by authorities who have assured the public that the bridge is structurally sound. The third mainland bridge has undergone various rehabilitation efforts over the years, including a recent repair project in 2023.
That the bridge is safe, the integrity is not in doubt. As we speak now, a lot of underwater works are ongoing. Repair of the bridge piers, repair of the abutments on the surface, on the deck surface, and then we're trying to make sure that to stop the further deflection of even the slab that you drive on, and then you feel the impacts as you drive. So a lot still needs to be done more on this job, on this bridge. What makes a bridge bounce is the slab, the cantilever. Because of usage and overtime and lack of maintenance, a part of it has deflected. You understand? We are trying to stop that further deflection. The contract is ongoing, but it doesn't mean that the lift is not safe. And that's why sometimes...
Now back to our earlier report about the Nigeria Police Force. The Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, is back. Mr. Adejobi, earlier you were talking about some of the successes of the police, but talk to us about the challenges the police face. And do you think that this budget is capable of addressing them? Yes, Ms. Adejobi, I was asking about the challenges the police face and if you think that the 2025 budget as proposed is capable of addressing them.
Well, we're optimistic that with the presentation of the IGP today before the joint committees of the Senate and House of Reps, that we're going to have improvement. Like I was saying, the IGP made several demands today, particularly taking away place from the envelope budgetary regime, where we proposed 200 billion, for instance, and we'll be having like 50 billion naira. The IGP made it clear that this is not going to help us because if the police is adequately funded, we're going to do more. We're going to perform wonders because 2024 that we had inadequate funding, we were able to achieve a lot in many areas, rescued victims, foiled many kidnap attempts on schools and campuses that were not even in the news in the first instance. We were able to recover more than 1,700 arms and ammunition of various calibers, and 23,000 ammunition were recovered. So if we will do much in 2024 with this grossly inadequate funding, by the time we have better funding this year, we should be able to perform wonders. It's going to be as if manna has fallen from heaven. And the IGP made it again that made it clear that we should have separate operational accounts to attend to emergencies as a police institution in Nigeria. The IGP made several demands, and we hope that with this, the National Assembly will look into this major challenge on the Nigeria Police Force. IGP made special requests again concerning training and, of course, more manpower.
Yes, Mr. Adejobi.
We don't have enough manpower.
Yes, Mr. Adejobi, talking about those, requests that the IGP made, including a special operations account, construction of 5 new zonal police headquarters, among others. Are these already included in the document the President presented to the National Assembly, or are they fresh propositions?
No. The budgetary allocation is a different thing. But while implementing this budget, some of these problems were highlighted and identified. So the IGP was only trying to let them know that while we have made this proposal, while the 2025 budgetary allocation has captured some of these projects we want to do, they should not forget to take away the place from envelope budgetary regime, which of course is a very great problem. We have made our request known that Nigeria Police Force will need certain amount of money, and with envelope budgets, we will not be able to get this money, and that's the truth. So the IGP made this passionate appeal today to the Joint Committee, the National Assembly, to look into this. And of course, we have captured all the projects we want to do, overhead, plus recurrent expenditures and what have you in the 2025 budgetary allocation proposal. So we hope that the National Assembly will give express approval to some of the demands made by the IGP so that we can have better funding in the year 2025. And we want to assure Nigerians that if this is done, the police will take or will attend its primacy in internal security mechanism of this country, we'll be able to do more. Just consider that 2024, 2023, 2025 that we didn't have enough. We did excellently well. So if you have more allocation 2025, we want to assure Nigerians and the whole world that the Nigeria Police Force is capable of providing adequate security to all citizens of this country and bequeathing Nigerians a more secure environment that will assist the federal government in having proper social integration, economic recovery, and development in all areas in this country.
I'm sure Nigerians can hear you and will be holding on you, by your word. Force Public Relations Officer Olumoyiwa Adejobi, thank you very much for your time on TVC News at 7.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day. Good evening.
Right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we have more on TVC News at 7. Please stay with us. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria has called on the federal government to actually look into diversifying its revenue base by exploring the country's natural resources. Senior correspondent Sharon Ijasom has more.
It's the National Executive Council meeting of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. The oil and gas workers are gathered to discuss national issues and how the current policies are impacting on their industry.
We are over 230 million people, depending on the statistics that you are looking at. And for this number, budget of $30 billion is very, very low for us as a country. Most especially when you compare that with what is obtainable in different parts of the world. South Africa has a population of just about 60 million, and their budget is over $120 billion.
President of Pengassan, who also doubles as the president of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, spoke on the proposed tax reform bills. He, however, faulted the section relating to the value-added tax while advising that more people be included in the tax net to increase revenue.
We looked at the issue of increasing the VAT. Increasing the VAT is going to impoverish Nigerians much more. When I talked about us getting expanding revenue base, I tied it to harnessing our material and mineral resources, not the increase in tax and VAT. Because today, the VAT is increased. It is actually passed back to Nigerians. We are the ones that will pay for it. But a lot of Nigerians are not paying tax today. So what that means is that if you expand that to about 80%, you are going to generate much more revenue.
It was concluded after the opening ceremony of the National Executive Council meeting of Pengassan that it's expedient for all stakeholders to ensure that all the refineries across the country works optimally. Sharon Ijason, TVC News.
Away from that, former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo has advocated debt relief for African countries, emphasizing its importance in enabling investments in climate action projects that can drive sustainable economic growth. He made the call at the 23rd Chief S.L. Edu Memorial Lecture, organized by the Nigerian Conservation Foundation, NCF, in Lagos. Esther Mokwariola reports.
Public officials, environmental advocates, thought leaders, and young climate activists gathered at this annual event aimed at inspiring collective action to protect and preserve the environment. Delivering the keynote address on the theme, Greening Africa's Economies, Professor Yemi Osinbajo highlighted Africa's potential to lead the global green revolution through its abundant renewable energy resources.
And thanks to Africa's abundance of high-quality, untapped renewable energy, our young entrepreneurial workforce, and our relevant natural assets and resources, we have the key ingredients to be a major climate action powerhouse. And by pursuing an industrialization pathway using renewable energy, of which we have 60% of the world's potential, we can actually develop the first green industrial civilization.
Other speakers at the event stressed the importance of shared responsibility in building a sustainable future for the next generation, despite the continent's numerous challenges.
People that know better, Lagosians, conniving with some other individuals, chose to obliterate the path of the natural stream, and water must always find its level. Hence, our decision to be very firm and decisive when it comes to protecting this ecosystem.
Because it's now been certified that climate change and environmental degradation is the biggest issue humanity has ever faced, and Nigeria and other African countries are actually very vulnerable. So we need to key in. We have to key in if we want to survive and leave a better place for our children.
Apart from the plans that we have, we will need strong governance structure that will be able to ensure that whatever actions or activities we want to implement will be implemented. If we don't have strong governance, then whatever we are doing will just we will wash down the drain.
The discussions and ideas shared at this event are expected to influence policies and foster the collaboration needed for Africa's sustainable development. Esther Mokwariola, TVC News.
To health matters, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, says President Bola Tinubu, who doubles as the chairman of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, will spearhead regional solutions to combat Lassa fever and other infectious diseases. The coordinating minister emphasized the importance of building regional resilience, highlighting President Tinubu's administration's role in ensuring that Nigeria remains at the forefront of addressing public health emergencies and collaborating with the West African Health Organization and other global partners. The coordinating minister made this known at the inaugural meeting of the Lassa coalition governing entity in Abuja.
Our mission here is to ensure that we deliver, together with our global partners and CEPI and all others, an accessible, effective, safe vaccine through a robust regional and country-owned processes and leadership, while fostering the partnerships.
They said you should leave that place first.
That will ensure that we mitigate the impact of this disease over time.
What we have here is a multiple partners coming together to support vaccine development, its introduction, its delivery, and its sustainment. And there is no way that an organization like CEPI, all we can do is provide support for the research and development. We can help to bring partners together, but it's ultimately when those partners take ownership of the solution that can be offered and carry it forward together.
Let's take a moment. We'll be back with more after this break. Please stay with us.
Miriam Lunge, I'm a passionate environment advocate and a published author.
I am the founder of Celebration, a businesswoman, and a fashion icon. I am a wealth coach and a real estate developer.
I am Amaka Arakwe. I'm a corporate commercial lawyer and an entrepreneur.
Welcome to Warhaka. I am Ramatu Shehu Oyibo, an entrepreneur and a business coach.
I am the voice of an average Muslim woman, an hijabite, and a lawyer.
I am a polymath and a serial entrepreneur.
I am Murayo Afolabi Brown, Managing Director, TVC Entertainment. I'm a media consultant, producer, and broadcaster.
The ladies of your view are made of women from different professions, tribes, cultures, and religion. Join us every Monday to Friday as we share our views on topical and social issues.
And in business news, the Debt Management Office says the federal government of Nigeria plans to raise 1.8 trillion naira from the bonds market in the first quarter of 2025. This was outlined in the newly released bond issuance calendar. It highlighted new bonds across 3 monthly auctions scheduled for January, February, and March 2025. This funding effort is part of government's strategy to address fiscal deficits to fund critical infrastructure. Now, recall that the federal government is projecting a budget of deficit of 13.08 trillion naira, representing 3.87% of the country's gross domestic product. The auctions are scheduled for January 27th, February 24th, and March 24th. The Nigerian Customs Service has restated its commitment to fostering collaboration with stakeholders for the successful implementation of the Authorized Economic Operators Program. The initiative aims to boost trade facilitation and secure supply chain across the country. TVC News senior business correspondent Ifunaya Eze reports.
Legal provisions with the kind permission.
As Nigeria gears up for the official launch of the Authorized Economic Operator Program, the Nigerian Customs Service is emphasizing the critical role of stakeholder collaboration. The program seeks to establish an efficient and transparent customs process designed to simplify procedures and enhance the overall trade ecosystem. During a stakeholder engagement, customs officials highlighted the importance of continuous dialogue and feedback in achieving the program's objectives.
If you look at it, authorized economic operators and operations scheme and the is dependent on two key tools or trade facilitation tool. That's PCA and advanced rolling. And it is all about compliance. When you're a compliant trader, you enjoy the benefit.
At the meeting, several business leaders shared their thoughts on the Authorized Economic Operator Program, highlighting both its potential and the challenges that still remain.
There's now efficient pre-arrival assessment. This is issued promptly and typically within 20 minutes of application. Swift release and exit upon confirmation of duty payment. Consignments are released immediately, eliminating the need to present proof of payment. No cargo inspection delays. Cargo inspection examination is waived, allowing for uninterrupted container access and minimizing delays, and then reduced human intervention.
We're able now to restructure our company administrations, improves our record documentations like production, sales, marketing, and audits, apart from computerizing communications of all our services.
The major area that we are still having is that of network. They will need to work on their network because we are having intermittent network failures at the terminals. And aside from the network, the road network as well at the terminal is not friendly at the moment.
Customs officials are hopeful that the full launch of the program will further streamline operations and promote trade while ensuring the security and predictability that businesses need. Ifunanya Eze, TVC News, Lagos.
The federal government plans to start the nationwide campaign to help Nigerians understand the tax reform bills at the National Assembly. FRS chairman said the bills are for the good of all Nigerians with no hidden agenda. Uloma Oyemachi reports.
The tax reform bills, which have sparked debates, seeks to fix the gaps in the tax system and boost government revenue. But many Nigerians worry about how they will affect small businesses and low-income earners. This meeting, hosted by FIRS, focused on three main goals: better outreach, grassroots awareness, and empowering stakeholders.
The tax reform bill is designed to streamline tax processes, close revenue gaps, and foster a more business-friendly environment. So this is not just about sharing ideas, it's about formulating actionable strategies. By the end of this today's session, I said that we have from all of you and all the experts that come a practical recommendation on how to improve public understanding of the tax reform bill.
The head of the Fiscal and Tax Reform Division said the bill was shaped through discussions with stakeholders and hopes for smoother implementation.
The FIRS right from day one have already seen the need to engage all stakeholders as a critical part of this reform process. The executive chairman in his wisdom and the management of the service have set up a function to ensure the successful implementation of these tax reforms and all other initiatives that the service has embarked on.
Community leaders shared how they plan to pass the message in ways people will understand.
Our work as community engagers is to bridge the gap of communication between the federal government MDAs, as the ministries, departments and agencies, and the grassroots, for them to understand better, for us to communicate in our language.
We're going to act as feedback mechanism in such a way that the fears the people have, we allay it, and then we get their feedback either through online platforms or hotlines.
The campaign seeks to clear doubts, involve more people, and build a tax system that works for all Nigerians. Uloma Oyemachi, TVC News, Abuja.
And on the stock market regained strength on Thursday and reversed losses of the two previous days. The market index showing the movement of securities prices climbed 0.09%. In late hours of deals, which indicated a recovery path, Dangote Sugar was the biggest price gainer at the percentage of 9%. Other top gainers were African Prudential Insurance, Dangote Cement, GT Holdings, and First Bank Holdings. Nigerian breweries came down with the heaviest loss of more than 2%, followed by Aradel Holdings, FCMB, O&O, and UBA. Business value of more than 14 billion naira was moved on the floor. Asian shares tracked Wall Street higher today, and the dollar was soft as easing core U.S. inflation kept rates quotes by the Federal Reserves on the table, while the yuan rose to 1 month high on the hike bets. Now, on Wall Street, all three major indexes registered their biggest daily percentage gains since November 6th, the day after the U.S. presidential election, buoyed by strong earnings from J.P. Morgan, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. MSCI's broadest index of Asian Pacific shares outside of Japan rose 1.4%. China's blue chip stocks rose 0.67%. Hong Kong Hang Seng Index surged 1.5%. Tech-heavy Taiwanese stocks 2%, and investors await earnings from AI chip maker Taiwan Semiconductors Manufacturing Co., Asia's most valuable company. And wrapping up the news now, take you to crude oil prices that have stayed mixed today. We start with U.S. Brent crude has gained a second session today, and that's the figure we're seeing. And U.S. Brent crude is today trading at a high of, that's West Intermediate crude, rose to sell for $80.24 with an upward review of 0.25%. Brent also experienced an uptick of 0.20%, selling at $82.19. Bonnie Light sells for $78.62 with a decline of 2.84%. And 40 OPEC basket dealers offer $81.43, 72 cents per barrel with an upsurge of 4.85%. Well, that's business, and next is sports after this break. Stay with us.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw ether material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move way in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject beauty erected for a century of a century. Speaking, advocating, protesting as the arts are meant to be.
Start sports news at 7 with football, where Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim says Thursday night's clash with rock-bottom Southampton Football Club in the Premier League is more important than recent meetings with rivals Liverpool and Arsenal. Amorim led the side to an encouraging 2-2 draw against the league leaders at Anfield on the 5th of January before edging into the FA Cup fourth round on penalties against Arsenal a week later. Those results eased the pressure on the recently installed Portuguese boss as they ended a 4-match losing run in all competitions. The coach says the crucial factor tonight will be the attitude of his players, who he wants to see take on Southampton with the same attitude. In another
during these games, the consistency in performance, in results. So I'm always worried. It's my job to be worried. But we have to face the Southampton in the same way that we face Liverpool and Arsenal, for example. So that is the goal. Not more, not less. Face that game, but understanding that they are different games, and people expect us to win, and that changes things. When you have the pressure to win, that is the pressure that we want. And sometimes it's harder to cope with that pressure, because against Arsenal and Liverpool, no one was expecting us to beat that teams. But now it's different. So we have to be prepared for that pressure. We need that pressure to improve as a team, and we need to face the game in the right way.
In another Premier League match, Brighton will be searching for their first win since November when they take on Ipswich Town at Portman Road tonight, after starting the season so strongly under young German manager Fabian Hüßler. Brighton have plummeted into the bottom half of the table following a winless December. And players of the home-based Super Eagles have returned to their club sides after the close of camp. Solomon Ajiziogu visited the camp in the Kenerem on Thursday, where he met only coach Daniel Ogumodede. We have details in this report.
The Super Eagles players who had been training under the guidance of coach Daniel Ogumodede and Fidelis Ilichukwu left the Remo Star Stadium camp of the team on Thursday.
During the festive period, we were unable to see our family because we were preparing, and now it's postponed. So we just need to go reset and maybe start again.
Everybody has been waiting for this, and everybody has been, all countries have been preparing for it and all that, and postponing it, and at the dire minutes, I think it's not too good.
Announcing the postponement, the Confederation of African Football (CAF) rescheduled the championship for August later this year.
Qualifying for the CHAN after a very long time, we feel so motivated, both the players, the coaches, backroom staffs, and even the federation. We feel so motivated, and we're going with same energy, same positive energy.
New head coach of the Super Eagles, Eric Chelle, had visited the players after the Nigeria Football Federation unveiled him on Monday.
He was here for 2 days. He was here 2 days ago, yesterday. A communicable person, very lively, open. We had a series of discussion about these kids, which is exactly what we're trying to see. He was able to relate with these players, make them see confidence and hope in their career that, okay, it's possible for me to arrive in the Super Eagle. And for me, which is a good concept.
With a little more time afforded the teams to prepare, Chelle would have settled in to take charge of the squad's preparation when the time for the tournament arrives. Nigeria is drawn in Group D of the Nations Championship against defending champions Senegal, Republic of Congo, and Sudan.
We are not going to underrate anyone. In another way, we are not going to be afraid of anyone. Nigeria, we are Nigeria.
We could see the kind of and the quality that the players possess in the team. I believe they have chances like every other team.
The Super Eagles players who had converged here to train have now all dispersed to their various clubs across the country. They will regroup later in the year for the new date of the competition, which now holds in August. Solomon Ajiziogu, TVC News.
And to the first Grand Slam tournament in the calendar year 2025, a fourth seed Taylor Fritz says he... Well, subsequently, we will be telling you about the upset at the ongoing Australian Open where Daniel Medvedev has exited the tournament. But then let's talk NBA, where the Los Angeles Clippers have trashed the Brooklyn. From NBA, it's back to you, Bossy, as you continue with the rest of the news at 7.
Thanks a whole lot, Mian, for that update in the world of sports. Let's now turn attention outside Nigeria. U.S. officials say they are confident a Gaza ceasefire will go ahead on Sunday after Israel accused Hamas of backtracking on a deal. We have more in this report.
Israel has accused Hamas of backtracking on a ceasefire deal, with a planned cabinet vote on the agreement pushed back. Hamas says it is committed to the deal, but report says the group is attempting a last-minute push for the release of 1 or 2 symbolic prisoners from its movement. The health ministry in Gaza says dozens of Palestinians have been killed by Israeli strikes ahead of the truce coming into force. Meanwhile, report reveals 8 trucks are queuing at the southern crossing into Gaza. Hamas attacked southern Israel on 7th October 2023, killing about 1,200 people and taking 251 back to Gaza as hostages. The attack triggered a massive Israeli offensive on Gaza. during which more than 46,000 Palestinians have been killed, according to the Hamas-run health ministry.
Well, that is TVC News at 7. I'll be back at 10 with more updates. Good evening.
So, better time to save correct money. That's why step up now. Wahoo! If you don't top GoTV Max and upgrade to Super, GoTV go dash you GoTV Super.
How the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilets a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, so impossible. Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs.
Oh, wow.
You can now see that Epic is better than bleach.
The following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. At ShopX TV, our customers are the heart of everything we do. As a special thank you for your continued support, we are offering our customers 10% off on selected products from now till November 15th. That's right, shop now and save big on some of your favorite items while stock lasts. Don't miss out on this opportunity to grab amazing products at unbelievable prices. First is our amazing 4-in-1 CookX blender. It's a food processor, a grinder, a blender, and a juicer all in one. The CookX 4-in-1 blender comes with 3 versatile cup sizes, each crafted to handle special tasks perfectly. Imagine effortlessly whipping up smoothies that are truly smooth, pounded yam and soups that are flawlessly pounded and blended. You would normally pay 189,950 naira for the CookX 4-in-1 blender. But call the number on your screen right now or scan the QR code and get it for just 170,995 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the CookX 4-in-1 blender in 2 easy payments of 85,498 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing cooking solution. And we are not done yet. ShopX TV is proud to introduce the ShopX Ultimate Crunch Exercise Machine. The 6-in-1 machine is designed to take your fitness to the next level. No need to worry about expensive gym fees. You can now work out from the comfort of your home and achieve results. With Ultimate Crunch cutting-edge technology, you can transform your body. Its enhanced features deliver a full body workout that's efficient, effective, and enjoyable. The secret is its advanced design that combines multiple exercise models into one unit. The versatile machine features adjustable resistance levels, an ergonomic design, and a built-in digital tracking system that displays speed, time, distance, and calories burned. From sculpting your abs to toning your legs, upper body, and strengthening your core, you would normally pay up to 449,950 naira for the ShopX Ultimate Crunch. But for a limited time only, call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get the ShopX Ultimate Crunch at 404,955 naira. Incredible! And that's not all. You can get the ShopX Ultimate Total Crunch in 2 easy payments of 202,478 naira. That's right, pay twice to get this amazing fitness solution. But hurry, limited stocks available. So call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code or visit our website to place your order while stock lasts. The proceeding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to bring it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thank you very much for staying with us. Now let's bring you some political developments. The Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Hoover, attributes the resurgence of attacks in Borno State to the influx of foreign agents, reinforcing the terrorist operating in the northeast. Addressing a news conference in Abuja, General Hoover says the situation is further worsened by local collaborators revealing troop movements. He restates the military commitments to combating terrorists and their collaborators to ensure a safer Nigeria.
By local collaborators that form a support base for these terrorists. They serve as informants reporting on troops' movement to the terrorists. However, in spite of this situation, troops are profoundly conscious of their role and responsibility in ending insurgency and terrorism across our nation. Though we might record occasional tactical setbacks, our strategic objective remains unhindered, and it is to break the terrorist will to fight.
And still on security matters, the Inspector General of Police, Kaide Egbetokun, has emphasized the need to remove the Nigeria Police Force from the envelope budgetary regime to allow for accurate funding projections. He explained that the adjustments will enable greater flexibility and ensure the availability of funds to manage the force more effectively. The IGP was speaking at the 2025 Budget Defense for the Nigeria Police Force before the Joint Committees on Police Affairs and Police Institutions at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja. IGP Egbetokun, in a statement by the Force Public Relations Officer, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, highlighted the need for the approval and creation of a special operations account dedicated solely to national security emergencies, as well as an increase in allocations for overhead and capital expenditure.
I respectfully request the support of the Senate and House Committees on Police Affairs and Institutions in the following areas. Advocate for removing the Nigerian Police Force from the envelope budgetary framework, allowing the force to present accurate funding requirements for effective planning and execution. Approve the creation of a special operations account to enable the force to swiftly respond to unanticipated security emergencies and support ongoing operations.
And to other matters, the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association has called on the federal government to expand its revenue base by exploring the country's natural resources. Senior correspondent Sharon Ijason has details in this report.
It's the National Executive Council meeting of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. The oil and gas workers are gathered to discuss national issues and how the current policies are impacting on their industry.
We are over 230 million people, depending on the statistics that you are looking at. And for this number, budget of $30 billion is very, very low for us as a country. Most especially when you compare that with what is obtainable in different parts of the world. South Africa has a population of just about 60 million, and their budget is over $120 billion.
President of Pengasan, who also doubles as the president of the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria, spoke on the proposed tax reform bills. He, however, faulted the section relating to the value-added tax while advising that more people be included in the tax net to increase revenue.
We looked at the issue of increasing the VAT. Increasing the VAT is going to impoverish Nigerians much more. When I talked about us getting expanding revenue base, I tied it to harnessing our material and mineral resources, not the increase in tax and VAT. Because today, the VAT is increased. It is actually passed back to Nigerians. We are the ones that will pay for it. But a lot of Nigerians are not paying tax today. So what that means is that if you expand that to about 80%, you are going to generate much more revenue.
It was concluded after the opening ceremony of the National Executive Council meeting of Pengassan that it's expedient for all stakeholders to ensure that all the refineries across the country works optimally. Sharon Ijason, TVC News.
We'll take a break now, and when we return, we'll get straight into our conversation for tonight. Please stay with us, everyone.
TVC News Weekend Lineup. TVC Breakfast Saturday with Kemi Fola Adeyemo and Emmanuel Ajayi. Political Standpoint with Precious Amayo. Newsweek with Mark Otabo. Politics on Sunday with Femi Akode. Community Forum with Sarah Eko. Get ready for the biggest stories, fresh perspectives, and burning news discussions that round up the weekend. Only on TVC News.
Doubt and fear doesn't occur at the canvas, it shows in the canvas. It shows the conation of raw earthen material slabbed, stroked, and molded at a pace provided by the doubt and fear. Every move weigh in the struggle of one to the other, merging the past to the present, brushstrokes of colors seen but not known. For when the wailing stops, the pieces settle down in abject.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Sometimes it's the story that calls. At other times, the people just want to be heard.
Oh, I need students, but I need teacher.
Can't continue like this.
Their voices were echoing through time itself.
We haven't done anything.
If the tide is high, everybody run for safety.
Their tears leave a sweet, sour taste for all. Their demands, a familiar call beckoning for change. In our world, no one expects a disaster to happen. But when it does, we'll be there to x-ray all sides, from the east to the west, north and south. Community Forum will examine the oddities and challenges to economic development, as well as issues yearning for government intervention. Watch fresh episodes of Community Forum on Sundays by 9:30 p.m. only on TVC News.
Hey, my people, I greet you plenty. My name is Nachika Okeke. My name is Uwi Balogun.
My name is Damilola Banire.
My name is Moyo Faraway Ahmed. If you also call me Moyo, listen. And this na Abigail. And I dare on top of your view, PJ.
Welcome back, everyone. On the 15th of January every year, the nation gathers to pay tributes to commemorate the selfless sacrifice of the servicemen and women of the Nigerian Armed Forces, as well as honor veterans of World War II and I and the Nigerian Civil War. Yesterday was no different as Vice President Kashim Shettima represented President Bola Tinubu at the Eagle Square, Abuja, to mark the 2025 Armed Forces Day. The Vice President led other senior government officials to lay the wreaths at the cenotaph and also perform the ceremonial release of white pigeons from the cage in commemoration of the event. But amidst the pomp and pageantry of the day, security is at the center of the Armed Forces Day celebration. How well had Nigeria performed in handling her internal security, and what stone is still left to be turned? To help shed light on the meaning of the day and other security matters, I'm now joined by Dr. Kabiru Adamu, Senior Consultant, Managing Director, Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited. Dr. Adamu, good evening to you. Happy New Year, and thank you very much for joining us on Politics Tonight.
My pleasure. Good evening and Happy New Year to you as well.
Right. Our conversation tonight is about Armed Forces Remembrance Day, and this has been an annual ritual for many decades. And many say this day is even beyond those who died in service. What comes to mind?
The sacrifice of the military personnel. The fact that a significant number of them have sacrificed their well-being, sometimes their life, their comfort, for you and I to enjoy the privileges and benefits that we enjoy as Nigerians. The fact that beyond internal issues, they've also engaged in external issues to support the kind of life that we live. The fact that in doing that, a significant number of them have suffered both physical and mental damages, and the fact that it's a day that is set aside to recognize this and to tell them thank you for these types of sacrifices, and to also reflect on challenges that they are going through and ask the critical question, what can we do to ensure that these challenges either stop or are reduced significantly? Of course, they do have their widows, for those of them that lost their lives, who they've left behind to live with the consequences of perhaps some of them, they are breadwinners, their husbands, their fathers who have lost. It's also a day to listen to them, how they are faring, a day to support them, a day to express appreciation for the sacrifices that their loved ones have made. So significantly, it is a day set aside to show appreciation to the military force for the sacrifices they've made and that they're making.
Dr. Dabo, you know, because this job is about sacrifice, I've always wondered what drives the willingness of a soldier, of a military personnel, to want to put his life on the line for his country, especially a country like Nigeria where patriotism is quite low.
So first of all, I'm not a military man, but yes, I'm in the security sector. And
I know, I understand.
Conversation. So my understanding is that it's a professional calling. If you have to have that calling. And that is why the disciplined structuring of the military profession, then that would also be an attraction. Of course, for the average Nigerian, the fact that it also provides job security, it's also perhaps one of the most stable professions within the Nigerian context. The fact that it's also, you know, a steady income is also another reason why some people join. But I think principally it is a profession, and anyone who joins it is joining a profession that perhaps would, for the rest of his life, or maybe 35 years or 60 as the case may be, he would be in that profession.
You know, yes, you mentioned a stable profession, steady income, because for many of us it's always heartwarming to see many of them prioritize patriotism above any other interest. I mean, this is a high-risk job, but I'm concerned about welfare, what our servicemen go home with at the end of the month. For the police, it's still a battle and continuous effort to improve the welfare package of the NPF. But for the military, is it commensurate with the amount of work and sacrifices they put in defending the territorial integrity of this nation, putting into consideration the economic realities?
In my understanding, unfortunately, no. It is work in progress. The welfare of the average military man, especially as you go lower the cadre, you find out that it's nothing to be proud of, given the sacrifices that they make, especially for those of them in the battlefront. And as you're aware, there are several theaters of operation at the moment in the country. Some more preferable than others. If you speak of the Northeast, the harsh weather conditions, the difficult terrain, the fact that rotation is sometimes very difficult. Some of them stay longer than what it should, in the standard practice should be, stay in those locations. So welfare is unfortunately extremely low. I know that in the renewed hope agenda of the current administration, this is one of the elements that has been highlighted by the Bola Tinubu administration to improve the welfare of especially frontline security personnel. So they have recognized it as a challenge, but again, it's work in progress. It requires a lot of funding. It requires reform to change the structure, as it were. And I think that is what this government is trying to do. And we're hoping that we would see more progress in that regard, because I agree with you totally. There is no amount of money that will pay the military for the sacrifices that they are making to keep us sane. I want to remind the listener that we had a sitting president whose wife came on air in a public statement, and said her husband, who was the president, the #1 citizen, is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Every time he hears a loud bang, she sees his reaction. He was the president at the time she made that statement. And so, and of course, he had retired so many years, but he's still living with it. Even some of us who were never in the military but served in some capacity, we still suffer that consequence. How do we get paid for that? How do our families who have to live with that get paid for that?
What more needs to be done? I mean, we've seen veterans protesting, and it's quite shameful for me that people who sacrificed so much to hold this country together promise their entitlements, but government goes back on its word. I mean, wife of the president, Senator Remi Tinubu, between 2023 and 2024, disbursed about 1.9 billion naira to veterans and their widows. But what more can be done? What do you have to say to those responsible for this? I know it moves from the Ministry of Finance to Military Pension Board. So what do you have to say to those responsible for disbursement of these entitlements?
I would just say stop the irresponsibility. A few weeks ago, we saw military veterans protesting in the Ministry of Finance here in Abuja. So I'm not manufacturing this. You're not manufacturing it. It is a reality. And just yesterday, during the course of the celebration, some veterans did claim, it's a claim, it's left for the Ministry of Finance to clarify that. They are claiming that that payment has still not been made in spite of the protest, in spite of the intervention by the presidency. That veteran claimed on national TV that he's yet to be paid. So I would just tell them to stop the irresponsibility. Whatever it is that is delaying that payment, as long as the claim has been legitimized, the process is clear, they should go ahead and pay this. These are persons in other climes, not just the military. As long as you're a civil servant or whatever category of work you did, when you retire, that is when you start enjoying yourself. I've been in a country in Europe where, because of the types of cars they see some Nigerians driving, they actually approach them to ask them, are you retirees? Because it is when you retire that you are able to live the lush life, as it were. All the monies you've saved, you know, your pension, your gratuity, you enjoy it, you know, those last years of your life. You finish paying school fees for kids and all of that. But the reverse is the case in Nigeria. And again, I want to say in clear terms, with all sense of responsibility, that those that are delaying that payment should stop that irresponsibility. They would be retired one day, and they don't want to be in the situation or cycle that these veterans are. And this, like we've discussed it, the military profession is one that, in the minimum, their benefits, whether when they are serving or as retirees, should be paid to them. So again, I just want to say that the irresponsible reasons that is delaying that payment should be stopped. And I think our National Assembly, the legislature, need to step in and ensure that whatever the bottlenecks are, whatever the impediments are, it is removed. This issue has been ongoing for decades. There has been improvement. There was a time when, if you were living in Abuja and you go around certain locations, you will be shocked at the number of veterans you see sleeping outside, just waiting for their payment. Now, that is no longer the case. Like I said, it's work in progress. But these bottlenecks that we see that leads to protests from time to time, it should not be acceptable. We know these veterans, they are documented. Every year, payments for them are included in our budget. So what is the delay? What is it's irresponsible? And
Dr. Adamu, perhaps we should also go back to how we got here in the first place, because just yesterday, and to add to all you've said, our correspondents sent in videos of widows lamenting about neglect by state governments, how they are struggling to survive and why they can never allow their children join the military. The governments have made promises again and again to support these families, but for some reason we seem not to have a full grasp of it. Where are we getting it wrong?
I mean, maybe we should start this conversation. And you asked the question, how did we get here? And what I would say, it's been a long decline. And sadly, that long decline is associated with a couple of reasons, and I'll quickly mention them. Number one is the legacy of military rule itself. That one would think that the military, for the over 30-something years that they ruled Nigeria, would have improved that institution. But unfortunately, in itself, it's a challenge in the sense that the intervention in politics created reasons around, politicization of certain functions, appointments that perhaps were not based on merit, and several other times. So that's the first challenge, that legacy of military rule. It has affected the military institution itself in so many areas. The second one is how our democrats too have fared. Of course, this is the Fourth Republic. So in the First Republic, in the Second Republic, in the Third Republic, and then of course in this Fourth Republic, there have been attempts to reform the military. And in some instances, those attempts have been successful. But on the whole, they have been largely, failed attempts at reforms. And I'll quickly mention under the Obasanjo era, under the Yar'Adua and the Jonathan, yes, there have been instances where there have been attempts at reforms. So I'll also quickly mention what we've seen over this period from the military era into the democratic era, what I would call the dimensions of distress within the military. Number one is a problem of leadership in itself within the military, and then the civilian oversight. It's weak, and it has not created the type of professionalism that we expect. Challenges arise, but those challenges are not addressed, and we see constant shifting of responsibility, as it were, bulk passing from the different elements. Sometimes it's from within the military hierarchy, other times it's within the civilian. An example is this welfare thing and the payment of their gratuity and their pension in the manner that we're discussing it. You can't have a problem that is outliving almost 4 or 5 administrations and into several decades, and we've not solved it. It has to be a combination of both military and then of course, the civilian elements. So the third one within this distress is funding constraints. It is a challenge as well, because the military is almost entirely dependent on, especially the equipment repository, on foreign sources. And now that the Naira has been devalued to a point where it's no longer able to buy as much as it could in the past, it's also affecting the military. And because of several strains, including the payment of welfare, payment of salary, payment for equipment and all of that, funding is never enough for the military. So that's one. Number 3 is corruption and lack of accountability, both financial accountability and operational accountability. I can spend the next 24 hours speaking about this issue. It's well documented. The number 4 is equipment and logistics deficit. It's also affecting the military, and of course, also, to an extent, also affect the issue of the morale and the welfare of the military. There is no reason, and I say this with all sense of responsibility, that our troops in the battlefront should be moving around in soft-skin vehicles that bullets can pierce. No army or no military, its onion salt, can be moving around in light skin vehicles that bullets can pierce. And we've accepted it as a country, and we've allowed it to stay. They use the same, most of them actually, not all, use the Hilux Toyota van that you and I as civilians would also use. So what protection does that give them? And this is just one element of personal gear that I'm talking about. It reflects around so many things that shouldn't be the case, but it is the case today. The next one is personnel and training gaps. We just have, to my knowledge, probably, anyway, let me not go into that, but in terms of the number of military personnel that we have, the number is not enough when you look at the theaters of operations and the responsibility on the military at the moment. And of course, there are the training gaps. How many training schools do we have, even for the military? And then what is the capacity and capability for that the training schools, especially given the types of threat factors that we have, the type of asymmetric warfare that we have at the moment, which the military, frankly, did not train for at the point that the challenge came. Now they have to kind of, do a knee-jerk training, and they are trying to catch up. So that's another one. And of course, the poor civil-military relations. This is well documented. Your station has spoken about that. One of the most recent examples of that is the bombing in Zamfara, where a NAV expedition bombed a civilian target, and we saw the reaction. And at the moment, I think there is a fact-finding team currently in Zamfara. So the civil-military relation is extremely low, and I know there has been an attempt to improve on that. And the last element is what we spoke about earlier on, the poor welfare conditions of our military. So all of these dimensions of distress is the reason why we're where we are, where you see the lack of responsibility within certain elements, both civilian and within the military. We need to wake up to address them. And I know over time, there have been attempts at reform. And some of these attempts, if you allow me, I'll quickly mention them, including in the Renewed Hope agenda. Then if you look back to the immediate past administrations, they've also attempted, former President Buhari, name them, they've all attempted at these reforms. But sadly, these dimensions of distress that I mentioned are still living with us. Now, what are the priorities for reform in terms of getting us out of there? Number one is to strengthen leadership and oversight, especially by the National Assembly, because we're in a democratic setting. They pass the budget. They know the contents of that budget. Why is it that we have an army school in Biu when our military are still moving around in soft-skin vehicles, like I mentioned? If you put the priorities side by side, which should have been more important? Is it the building of that university or making sure our military now have the right equipment to carry out their operations? Number two is to improve and sustain the funding for the military in different ways. The same way we've created, for instance, the police trust fund, and then we've set aside certain taxes. Why are we not doing the same for the military? So that needs to be looked at, clearly. Then number three is to improve staffing and training arrangements for the military. Number four is to rectify the equipment deficit. I know this administration is doing a lot in that regard. The Nigerian Air Force, as an example, we've seen them purchasing significant platforms, becoming one of the best Air Force in the region at the moment. And after that is to curb corruption and improve accountability as well as promote transparency. Now, in doing this, we need to look at two departments, principally within the Defense Headquarters and then within the Ministry of Defense, as well as the services. And that is the Planning, Research and Statistics Department, as well as the audit function. Most of them are manned by civilians at the moment. But should that be the case? What is the case in other climes in the world, including the US, that we copy most of these things from? Is it civilians that are manning that department, or should we now have trained military personnel who should now man those departments together with civilians? And then, of course, quickly, is to improve on civil-military relations. I know a lot is being done in that regard. And then lastly, is to ensure the support we're getting from international partners are geared towards these elements that I've mentioned. This should be the priorities for reform. And like I said, a lot of it is contained in the Renewed Hope agenda. We need to move from having it in that agenda to actually implementing it, so that we see a reformed military where welfare is prioritized. And then, of course, those widows that you talked about now allow their kids to join the military.
All right, Dr. Adamu, thank you very much for highlighting the challenges and offering these recommendations. But let's talk about, or let me single out for fortification of our soldiers, because recently 6 soldiers were killed in Savangeri base in Borno State. And I want to take you up on the protection of our military men on the battlefield. How fortified are they? Are they well protected at all? What kind of artillery do they have whenever they're out there protecting this country? And I ask because of the number of ambush attacks we've had or recorded in recent times.
So it's a combination of several factors. Let me start with their, like you said, amplifying their protection, as it were. What kind of protective gear do they have? I gave you the example. I know this is a public forum, so I'm being careful what I say, because the bad guys are also listening. But I just gave the example of them moving around in soft-skin vehicles. It is a misnomer that we've accepted as a country. In a battleground, such as the Northeast, where the bad guys will hide in thick foliage, they would plant IEDs. They can also send drones that have contrived IEDs on them to the military. Why are we still allowing our military to move around in soft-skin vehicles? It is unacceptable. And so this is an example of the fortification, the failure of fortification. Then the other one is intelligence, and there are different ramifications of intelligence. Intelligence needs to be actionable, it needs to be efficient, it needs to be effective, and of course it needs to be live. Just because you've provided intelligence a few minutes ago does not mean in the next 30 minutes that intelligence will still be actionable. So it has to be live, it has to be monitored, it has to be constantly being updated for it to be effective. So that means, for instance, using the Air Force, their intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities should be 24 hours. If we have troops in a theater of operation like the Northeast, we should have eyes and ears in the sky and on the ground that shows clearly. Now, this attack you used as an example that happened in Namboa, it was a forward operating base. And it was only forward operating base in that particular location. It was a flank that was covering part of this southern half of Borno. And the enemy knows that once it brings down that flank, it is exposing a significant portion of southern Borno. And so it's not surprising that after that FOB attack, we've seen several attacks in Chibok. Churches have been burned in the last few days and all of that. So frankly, it's a failure of intelligence and failure of a strategic operation that is leading to this type of non-fortification. But remember all of the constraints I talked about earlier when I mentioned the dimensions of distress within the military. Perhaps it's a function of the number of personnel. Also, perhaps it's a function of the several theaters of operation that our military has. As you're probably aware, a new theater has been opened in the Northwest under Operation Fansanyamba. So maybe equipment has been moved from the Northeast to that location, now exposing certain flanks. So there are so many dimensions to this. Even the civil-military cooperation that I talked about earlier on that would allow civilians like you and I, especially those in the Northeast, to be making information available to the military as and when they need it, that would reduce their exposure to the bad guys. It's also a contributing factor. Then, of course, communication. I don't want to go into that area. Again, it's a public forum. But what communication channels that our military using? Is it an open one that can easily be intercepted by the bad guys who know how to do that? Or are there provisions to fortify and ensure the confidentiality of that information? So there are so many dimensions really for the reason of the type of ambushes and attacks on our military that you are seeing at the moment.
All right, Dr. Adamu, let's take a break. And when we come back, we'll talk about the importance of the right leadership in our uniform command and whether or not there should be some lasting commitment to honoring the sacrifices of slain heroes. Please stay with us, everyone. Welcome back to Politics Tonight, everyone. Thank you very much for staying with us on the program. Tonight, we're taking another look at the importance of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day and sacrifices for sovereignty. And I've been speaking with Dr. Kabir Adamu, as a security consultant, managing director, Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited. Dr. Adamu, thank you very much for staying with us on the program. Now, let's talk about the importance of the right leadership in our uniform command. For instance, the immediate past Chief of Army Staff, late Lieutenant General Tarid Lagwaja, was described as a round peg in a round hole. What does the right leadership do to the overall success of the Army, Police, Naval and Customs?
Now, because the military or the Army is a hierarchical institution, and it's an institution that is dependent on command and control, as it were, the right leadership galvanizes unity of purpose, it galvanizes action, it galvanizes morality, it galvanizes patriotism, and it ensures commitment to the single purpose for which a mission is set out to achieve. And where that leadership is lacking, where there are elements perhaps of nepotism and other factors, then all of these things that I've mentioned, unfortunately, will not be found. And like I mentioned earlier on in our conversation, over the years, especially under the military dictatorship, and even currently under its civilian administration, we've seen instances where appointments are questionable, and it has affected the morale of the military to that extent. And to that, I think it's absolutely important that these systems that are in place within the military itself should not be tampered with if we're going to protect that institution. As far as I know, all the three services do have systems in place to allow succession and to ensure that professionalism is merit actually determines leadership succession. I think it's the politicians that I'm going to really call on to be mindful and not to allow their interest, especially personal interest and sometimes political interest, to affect these standards and qualities that have been set within the services As far as I know, if the services are allowed, untempered by the actions of politicians, then we're not likely to have any challenge in terms of leadership, succession, and all of that. But occasionally, the challenge is where politicians, interfere, and you see grumbles here and there arising. But I must emphasize that leadership is absolutely important in an organization or institution like the military, where command and control and all the things that I mentioned are significant.
We're talking about lasting commitment to honoring the sacrifices of slain heroes. As a nation, where do we begin from? Also, the matter of synergy is another issue here. The current leadership, under the supervision of the Office of the National Security Advisor, has shown collaboration, respect, and dependency. I want you to speak to the impact of this in fighting insecurity.
Now, let me start from the current service chiefs and what they've set out to achieve. If you look at their goals and objectives for all of them, starting from the Chief of Defense Staff to the various service chiefs, you see the element of interoperability mentioned there. And so they all recognize the relevance and importance of the 3 C's: cooperation, collaboration, and coordination. I always remind anyone who wants to listen that there are, in the minimum, 27 ministries, departments, and agencies that are responsible for security. And this is just the direct ones. You can even expand it, and you get almost about 36 or 37 of such agencies if you expand it. And no single one of them is more important than the other. They all work to achieve Section 14, subsection 2 of our Constitution, which is the protection of lives and property of the average Nigerian who is law-abiding. Not one of them can achieve that. Neither can 10 of them achieve that. It has to be a coordinated function by all of them. Let's use border porosity as an example. It is not the work of the military to go and protect the Nigerian borders. There are 2 principal organizations whose responsibility is on border protection, and that is the customs to an extent, even though they can argue with you that they are more finance-based, but they do have a security role, and we constantly want to remind them of that security role. And then, of course, the immigration. They also have that responsibility for protecting our borders. Now, without the effectiveness of their function, the military can never be effective. And so this is what coordination means. And this is why I hope the president is listening and on this, or someone who is close to the president is listening in on this. This element that you just highlighted, that is the element of coordination, is the only way we can get out of where we are at the moment, where the elements that are responsible for coordination within the national security sector, and that is the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Ministers of Interior, Ministers of Defense, Ministers of Police Affairs, and to an extent, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. There is a very important office there, the Permanent Secretary, Special Services Office, that also plays that role to an extent. And then you can also bring in the presidency, and maybe depending on each administration, I'm not sure under this administration, but there is an element within the presidency that also performs that role, of course, drawing his or her authority from the president. Now, they are the ones who are supposed to bring all of these 29 or 36 MDAs together and have that eagle-eye view of whether they are meeting the objectives of subsection 14, section 14, subsection 2 of our Constitution, by monitoring and evaluating the functions of all of policy implementation. And because we are in a civilian administration, this is a democratic era, if they don't completely lend themselves to civilian oversight, I still hear, statements like we can't share this information with civilians. And no, we've moved beyond that, and I think they need to accept that. And I'll give you an example. Operation Fansanya Madat was recently introduced. The civilian component, especially the National Assembly, who will pass the budget for that operation, are supposed to have an idea of the operational mandate of that operation. They're supposed to know the time frame of that operation so that they can measure the performance. We can't have an open-ended operation like what we have in the Northeast, Operation Hadinke, Operation safe haven in the plateau. That's not what it's meant to be. So that's number one. That's the kind of improvement I want to see, and it has to be holistic. The number two, is to improve on their funding. As Nigerians, we need to, embrace that. The funding requirement of the military is absolute, and we must improve and sustain on it. There are novel ways we could do that. I gave you the example of what we attempted to do with the police. There is no reason why we shouldn't do that with the military, especially given the involvement of the military in internal operations and the fact that it is consuming a significant portion of their budget. If we want and allow that to continue, then we have to increase their funding. There's no two ways about that. Number three is we need to improve on staffing and their training arrangements. The number of boots on ground at the moment is not enough. We need to ensure that there are enough military to carry out the functions that we're giving to them. Then we need to rectify the equipment deficit within the military, the various services. Earlier on, I gave you an example. At the moment, we're seeing a new attack form in the Northeast where they're strapping bombs on drones and then deploying them to go and attack our military formations. Do our military have anti-drone capabilities? If they don't have, is that component in the 2025 budget? If not, then you see, these are the kind of things I mean. So we need to rectify the equipment deficit. Right. I talked about movement in soft-skinned vehicles. It is a misnomer. It shouldn't be. We need to change that aggressively and make sure that we give them AVs, the type that would, especially...
All right, Dr. Adamu, because you've hinted at the need for improved civil-military relationships, so let's have this discussion. What kind of engagements must we begin to have at this moment?
So a lot has been done in that regard, and I must say I'm really happy that you're bringing this up. A lot has been done. The military has created civil-military units, departments, and they've appointed very senior personnel to head those departments. And I know that a lot of engagement is being done. I have attended several of such engagements. I've been invited by the services to attend them, and I've seen how they are being done. And so I must commend that. But beyond that, I think what is absolutely important is especially on the protection of human rights. Military functions, all operations should have at the back of their mandate, whatever other mandate they want to achieve, that the innocent civilian who is law-abiding should never be a victim of any military operation. All sorts of forms of human rights must be protected as part of that. Any blue-on-blue casualty that occurs must be acknowledged, and the appropriate remediation strategy must be pursued. Statements of denial, statements that send the messages that the military does not care about the civilian casualty does not help civil-military cooperation. So human rights must be ensured, and then of course they must seek to cooperate the media into the strategic communication components that they have. The average Nigerian does not really understand the sacrifices that the military makes. So I believe that the strategic component of the military must be strengthened. We must start to see the type of strategic communication that would allow the village person to understand that the ethos of the function of the military is to protect his life and his property. And so in his day-to-day activities, he must begin to share information with the military to protect military. So that element is absolutely important, strategic communication.
Absolutely. Dr. Debo, you have a report detailing our level of progress in defeating banditry and terrorism, with particular focus on the last quarter of 2024. How did we fare?
Unfortunately, we didn't fare very well. That report detailed 4 elements. We reviewed December 2024. We also reviewed the last quarter of 2024. Then we also did an annual assessment. Now, for December 2024, there was marginal improvement in almost all the indices and metrics that we're measuring. There was significant improvement. But then sadly, when you look at the 4th quarter, which is the last 3 months of 2024, we did not see that type of improvement. And annually, for the entire year, Unfortunately, when you compare it with 2023, there was also perhaps an increase in the number of fatalities. And then it is abduction that even worried us. There was about 138% increase in the number of persons that were abducted in 2024 compared to 2023. I'm hoping that perhaps you will invite me again, where we would go into details so that we can see these figures one after the other, look at the 6 geopolitical zones, and then discuss them. And then more importantly, what we did in that report is to provide mechanisms for addressing this deterioration that we've seen. Mitigation measures, encouraging the federal government to reach out to the state governments, and ensuring that the drivers of insecurity, poverty, unemployment, climate change, and things like that are being addressed. All of that is contained in the report.
All right. We should have another conversation next week. Thank you so much for joining us on the program. Dr. Kabiru Adamu, Senior Consultant, Managing Director, Beacon Security and Intelligence Limited. Thank you so much for your time and politics tonight. Thank you for always.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and I look forward to the conversation where we look into the...
Absolutely. And thank you very much for watching, everyone. The basis of tonight's conversation is for us all, especially government at all levels, not to forget the importance of supporting the families of these fallen heroes and the veterans who fought so that we can all go to sleep and who still bear the scars of their service to the nation. Their resilience and dedication must remind us of our responsibility to ensure their well-being. By doing so, we honor their sacrifices and demonstrate our gratitude for their unwavering commitment to our nation. On Politics Tonight, we honor and celebrate our fallen heroes, and we thank the military for their service. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I'll see you again soon.
Following is a paid presentation by ShopX TV. It's ShopX Bonanza time. ShopX TV is thrilled to offer an exclusive giveaway of up to 30% on the amazing CookX Air Fryer Oven from now till January 31st, 2025. Our incredible CookX 10-in-1 Air Fryer Oven that makes all the amazing fried food you love with 80% less fat normally retails for 299,950 Naira. But call the number on your screen now and get it for just 199,950 Naira, which is a whopping 100,000 Naira off. Amazing! The incredible 12-liter oven that offers 75% more space for cooking than traditional air fryers. Stay tuned and learn about the amazing free bonus items included with the CookX Air Fryer Oven. Say goodbye to unhealthy, greasy food and hello to nutritious, delicious meals. Its easy-to-use digital display and preset cooking functions take the guesswork out of meal preparations. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is a 12-liter powerhouse that can fit a whole chicken and feed the entire family. Air fry chicken, corn, and tasty fish, and all made with little to no oil. Here is exciting news. You can air fry rotisserie. Regular rotisseries have no airflow. It's crisper on the outside and so much juicier on the inside. The CookX Air Fryer Oven replaces a deep fryer, a rotisserie oven, a dehydrator, an oven, a toaster oven, and a microwave. It features a state-of-the-art touchscreen with 10 presets. The CookX Air Fryer Oven is easy to wipe.
I am happy. My husband is happy. And of course, I have a happy home. From my grilling on check, to my frying on check, to my baking on check.
You could be paying 299,950 Naira for the CookX Air Fryer Oven. But call the number on your screen now or scan the QR code and get it on the ShopX Mega Bonanza deal for 199,950 Naira. The CookX Air Fryer Oven comes with a drip tray and a grill tray. But wait, there's more. If you order now, you get not 1, not 2, but 3 bonus items valued at 50,000 Naira for free. Bonus number 1, an extra large rotating stainless mesh basket, amazing for French fries. Bonus number 2, our stainless rotisserie fork. It's perfect for restaurant-style rotisserie chicken. Bonus number 3, stainless steel food handle. Get the CookX Air Fryer Oven in 2 easy payments of 99,975 Naira. Pay twice to get this innovative kitchen appliance. This offer is for a limited time only. We will also deliver the CookX Air Fryer Oven to your door for free. The preceding was a paid presentation brought to you by ShopX TV.
Happy New Year, everyone!
May this new year bring you joy.
Here's to a fresh start, everyone.
May this year bring you love, laughter, and happiness.
Happy New Year!
Wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year!
A new year, a new start, way to go. Just as sports is exciting to fans, may the new year excite you all.
Wishing you a memorable and joyful New Year.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Yes, wishing you a year of growth and success.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Here's wishing you a profitable New Year.
Cheers to an open fresh year 2025.
Happy New Year once again. I wish you well.
Hello, TVC Communications. How can I help?
What makes TVC the right choice for my business?
Excellent question, sir. Let me share some exciting facts with you.
Start your day on TVC Entertainment with Wake Up Nigeria, a family and lifestyle show. Your view empowers women globally.
It's your view, let it count.
Entertainment Splash delivers the hottest celebrity trends. On TVC News, we keep you informed with breaking news and in-depth analysis of events shaping the world.
I will continue to speak the truth.
TVC News at 7 and TVC News at 10 p.m. delivers the most important stories of the day. Max FM, your hit music radio station, captivates listeners daily across Lagos and Abuja, making every commute more enjoyable. Adaba 88.9 FM is not left out, as it is the voice of Southwest. And on TVC Digital, we reach to million viewers daily. All together, pulls in over 17 million viewers daily. Contact us on 0707-272-8338 or marketing at tvccommunications.tv. Partner with TVC Communications today. Let's grow together.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Winston Churchill once said, "Happy are the painters, for they shall not be lonely. Light and colors, peace and hope will keep them company till the end of day." Welcome to another edition of the Arts Express.
In collaboration with Open Innovation Access, a leader in innovation advocacy, the NTN aims to revolutionize how Nigerian cultural dances are experienced globally. This transformative project will harness technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality to create immersive experiences for audiences worldwide. Viewers will be able to enjoy the beauty and diversity of Nigerian cultural dances from the comfort of their homes or designated venues.
My name is Moriam Ajaga. I'm Special Advisor to the President on Arts and Culture, Office of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. The launching of the program today is an exemplary example of preservation. This will not only preserve our cultural dances, our cultural music, our languages, as well as our drama. We're excited for the access that it will bring to Nigerians within Nigeria, as well as the global citizenry across the globe.
Shola Adekoye, CEO, founder, Open Innovation Access.
It's significant because it is a turning point in the history of Nigeria. We saw that 1970 has been the time when Nigeria was most celebrated from First Act 77, and since then there's been some sort of decline in the appreciation.
I'll be expecting on any of the phone numbers today, but I'd like you right now to fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be an exciting study of God's word, and I'll be back to you at the end of the broadcast. And until then, enjoy the broadcast and be blessed. Amen.
Previously on Riot.
Winston Churchill once said, "Happy are the painters, for they shall not be lonely. Light and colors, peace and hope will keep them company till the end of day." Welcome to another edition of the Art Express.
In collaboration with Open Innovation Access, a leader in innovation advocacy, the NTN aims to revolutionize how Nigerian cultural dances are experienced globally. This transformative project will harness technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality to create immersive experiences for audiences worldwide. Viewers will be able to enjoy the beauty and diversity of Nigerian cultural dances from the comfort of their homes or designated venues.
My name is Moriam Ajaga. I'm Special Advisor to the President on Arts and Culture, Office of the Honorable Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy. The launching of the program today is an exemplary example of cultural preservation. We're so excited about this partnership between OIA and the National Troupe of Nigeria for the innovation of this cultural preservation. This will not only preserve our cultural dances, our cultural music, our languages, as well as our drama. We're excited for the access that it will bring to Nigerians within Nigeria, as well as the global citizenry across the globe.
Shola Adekoye, CEO, founder, Open Innovation Access. It's significant because it is a turning point in the history of Nigeria. We saw that 1970 has been the time when Nigeria was most celebrated from First Act 77, and since then there's been some sort of decline in the appreciation for our culture. So what we've done here is to try to bring culture alive and bring it to be more accessible to people worldwide. Our younger generation as well have been so disconnected from our culture. This here reconnects them or connects them all together, and people in diaspora as well. So that is why it's such a significant turning point in the history of Nigeria, and a significant project for us as well.
Welcome back. Today on Gallery, the Nike Art Gallery, founded by Chief Mrs. Nike Davis Okundaye, a textile designer and a prominent figure in promoting Nigerian arts and culture globally, awarded artists with the Nike Excellence Award. Let's take a look.
This is a very laudable initiative because when you see people who appreciate your effort by wanting to celebrate you, that gives you a lot of encouragement and will want you to do more. And for Nike, wanting to celebrate the artist, recognizing the effort of the artist over the years, I think it is a welcome idea, and at the same time, how will I call it now? A situation whereby they say that it takes a great mind to appreciate greatness. So Mama Nike, in her own world, she is a great personality.
She's first a mother. She's a fantastic person. She's an art promoter. She's a supporter of the arts, and she's a pillar in Nigerian art.
I'm so excited to be here. Mommy has been our pillar. She has been a force taking Nigerian arts to the world. She has promoted both male and female. She has been our pillar and the greatest support.
For me, painting or color is what water is to fish. And I don't just paint to sell. I paint to make a statement. I paint to weigh into what is going on around me. And for me, I paint the Nigeria I want to see. A better Nigeria that is possible, a better Nigeria that is richer than what it is. So if you look at my work, you see a high level of texture, tactile quality, impact. So it's intentional, because I know that we have all it takes to be what we want to be. We are not just there yet. So my works are futuristic. It's in Nigeria that will happen, and I will keep doing what I'm doing to add value.
Award starred NIFA, which means Nike Visual Art Award. This is initiative by Chief Dr. Mrs. Nike Okundaye, and is to celebrate the frontiers in the art industry. And at the same time is to motivate and serve as a form of encouragement and lay the initiative down for the generations to come. For me personally, I see something great to emulate for the upcoming one, the generation coming behind, to emulate from the frontiers like Chief Nike, Bruce Onobrekweya, what they are doing. These are an example of what we need to emulate from them and hard to hit. So this is a great initiative to celebrate, to appreciate, and to let them do more for the humanity.
Well, the artist has worked all year round, and they go to different countries to represent Nigeria culture, art and culture. And the only way is for us to appreciate them, to show them love, that they are wanted in their own country too. That is why we have to award them for the hard work. And we thank you people also for making it possible to come and feature them. Without you people letting people know what they are doing, nobody knows what they are doing. So we have to appreciate you in our own country.
My name is Mireille Boale, and my design name is, my artist name is Mirabo. I'm from DRC Congo, Kinshasa, and I'm here to work with Mama Nike. She's a mother for me, and she's a Mama Africa. She can embrace all women in Africa. I'm speaking French, but Mama Nike can understand me very, very well. What I want to ask for this year on 2025, I want God to bless Mama Nike, to give her more strength again for us, because if we are close to Mama Nike, we too, we can bring our children, our girls, our sisters to be powerful and they must call us Mama Africa, and to make Africa proud.
Very, very nice. I love all the art. It's very impressive, especially outside. There's also the art made with spoons and sewing machine and stuff like that, so it's very pretty. I haven't seen the other floors yet, but I've yet to discover it.
So, Iwalewa Gallery presents the ultimate African cultural experience. It was indeed an unforgettable night of diluted African culture showcase, mesmerizing African drum performances, vibrant award ceremonies, and a celebration of African art performance and promoters. Let's enjoy this.
So today's event is all about fun, Kakaki Anga. We are promoting culture. Here we are here to mingle, make friends, and just have fun and enjoy yourself.
Today's fest is about the award of icon of talking drummers.
Are you not excited to go?
My name is Dennis Azevedo. Yes, culture and art is the way of the people. So what Kakaki is giving to us is for us to be able to go back to our roots, so that we don't easily forget our roots, so that we'll be able to enjoy the basics of culture, and while we are growing, we don't throw away all those things. So when it comes to culture, it's something that we should cherish, because as is usually said, if you forget your culture, you forget your roots. So that is what we are here to enjoy.
Wow, today's event is going to be awesome, and majorly it is actually for the traditions, you get to know more of the musical traditions, and then a lot. Well, I'm the band bassist, so I play bass guitar for the band.
I just want to have fun, enjoy culture and all that comes with it. I just want to have fun. I feel art and culture is what represents us as a country. So that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I'm here to listen, vibe to cultural songs, see different cultural attires. I'm here to catch fun. I want to listen to the Yoruba song, like, the good old days. I want to listen to good cultural music.
Culture is a total way of life, like we were taught in primary school, right? So our culture in Yoruba land has to do with the way we do our acts, our custom, the things we do and how we do our things. Like Yoruba will say, "Báyìí la ṣe ń ṣe ilé wa, èèwọ̀ ibòmíì ni." So báyìí la ṣe ń ṣe ilé wa yẹn is our culture.
Guys, I like that you play my song.
life, it's a way of life. It's an expression. Same as music. It's the way you express yourself, express your feelings, Anything you see in art is an expression of someone, what his thoughts, his thinking, and what he's passing a message with. So that's art to you. I'm a performing artist. I do percussion, all African drums, majorly African drums. So I'm a performing artist.
What do you like people to take home?
I want you to see that culture is something you take pride of. Culture is your thing. Culture is what you have to practice it. You have to act it. You have to be in it. So that's the take home for today. Practice your culture, embrace your culture, enjoy your life, and God be with you.
Back today on theatre, Dear Kafi, Diary of a Single Woman in Lagos is a stage play by Bolale Aston Peters production about 3 Nigerian women in their search for love. Enjoy.
Yes. Oh, it was amazing. It was really good. I think that from the costumes to the act to the song, the voice, everything was perfect. The lighting, I love theater, so this was amazing. I love it.
Hey, sis. Now you must be my future sister-in-law. My name is Tamuro, but my friends call me Tamta. Yeah? I'll see you later, baby.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And one for my sister.
My name is Abiola Lekbe. So my role, I'm the best friend of the female lead, the protagonist. We are supporting her, but also like, girl, get serious. These men, you're still running back to them. You're letting them run back to you. So we're giving her the truth and love and comfort at the same time.
What's reliable sources? Oh, not the sources. Let me call that. So you can gather the sources for you. Wait. Let me call him.
It's not true.
Chicken eats sources.
It's not true.
Well, Otumba is the traditional Yoruba father who's very anxious about how his daughters seem to be growing old and they're not getting married as quickly as he would have wanted. And he's just ready to do whatever it takes, even if he upsets them. Just go and get married and give us grandchildren, finish. Very, very traditional, cultural man.
It is my own responsibility to educate and empower my children, which is what I am doing. I'm not doing it so that they can become an option for one nonsense man. Let's go to...
This play is beautiful. I love it so much, and I think it's just very relatable, especially if you know the Lagos story. I think it's one that just clearly defines Lagos, and I love it. And I love the casting was superb, the production, everything was perfect, and I trust Mrs. Bolali. Every time amazing, and this was nothing short of amazing.
You are not formidable, Kike. Seriously.
You know my name. How?
Yes, I overheard your...
I need to go. Bathroom. Yeah.
So the truth is, you can't really take them in, but you really can't avoid them. But love with your head, not with your heart. Like, you have to just be very calculative. Once you see the sign, Japa, run.
I've added a few new dishes to our set menu, and I want you to try every single one of them and give me your honest opinion.
Make me your guinea pig.
Kid's kid! My baby sis! Wait for me, I want to show some down there. Kid's kid!
My role, well, I'm Kike's support system. You know, you have to have that inner circle that would always be with you through thick and thin. So I'm one of her inner circles, yeah. You should know your friends, the ones that are for you. When you recognize them, keep them. Do anything within your power not to lose them, because regardless of what happens, regardless of the love relationship that comes your way, friends would always stick with you.
Why are you a full-grown man waiting around for your father to find you a wife?
What? Wait. Let's just clear that up. Nobody is picking a wife for me.
I portray a 35-year-old girl who has been through the rubbles with men. She's never been lucky with men and dating. It's always been guys who take advantage of her, either financially, sexually, or academically, and just reenacting her story, and hopefully and hoping that people would learn a lesson or 10 from the entire play, because there are many aspects to it. So yeah.
Baby! What's up, baby? How you doing?
What are you doing here? How did you get into my apartment?
Hey, come on. I still have a spare key now. No mercy. I let myself.
Keep it. I